dele, do pezinho!
And welcome back, everybody, to day number 6 of the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. We're going into our second week where the 16 teams will once again battle it out to try and challenge the first place position, which seems to be locked down by Team Liquid Alpha7, though, right below them, and then the gap grows from that point forward. Who will be the first to challenge the top 2 teams? Well, it's a fresh week. Everything that happened last week, good or bad, has been wiped clean outside of the standings, of course. It's time for a fresh start, especially for our NA boys, to see if they can come up and start to dominate, which we are hoping they will. But right now, it's Brazil, Latin America, who continue to excel on the leaderboards and excel in a lot of the viewers' hearts out there, right? So hopefully NA can have a strong week. We'll see if they can. Let's get it started. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. We're starting where we left off with the same talent. I'm excited. Hot Jukes, you're looking good, man. That blue, it suits you quite well.
Hey, you know what? I'm here. I am here. I'm ready to go. I'm excited, you know?
I love it.
And I'm pumped up. I got the blue shirt on because you know what? I ain't even got to worry about getting shot in game. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to go.
That's a fact. Although blue is better than orange. Think about that. We hunt with orange on. It's kind of weird. We don't want to get shot. You be all right. Enigma, great to see you, man. Love you to death. You're back at it. The insight you brought last week was great. It's going to be even better this week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving it for the most part. Hopefully these teams took a little bit of that insight to heart, especially our NA boys, like you said, because, I mean, we're at the start of the new week. I'm really hoping we're able to bring that action back in, kind of like we did for the first week, but hopefully keep it through all the days.
Well, Sao Paulo's been exciting, and it's going to continue to get even more exciting because the prize pool, it's intense. $220,000 on the line, along with those additional prizes, which we'll be covering in just a little bit. But, I mean, seriously, Hot Chicks, we were talking about a barbecue buffet a little bit earlier. $220K, you can eat that barbecue buffet for the rest of your life.
That's what I'll talk about. We can go to Brazil and eat some of those Brazilian barbecue buffets. That's what it's all about right there, you know? So, man, I mean, obviously, massive prize pool, massive opportunity for so many of these teams, even for the teams that are going to probably make a lot of money here, even for the teams that don't, right? I mean, the learning experience is just unbelievable.
Let's talk about our additional prizes that were given out, and that's Top Fragger from week number 1. There were several to choose from. Revo had to be the competitor to get it. 59 eliminations. Enigma, why is 59 eliminations so big?
I mean, it's big because for the most part, that's more than some teams at the bottom of the leaderboard combined. One player himself is able to bring that amount of points for his squad. And I mean, the knockout 63, the damage just under 13,000. I mean, this guy's essentially a one-man army for a squad.
It's insane, right? I mean, 59 eliminations. Now, granted, Team Liquid, Hot Jukes, they were on the come up 3 out of the 5 when it comes to our MVP rankings. We're there. Revo just happened to get it, but Mythic could have easily got it himself. 47 eliminations, 43 assists.
They gotta tell him, hey, man, you know what? Let me get my finishes, baby. Let me get my finishes. Because if he got some, he should have been 100% the MVP. But you know what? But well, the reason why he got the MVP, I'll tell you right now, it's the double eye slits. That's what it is.
On the eyebrows. I was about to say, man, eyebrow slits are the thing, dude. The question is, am I too old to get an eyebrow slit? Would it even help me, Hot Jukes?
I'd say send it, dude. I think you can pull it off. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask.
Not the double, just the single. Yeah. You have to earn the double.
I gotta earn the double. Okay, that's fine. So I'll go with the single, and we'll see if I become a little demon on the battlefield. There's always a possibility. Hey, Alpha7 was tearing it up, but they weren't necessarily the first team, were they? No, in fact, we had a week 1 winner overall, and the best performance has to go to Team Liquid. They lead the charge in first place at 344 points, 184 eliminations, and 5 winner chicken dinners, which I believe Enigma is the most out of any team. Alpha7, I want to say, is sitting at 4.
Yeah, I mean, for this squad, the 5 wins, they speak volumes for itself. It just shows the squad is working together as a team. The 184 eliminations, some of those, were on the sort of bonus point days for this squad, and we can stress as much as we want about that sort of stuff. But this squad itself is just showing they are the dominant force in the lobby right now.
Without a doubt, Team Liquid are dominating, and let's take a look at overall standings to really showcase how much they are dominating. They lead in first place, 344 points, which is just a little bit above Alpha7, but Hotchukes, the big drop, though, from second to third is severe. It's like you're on top of Mount Everest. That's where Alpha7, Team Liquid are. Everybody else is still at the bottom waiting to climb up.
I mean, right now, if this was the last week, it's a battle for third place. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's still a lot of games to be played, and the fact that we have this double point back, it changes the game, right? It gives an opportunity for a catch-up possibility, but you know that Team Liquid and Alpha7 aren't going to let off the gas here. So at a certain point, Taylor, I wonder, right? Do you think that teams are going to purposely start targeting these squads?
Have to. I think that's a great strategy. Enigma, you were a competitor yourself. I mean, if you were in the position of third place, fourth place, and down, do you target Alpha7 Team Liquid? Or is it too much of a risk because of how consistent they've been?
I think the question is more so, do you want this team to kind of start doing better, or does your team just need to do better in these lobbies? And for the most part, everyone down from third place all the way to 16th, it just looks like Alpha7 and Team Liquid are on a grouping of their own in terms of competitiveness. So if these squads, in terms of my professional mindset when I used to play, I'd look at my own squad and say, hey, what can we do to improve our points each day, and what really allows us to start shooting up closer in that gap?
Yeah, but Hotchukes, you said it best, man. It really is a race to third place. Who will be the first team to break into the top 2 and dethrone Team Liquid and Alpha7? I don't know if it happened today, but double points, that's more of a conversation. We look at 9 through 16, and this is where things start to get serious. We've got a lot of NA teams on this page, and they're not performing up to par as we expected them to, Hotchukes. But hey, it is also some Brazil, Latin American teams here as well. We spread the love, but these teams trying to break in the top 8, can they do it?
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. It may not even happen today, if I'm really being honest here, just by looking at the average point total of every single day that doesn't have, this double point factor. I think today is the learning day. You know what I'm saying? You can have a little bit of breathing room to make some adjustments for the upcoming week. So if you're going to go ahead and do that, now is the time. So I want to see, something a little different for some teams. Even if I see some of those squads on the second page take extra risks and go out early today, I wouldn't mind seeing that, to be honest.
I wouldn't either. I think it's time to risk it, especially today. It's not on your double points. Everybody is going to be earning at the same rate today. Double points has a tremendous factor, but you start fresh. And I think today is the day to start fresh for those rosters who are 9 through 16. You can make the argument for even those who might even be on the bottom 8 looking to break in the top 5 and beyonds. But changes. We have got a lot of them. In fact, we have 2 distinct ones coming out from North America. And first, we'll start off with Hyper, Cunha. He's going to be coming back into the mix. He's going to be replacing Capri. Let's hear what Cunha had to say.
I'm Cunha. I will play today. Was a coach decision. He wanna try some things and new strategies, and I'm ready to play. And also, I want to show to all you people that how the way that I play, I can be useful and ready to do a really nice day.
All right, so good interview, and obviously some big shoes to fill coming in for Capri. First off, Enigma, how does this change the roster that we're looking at for Hyper, who needed a little bit of adjustments, but obviously, too, from the coach perspective, that is a tough call to make to take out Capri and put in Cunha.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, they're the #1 squad in terms of the NA teams. Unfortunately, they are in that bottom 8, but for this team, bringing in Cunha, it's their eyesight set on making it back into that top 8 like they were in those first 3-4 days of the first week. This squad is looking for the bigger goal of getting back into that sort of top 8 fashion, and this might just be it for them.
But I mean, Hotchukes, they had a stellar start. In fact, they had the most explosive start that we saw out of any team, but started to fade from that point. Granted, they're at the top of the 9 through 16 positions, but they're not where they need to be. Is this the change that Cunha, right? Cunha coming in, I really hope it makes an impact for Hyper, because out of all the teams from NA, Hyper looks to be our best chance at making an impact.
Absolutely. I think that Cunha is one piece of the puzzle, to be honest. I talked to Stars and I asked them some questions. I was like, yo, are you guys going to actually take out another team and go for a dedicated drop spot in Erangel, or are you going to continue to roam? And he told me, we're going to keep on roaming, baby. We're going to keep on doing that. And he also told me about this switch. And he said that, you know, Cunha has a lot more experience, especially when it comes to info gathering. So, I mean, it could be the thing that makes them. But at the end of the day, right, I think there's a lot of adjustments in order to compete with this kind of lobby.
I want to keep that narrative alive, though. Still wanting to, be nomads, roam around and not have a distinct landing spot. Is that beneficial? That was something that we thought was a negative last week. Will it continue to be a negative this week? Well, from Hyper to Titan Gaming, they also make a change. We're going to be seeing Juancho come in, which is interesting, being the coach, right? And he's going to be replacing Lim. Let's hear what Juancho had to say from Titan Gaming.
This is Juancho, and I will be playing for Titan Gaming today due to one of our teammates, Alim, not being able to participate today due to injury in his hand. And hopefully we'll do good today, even though he's missing.
All right, so Juancho is in. Alim is out due to a hand injury. Back at you, Hot Jukes. How big of a deal is Juancho joining this roster, and how much do you think Titan Gaming improves?
The best player in North America. That's right. I have said it. Juancho, the man, the myth, the legend. It's his time to shine. You know, I'm surprised that he was able to make it on over here. I just hope that he makes us proud today.
I think he is. I mean, come on. You already have Doran, you got Red Ox, right? To have that history, have that team chemistry. Now you're bringing in Juancho, the best player. And Inactive, by the way, has been in large part of conversation for Titan Gaming in plenty of the fights that we've been watching on the main broadcast. So Enigma, I'm excited to see Juancho. Titan Gaming, without a doubt, needed a change. Is Juancho the change? I hope so, because Titan Gaming is not where I want them or where I expected them to be at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we all wish, NA's near the top and that sort of stuff. But for Juancho being in this sort of squad and stuff like that, obviously he was the coach before, now having to step in for his team. And I mean, for the most part, Jukes was right. Essentially, in our eyes, the number one player from NA in terms of gun skill and stuff like that. He has a good, solid head on his shoulders. I'm expecting this squad. Hopefully, they're able to get that sort of cohesiveness over the last 2 days of play. That's my biggest question. But in terms of raw talent and as a player, he's number one.
Well, whether it's Cunha or whether it's Juancho, right? I love this, Jukes, because it's that honeymoon period now. They're in, they're playing, and I know they have been wanting to get onto the phone, right? They've been wanting to get and, use the thumbs, man, to dominate and really showcase what they're made of. So that honeymoon period, I think today is going to hit pretty hard.
You know what? I really think it comes down to the first game, right? There is I don't know, it's like a weird mental thing, all right? When you swap a player out, and you go in game number one and have a crazy good first match, sometimes the whole entire team's just like, that was our problem. It was just that one player. Now we're insane. Now we're unstoppable. And that mindset all of a sudden carries over. Everybody else starts playing better than they've ever played before, and it just works. So that's what I'm hoping to see for these teams, right, that have these player swaps. Just game number one, even if they get lucky, get full circle, if they go off game number one, we're going to see some great stuff later on.
Even the best get lucky. I know we talked about Alpha7 at points getting lucky, come on. Luck is all right when it comes to BRs. Luck is okay, I think, in any aspects in life. We'll take, any amount of luck that we can possibly get. But interesting statements coming out from you, Hot Chooks, because it's like one team member comes in, replaces another, and now they start performing well, and then the whole roster is like, wow, this is what we were missing. But Enigma, that's also, it could be potentially a dangerous mindset, because you could have very, very lacking issues. Like, for example, for Titan Gaming, just to use them, which is perfect, because Watch was coming into the mix, who was coaching them.
Okay.
One of the things that he addressed during one of our interviews was that they were making too many individual mistakes, and they weren't even, because of all the individual mistakes, they weren't allowed to or even able to collectively come together. Now Juancho joins into the mix. They start playing well. Do they forget about those issues before? Do they say, oh, you know what? It actually wasn't my problem. It was Alim's problem, right? Never was it ours. Is that a mindset these competitors could potentially have?
Oh, yeah, of course, 100%. For the most part, this team itself, they have Juancho coming in. It's almost like a reset button for the mental. And it does come down to that first game. Jukes, we can go back and forth about it in that game one as much as we want, because it's all going to be about how that first game goes. This team needs to really get into that top 5 positioning, get a few elims onto each sort of teams and stuff like that. They're needing to make sure that they have a solid ground coming to these 6 games, or else it's going to be a rough week for them.
That's a good point. Good point. Could be a rough way. I hope it's not. I mean, come on. There's only 2 more weeks to go after all, right? So there's not a lot. It seems like a long time. You know, we're doing a total of 90 games. We're about to start on game 31. So there's 60 games still to go. But Hotjuke's not... That could be deceiving, right? Because it's like, we still got 60 games, still time to make up. But these 5 days go by quickly. I know week 1 went by extremely fast for me personally, and I bet you even faster for the competitors. So 60 more maps to go isn't as much time as people would be thinking in order to recover.
Yeah, especially when you have 2 teams that have a 100-point lead over you. You know what I'm saying? And we know for a fact that's going to grow. So I think this day, especially, I said it once, I'll say it again, today's experiment day. And I think it's one of the only ones, really, right? It's the only chance you have to kind of do it because the playing field is even. After this, you got to stick to that game plan, and I hope it works for you because even next Wednesday, you're going to need every single point you can get.
That's right. And obviously one of the main goals is to go to the World Cup, right? Qualify for that position and play on the international stage where the competition gets even harder. So dominating at this stage puts you in a much better mindset going into the international stage. One on that in just a little bit. But as far as NRG Galaxy goes, another NA team that actually got one of our first NA wins, giving us great hope as to what NRG Galaxy was going to be about. Well, let's hear what they have to say going into a fresh week. Let's talk to J7.
All right, guys, here we are with J7. J7, my man, you were telling me about your weekend, this free 2 days. Tell me again for the people at home.
You know, we did some lot. You know, we went out to a Brazilian barbecue, so it was pretty nice. You know, going out, we went to Team Liquid coach, our former coach, and Star from Hyper. So it was a good time. You know, we got to relax a little bit, VOD a little bit. So we're coming into the week 2 really fresh.
That's good. That's nice. Tell me about the food, though. Was it good? Was it that good? Because some people are saying that Brazilian barbecue isn't that good. Is that true?
No, it was actually really good. Like, it's different from the States, so I think it's a little bit more like variety, like stuff I never tried. So it was really good. Try it.
Do you have any content from that? Do you have any pictures?
Yeah, we definitely took a group photo towards the end. Definitely be on my Instagram at J7 PUBG. So if you guys want to see that.
Absolutely. Follow up. Let's go.
All right, Zarpatch, thank you for that interview. Hey, we didn't learn necessarily what they were going to be doing going in from a strategic point of view, but Hotjuke's barbecue, haircut, a little bit of a reset. You can't hate on that.
Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about, especially after a rough week 1. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you got the chicken dinner for NA. You deserve some steak, baby. And if I was in Brazil, that's the first thing I'm doing 100%. So, hey, big ups. Use that time, you know what I'm saying, to just relax, come into here, and play your game.
Like I said, Enigma, I'm not mad at that. You need a bit of a reset. Enjoy yourself. After all, this is an incredible, experience, but also a great opportunity to progress your career as a player. But Enigma, as a competitor, sometimes you just got to put that on the back burner and just go enjoy yourself and reset your mind going into a new week of competition.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of it's team bonding too with that sort of stuff. And, for the most part, you talked about the experience and stuff like that for these players. Unfortunately, mine is a lot of these players already have that experience. So I'm expecting them, hopefully it's more just a mental reset button. They get that sort of team cohesiveness together, since it is obviously Fate and stuff like that coming in, that whole squad really kind of unbeknownst to each other for the most part when it comes to long-term play. I'm interested to see how they perform today, with it being that sort of no bonus points, just standard play like all the previous tournaments have been, and if they're going to be able to perform today.
All right, well, map number 1 is going to be the deciding factor, Erangel. Map 1, the start of the day, where we typically see one of our teams who have been performing well come out of nowhere and start off incredible. Influence Rage was one of those teams, currently tied in 8th place with FURIA on the standings. They are obviously going to be going in looking to start off how they left off last week on map 1, getting a victory and I believe 11 eliminations. It was an incredible start from their perspective. In Hyper also, you go back to last Wednesday, they were the leaders, I believe, winning map number 1, which gave us great excitement. Now, as far as other teams go, there were some big surprises last week. Death Wolves was one of them. iNCO, obviously. Royals of War. And I think those 2 teams have been very consistent. And Death Wolves even going up the standings quite a bit alongside that of Royals of War. Hotjukes. I have a feeling, and I'm going to call it now, just like Dave called it a little bit ago, even though he was half right about his predictions. I'm going to say Deathwolves Royals of War are about to have a stellar week number 2. And I don't know if they'll break into top 2, but at least 3rd place, I think one of them is going to lock it in.
I mean, it's totally possible here, especially considering that iNCO Gaming was the team that got the most bonus points. Out of all the double point weekends that we saw, it was iNCO Gaming that ended up on top with a total of 58. That is insane. So, you know, considering that they got 58 bonus points, that also means they got 58 points. So over 100-point day, if we see another one like that, I mean, anybody in this lobby can go crazy. So again, I think today specifically, since there's no double points, even if you are iNCO Gaming, I hope that you did your homework, right? Made some little tweaks, because, you know, you can't expect to do the same thing as you did in week 1.
Well, you can't. Although some teams are, like NRG, for example, who we know they're going to be landing pretty much wherever they want to, whatever they feel like, and who knows if the changes they made will have an impact. Well, as far Enigma, though, as it comes from Alpha7 Team Liquid, those two I know aren't going to be changing anything. They were very adamant about that in their interviews, right? They don't have to change anything because they're 1st and 2nd for a reason, and at this point look like they're a class above the rest. Quick predictions, Enigma. Who you going with for game number 1? Who's starting off fresh, hot, and ready?
It's got to be NRG. They got the barbecue. They got it all going. Woo! They got the reset. They're getting game 1 today.
All right. Hot Chicks, what about you? NRG as well?
I got to go with Hyper, baby. Come on.
Sure.
I want to see some Juancho action pop off and ready to go here for match number 1.
Okay, Hyper, Titan Gaming's going to be my pick. Let's just all go around the horn right when it comes to North America. North America, we are fully supporting you, chat. I hope you are as well, but even if not, hey, let us know. Who are you going for map number 1, and who is going to make the biggest impact of the day? Let's start off week 2. I'm ready for it for the America Spring season. Erangel. Let's see who's going to take it. Without further ado, Hot Chooks Enigma, take it away.
Let's get it going. Match number 1. I know the chat already is like, Caster's biased. Caster's biased, baby. Look, I mean, Alpha7 gonna go nuts today, obviously. That's the obvious storyline. Team Liquid Alpha7 have such a lead. They're most likely gonna run away with this thing already. But you know what? There's nothing like a good underdog story. We gotta send some energy towards our NA teams, because they definitely need some love here today.
Yeah, I mean, the energy for the most part, that's what you're kind of looking at in terms of these squads. Obviously, we get to see those player cams, which we love. Obviously, Hyper throwing the thumbs down onto, I believe it was N57 on the Sanhok matches when they were getting hot drop, Starlight standing up and yelling at him across the stage. So I always love seeing that sort of, you know, passion for the game. But for the most part, passion's got to correlate to points. And with the 3rd of the tournament already being done, Jigs, we're talking week 2. Today, there's no bonus points, so it's just raw gameplay for these squads. And I'm kind of interested in seeing if our NA predictions actually come out on top, or if we're going to see a repeat of week 1.
Yeah, I mean, especially with some of the roster swaps that we saw, I'm definitely sending my energy towards NA, because we know it's possible. And we saw Hyper game number 1, day 1, right? Go crazy. And then afterwards, not able to replicate that. Looking at them now, they dropped very, very early here. So they're going to have that kind of prison split finish, or start is what I meant.
Yeah.
And so not a bad position to be in, especially with circle number 1. It is a northern zone, so of course we're going to have to see Team Liquid and Deathwolves cross a bridge here very soon. But so far, so good. Looks like we're not going to see any hot drops again. And
thankfully.
Yeah, I agree. Why would you say that, though, for people that are new here?
I mean, for the most part, it's just like we're into week 2. I expect these squads to have their established drops already. And for Hyper, even though they don't have an established drop, they know who doesn't drop at Severny, or excuse me, Lipovka and stuff like that. Last week, they dropped Severny when it was on that northern shift. And for this squad, Starlight, he had played on the Hyper roster last year and stuff like that at one point, at least in terms of subbing and stuff like that. Them as a squad, I believe, will be able to make these sort of early rotations like Be Bold is doing now to get an early position, because it's all about game 1, especially with it circling around Yasnaya as the center zone. If it ends in the city, you're hoping you're in it early on.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, this is one of the teams that Taylor predicted are going to pop off this week, Royals of War. I got to agree. I mean, Royals of War have shown amazing consistency this tournament. Same for iNCO, same for Deathwolves. It's just so crazy to see just how much better Alpha7 and Team Liquid have been. I mean, isn't it crazy?
It's a different level of play. And for the most part, we're talking about, you know, having your eyes set on different parts of the competition. Some of these teams, it seems like they're looking at the tournament, they're like, yeah, we're aiming for top 4, top 5 for this tournament. Team Liquid and Alpha7, they're looking at, yeah, we're wanting to play in the World Cup and stuff like that. We're wanting to dominate in that sort of tournament fashion. So some of it does come down to mindsets, and it's obviously a lot about if you've been exposed to that portion of the tournament. But it's like I said at the end of week 1, it's iron sharpens iron. You got to get into that same mindset if you're going to compete against the best.
Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to make a little correction on what you said, right?
Okay.
They're expecting to dominate there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like they're already, they're in their mind. We're already going, we're going to dominate there. Anything less than that is a disappointment in this team's life. That is how experienced they are. That's the level they're on, right?
Yeah. And I mean, the levels, it's all about where you're at on the ladder and stuff like that. And they're near the top, obviously, with PMGO and stuff like that. Brazil had finished second. Japan surprised a lot of us with finishing first. Obviously, it was Rejects that finished first in that, if you didn't know, chat. But for these teams, it's all about, how you're coming into the tournament. And if you're finishing first, second place, you're elbow to elbow with each other with such a huge point gap like we already see going into that sort of next phase of the tournament, that World Cup. I mean, it does dividends for them.
Oh, yes, it does. And I mean, it's going to pay dividends for all these teams here. 9Z, a team that's looking to get started. SLR down on the leaderboards. Gonna lose Koi on rotation. That is gonna be tough right there. Especially a player like Koi. Losing him this early, it's another rough start for SLR.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, Koi is one of those clutch players that, I guess, clutch factor for the squad. At least we saw it in the qualifiers. We haven't seen it too much in this portion of the tournament with it being Americas, but 9Z, they're the team that's kind of near them on the bottom of the leaderboard. Nice start for them. Hopefully they'll be able to carry that into the late game with these sort of early points going on. And if I'm SLR, I'm kind of almost worried at staying at this compound because you just know that there's a 4-man that knows you're a 3-man right above you. It's just a matter if they choose to aggress on you or not.
That's a really good point. My question is, though, do you think that 9Z had that in them?
For the most part, it's a little up in the air for me. That squad needs to make sure that they don't over-aggress themselves. Now, if they get an opening knock onto SLR, I think they have it in them. But if not, then I think they just got to play it chill and just do their thing.
Yeah, it's a little sketchy, right? I mean, I do agree. I think that the play would have been like, hey, you know what? It's a 4v3. Utilize it, right? Push them, take them down, get those early points and loot. And it's still early in stage 1 to do it. The only problem that I would say is that it is very early. This is very central in the next for the next circle. Yeah. So if you're gonna go for this push, I think they had to do it instantly because at this point, now you're starting to risk the third-party opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, they did have one player trailing right after Koi was knocked in the vehicle. It looks like they're still kind of looking for it with Chozo moving up and kind of getting these sort of pod shots. But it's all a matter if you get the knock or not. SLR is kind of fanning out as well, it seems, from the compound. And I believe there's also AGG as well, just to the south side of them. So that third-party possibility definitely is starting to become a factor for these squads. And just seems like they're going to turtle up now.
Yeah, they're going to turtle it up indeed. So YLE going to go ahead and protect his vehicles. That's something that's very, very important, especially here at this stage. Even though they are very central, the zone could do a crazy shift. Uh-oh, Team Queso on the roll. Ooh,
he's in the buggy.
I think All Glory Gaming shot a little too early there.
Well, I mean, the issue is for Team Queso's SLR is just to the west side. No one's actually even looking at him. I'm surprised he didn't get that sort of buggy tire popped out. We've seen it time and time again. As soon as someone gets shot out, it's just you're immediately done. He almost drove into the compound.
He saw the vehicles though that were parked. He was looking, and then once he saw those vehicles parked in the back, he's like, nope, not clear. Time to turn around, and yeah, you can see Melgar on the other side trying to scout for All Glory Gaming. We did see one of the players from FURIA get finished by Alpha7 early on, so that's a tough start for them. But man, it's so crazy to look at these leaderboards after week 1, huh?
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, FURIA, I was expecting maybe to have a good day 1 for week 2, because last week they had a really solid day 5, day 4 for the team, really kind of bumped themselves up. But the leaderboard, I mean, we're talking 16th is 110 and first place is, I mean, triple that, triple that in terms of points. And the bad thing you obviously just hate to see if you're near that bottom end of the leaderboard is TL and Alpha7 getting early eliminations, and Alpha7 already has that.
Yes, they do. So they Alpha7, business as usual for Alpha7.
Yeah.
You know, it's so crazy. I mean, you even see Revo, clutch time, clutch moment. He's like, yeah, you know, we're just doing what we do, you know? We're just all about the vibes, baby. Next zone about to pop. Where is there going to be a vibe? Oh, right dead center. So interesting zone. I mean, it's very classic. The only issue, again, is that water, right? Right down the middle. It splits this entire area in half.
Yeah, and I'm a little worried because we're seeing a lot of congestion on this east side. I'm hoping the likes of Titan Gaming and stuff like that are able to recognize it and maybe move towards that western side, because that's a team that likes playing on the edge in these zone shifts. They like having that option to kind of rotate around the edge, maybe eat a bit of blue zone so they don't get forced to swim in the water. But if everyone's got the same mindset, you're going to be making plays. But 9Zs, we were talking about it before. Now they're making the play under the SLR trio, Jukes.
Ooh, interesting timing here. Now they're starting to get burned. Dragon there with a nice Molotov to clear that building out. Juan might even throw a nade in here. Simple's in trouble. He knows it. Yeah, he's waiting by that window just in case that nade pops in. Does he hear it? Oh, he gets beat up by it. Pops out now. And the battle is raging on back and forth. This is a very scary timing battle right now, because the longer this goes on, there's going to be teams trying to hunt down this spot.
Yeah, and I mean, you're also looking for the reset. Hopefully, oh man, SLR was really hoping that bleed out would happen on Achanko. Now Dragon,
send it.
2v4, you got to go for something, and you have the frag grenades. You really got to connect these, start playing dodgeball, because Bozan, I mean, he's maybe able to get one or two, but if the upstairs gets rushed, you're only going to be good for one, Jukes. The rest of the squad now force on Hozan. He knows there's one first floor, but doesn't even matter. The shotgun's coming in play. 9Z only having a knock onto the team, and it looks like no one's going to be third party in this.
And SLR off to a rough start. You can see the disappointment in White Elegi's face right there down there. So hopefully they're able to bounce back here. I mean, that's kind of the great thing about this format is, you know, Wednesday is a little inconsequential, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you still want to be able to put up points regardless of the situation. But I guess it gives you a little bit of breathing room, considering that, you know what, it's not double points day, right?
Yeah, and I think we didn't really get to talk about it too much, but the difference between those top 8 and the bottom 8 teams, in my eyes, I was seeing is those teams in the top 8 had a good double points day. They were in that 30, 40, 50 point range for double points. We're talking 160 to 100 points on a singular day, essentially. And those bottom 8 teams, they were having 10, 15, maybe upper 20s. You're needing to have more points on those days if you're wanting to stand against the best. Luckily for them today, it is that experimental Wednesday. Let's just get our game plan down for the remaining days and make sure that we're not just giving free points to these top teams.
Yeah, you know what, just to even add to that, right? The difference between, like you said, you know, those teams that are on pretty much 3rd all the way down to 8th, right, is that crazy double points day.
Yeah.
But then you look at 1st and 2nd, the difference between them and everybody else is they had a solid double points day and a great every other day. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were putting up points no matter what the situation. So that's the difference, right? Team Liquid and Alpha7, they put up monster points, whether it's their double points day or just a regular day. And the proof is in the pudding right there. Next zone does pop, and it is going to go ahead and head right here to this spot. So it's definitely looking to favor the north. So I think a lot of teams are going to have to find their way around.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving B-Bold spot there on that eastern side of zone towards gas station. Team Liquid is starting to force themselves into that compound, and Team Queso is actually just driving down a B-Bold player, a little bit of a pull-up. The issue is now they're in between 2 squads, Jukes. Team Queso is really needing to get off the back foot here.
Yeah, Reyes needs to take off right now. B-Bold definitely needs to retract, try to wait for his teammates to get there, and Reyes gets the knock onto Milos. That is huge. The rest of Team Queso need to support their teammate. They need to commit to this fight, because every player they lose, it's most likely going to just twinkle down little by little. And now Be Bold, though, they have an opening, so this could be a big opportunity for them to take this fight.
Yeah, the big information key is going to be if Reyes is able to spot Team Liquid on the backside. Team Queso, they're actually down to a duo, so they're definitely not going to be able to make any sort of aggressive plays for the time being. And if I'm Team Queso, I'm really wishing that pull-up wasn't split in that fashion. Reyes was just, or excuse me, Milos was absolutely just alone on the 1v1 with Reyes. So a little bit of a forced play in my eyes, but that's what happens in these later zones.
Yeah, you know, sometimes there's so much going on, so many shots, and maybe a call out doesn't happen, and it's so easy to get mixed up at this level. So, yeah, not surprised we saw a situation like that. And if you're not on the same page with your teammates, I mean, yeah, you're going to get thirsted quickly If the rest of Team Queso would have just pushed Reyes, he would have been knocked out for sure, and they would have been all up. But yeah, it's very easier said than done, for sure. Now, this zone is easier said than done, for a fact. This is a tough circle.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many teams still up right here. Whose position do you like?
I'm liking NRG's spot the most. We don't see it too much unless we pull up the map feed real quick, but they're on that southwestern side, essentially just solo in Sanhok, spreading out, making sure no one's able to kind of cross the bridge. They have their own way onto the north side. It's just a matter of where that zone falls to see which teams are forced to start making plays.
Do you like that split, or do you think they should start joining up with their team?
I love it. Because for the most part, you're looking, a lot of teams, when they come into Sanhok, they're looking to just take the closest building to the bridges. They're going to be stacked together. If you're able to fan out and get eyes on that, your teammates are able to get the shots down. And unfortunately for 9Z, they pulled up on the gas station, got absolutely obliterated. And now Titan Gaming's forcing the fight on the north side with Death Wolves.
Big battle here. It's a full commit. Doran not able to get those shots. But we did see some help from the backside. Juancho pulling up with the Nactive. Yeah, and it looks like they are going to be able to get the recovery here. Nactive's throwing out those smokes very quickly. Oh, but he gets shot from the blue zone. Cardi C waiting for that. And Juancho's like, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. They're going to try to get these players up as fast as possible because the next zone pops. And look at that. Alpha7, Influence, Rage. Very close together here.
Yeah, Death Wolves, the solo is trying to make the save play, but the issue is now is AGG's aggressing. That out-of-zone play, it won't matter too much if Titan Gaming can get the reset, but Juancho now having to make big plays for the squad in between two teams.
Juancho getting in the vehicle, gonna go ahead and pop a smoke. Ooh, some nice plays here.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's staying in that vehicle because he does not want to get ran over. And Active is still in the smoke, it's safe. So, very, very sneaky play. All Glory Gaming getting very close. Oh, now he decides to pop a headshot out the vehicle and gets the thirst. Juancho pops back in. Ooh, nice little shimmy there.
Nice.
This man is making plays.
Yeah, I mean, for his most part, he had Redox as well up. Unfortunately, he's getting knocked. Now it's down to just a solo, but with getting that knock and thirst in zone, we see AGG's been eating blue zone this whole time, Hot Chicks. The zone is starting to do damage. If Titan Gaming can get the revive, they're maybe going to be able to make it in the next zone.
I don't think they're going to be able to. I think that's going to be a little bit too rough here. Yeah, I think as soon as they get the revive, he's going right back down. So, but I think they can put players in the vehicle, right, and drive with them now. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the play. Redox is just going to send it blindly on in and try to make something happen.
Yeah, I loved AGG's play, but unfortunately just getting caught out too much from Death Wolves and Titan Gaming focusing you. And look at this, he doesn't even have a vehicle. If he was to take the shots onto Redox, Influence Rage would have immediately just beamed him. So this is just the placement play at this point.
Yeah, I really don't like that play from All Glory Gaming. I mean, it was kind of a bad one. And the reason why is because you just know that regardless of how this goes, we're out, right?
Yeah.
We're so far away from Circle. At higher levels than this, sometimes you'll see teams just be like, all right, why are we going to fight this? If we fight this now, we're both out. Like, let's just look at each other. Let's focus on getting into zone first, and then we'll fight each other in zone, you know?
Yeah.
So it's plays like that that really just destroy both squads.
Yeah, one squad you're not wanting to really go against, though, is Alpha7. They get an early opening knock onto Entity 7, and the solo of AGG actually looking for the thirst, so these players right now, they're all forced onto these kind of nooks and crannies of these hills. The water's really eliminating a lot of these zones, and unfortunately, a lot of squads are going with it.
Entity 7's on the move, trying to make something happen. Alpha7 are going to be holding that gas station position, which is going to be very strong here. Mafioso's on the run. Wow. He's saying, we got a runner here, folks. And he is challenging Franco, and I guarantee you it's because they got an elimination on Entity 7, so they know it's them, and they're like, yeah, let's just push them.
Yeah, and the issue is unfortunately Mafioso didn't have a teammate with him, but it doesn't seem to matter too much. Entity 7, he tried to get an off angle for his team so they wouldn't get pressured, and now it's just the last duo kind of just driving around, probably the best bet for them. You don't want to be taking a fight with Alpha7 as a duo, but with that being said, Influence Rage, they're holding that eastern compound. Now they're making a move on Entity 7, really against two Goliaths in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, Entity 7 is just pushing a rock at a hard place, but that's kind of like the way it's been all tournament long. And Alpha7 has beat Entity 7 in the most crazy ways this tournament. Yeah. So once they get a finish on their players, I'm not surprised at all to see Alpha7 just like do crazy risky plays.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to make some sort of play here. The zone shift does get pulled towards Rozhawk and NRG. Now, the split that they're holding, now I'm starting to question that. But the main focus is obviously going to be this north side. 3 teams, 4, if not 5 teams on the north having to move in.
So let's see what the play is here. You can see little boy all the way from across the way, just trying to put some shots onto Alpha7. 27 seconds on the clock. Influence Rage need to start prioritizing zone at this point. This is one of those times where, yeah, maybe leave one person behind to try and clean up some points. But if you can't, start focusing on position first.
Yeah, it looks like McGrellin's actually the one on top of the hill looking to support the team. He's actually driving back. They did get an opening knock on an Influence Rage, and I mean, you called it just like it is, Jukes. They're starting to leave now. One team in front of Mafioso maybe he's going to be able to steal a point or two. I like this sort of idea, but you're going to have to start moving at some point, and I believe Team Liquid's in front of him.
All right, and it looks like Be Bold going to take down Team Queso. So Team Queso's out of there. Be Bold having a great game so far. 8 eliminations.
Wow.
They are the leaders of this match, and they've been really fighting it out. They still have 3 players up. They're going to be holding this bridge, but this is not in zone, so they're going to have to get going. This is stage 5. Papa Blue is really starting to punish McGrellin, refusing to go down. Nice little warning shots to get him to peek away. And now the rest of the team was like, "Who are you shooting at? Who are you shooting at?
He's got the nade.
Who are you shooting at?"
Oh, man,
Wow.
this driving. I mean, you could tell they are just full aggression. They are not bowing out to anyone. These teams, I mean, especially for Royals of War, you best believe, hopefully one of your teammates doesn't get knocked because Alpha7 is in the full send sort of mindset.
When's the last time you were in a position where you're just like, yeah, in tournament, let's just drive up nade?
I mean, it had to have been lately because car meta became a thing so quickly, the point of views and stuff like that. But that sort of positioning you can get. Alpha7, they're kind of trying to stall a bit on the zone. They know that Royals of War have to move themselves around towards Team Liquid. I think they're trying to just weasel their way into the next zone.
Yeah, this is a really tough position for Alpha7 to be in. They should lose this. I mean, they are pinched between 2 good teams, but look at this. Even though they are down in the middle of the open, Royals of War are still scared to peek them. Now they're starting to finally pop out and get some shots, but Mafioso barely hanging on.
Yeah, I mean, big nade. It would have been really nice if they got the opening knock, but he's going for the shots, and I mean, he's shooting them right on the edge of the smoke, seeing pixels of a player, and I mean, if he had an M4 there, he probably knocks that player, I'll be honest, Jukes. And these teams now, everyone's starting to weasel, and they still have 30 seconds until the zone closes, but we're talking 12, 15 players alone trying to touch the white part of zone.
Mafioso saw a shadow and just pulled the trigger and just beamed that dude. That is insane. Now here comes Ayala, Team Liquid. These are the 2 top teams, right? Battling each other now. That is very interesting. Stars taking out Be Bold. So Be Bold's very solid run ends up going down. Ooh, the worst time for him to get knocked. Blue zone is starting to close. Are they going to be able to edge in? It's going to be close.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as it connects, it's going to start doing more damage. And unfortunately, if Star got that knock,
they got to pick him up.
Maybe they'd be able to peek over, but they get the full reset essentially off heals. And I mean, they lose both players to blue zone, Jukes.
I mean, one of them could have ran and picked them up on their shoulders and ran in circle, but they don't have a lot of time anyway. So, yeah, and Hyper, Cunha and FS are going to be the last 2 players up. And they don't know what to do in this position. This is going to be a hard zone to get into for sure for them.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of teams are actually outside of zone. We're talking only just 2 teams themselves being in the zone. And Alpha7, they're still alive. I'm looking at Royals of War and Team Liquid still battling it out on this north side. So every little nook and cranny, those teams found a spot. And now it's a matter of if they can keep hitting the shots. But Mythic, he sees you prone in there. It does not matter. That is essentially the #1 assist player for the squad, showing that they're able to come in and get the shots down.
Oh, now Carrillo getting shot right in the leg. That hurt. So he's trying to figure out what to do here in this position. It's so crazy that even though Alpha7, if there were any other team, they would have been out so long ago.
Yeah.
They still hold on.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the do or die send Team Liquid. There's actually no one really on the south side. I'm interested to see if they're able to stay alive, but Influence Rage, they left the nook and cranny, Jukes. They tried to fight Alpha7. Unfortunately, down to just Federal now.
Federal getting popped in the wide open as Tonka was waiting for that. And that is Influence Rage gone. Royals of War still in the mix here as they're starting to push up. NRG, that position that you talked about. I mean, you said that it was one of the best positions. It's working out really well for them. What do you think about this 3-1 split, though?
I mean, they have no support for Fate. Fate is essentially just trying to be that sort of thorn in the side for Rules of War. Maybe they don't even know he's there potentially, but now we're seeing it. iNCO Gaming is making the aggression. Specs forcing the fight with the DBS, wins the 1v1. Big fight for the squad going on right now. If they can keep iNCO on this eastern side of Roshawk, they'll be able to have full control of the bridge, maybe getting him into the next zone.
You can see the nervous twirling of the hair in the player cams, man. These guys are really starting to feel it. Fate on the other side, all by himself, starting to throw some smokes. Ooh, actually peeked that. I cannot believe it. And he actually tried to take those shots.
See, one thing that I'd like to notice, he was throwing smokes down to, I think, try to run forward. He had 5 frag grenades in the backpack. If he was able to get that thirst, it would reap rewards for NRG. They'd know that, hey, this squad's down to just 3, maybe down to just 2. NRG, unfortunately, losing J7 somewhere, maybe on the iNCO pull-up in the process. But this team now, with these opening knocks, they only have 2 eliminations. They got to work with this positioning to get up some more elimination points.
Cunha getting taken out there in the water, and there's Cardosen just hunting down FS. FS
oh, wow.
Yeah, and he saw him. There he goes. So he's popping in the water, trying to get some sight lines, and then he's going to keep on taking those shots. They got to watch out for their backs, though. That's for sure. It's not over yet. Will that nade do it?
Oh,
it's
wow.
close.
No, he threw a smoke juke. So the idea is you can see through the water with the smoke if he's in it, and we can see it right now. If you're in front of it, it's kind of like on Miramar. If you're near the edge of blue zone, you can get spotted through it relatively easy. So the squad themselves, he's actually just going to drown. So Hyper out in 7th. I like their position. Team Liquid, though, the experience is just overwhelming.
Those guys just know what to do with those scenarios. Even when their back's against the wall, right? They just do not go out. So Team Liquid persevering through a very tough situation. We're down to the last 6 teams here in match number 1. Oh, Kovsky gets taken down by Cardosen. And that's all the way from this. Yeah, look at that.
Wow.
He barely peeked, and then as soon as he got that knock, hit the deck immediately.
And I believe they
Kovsky's
lost.
too far away to get picked up, yeah.
I think they lost that 4th player early on to Alpha7, I think you had called. So really hoping maybe they were a 4-man in this situation. It looks like they might go for this end. And Team Liquid, I mean, you already got a player. 1 HP, never mind getting a knock. I'm not sure if you could pull up on this rock, Jakes.
No way, yeah. That was crazy. Very, very risky play. Did not work out for FURIA right there. So they got eliminated, and that is just more points for the top team in the lobby. You can see this. Look, Team Liquid, Alpha7, so close in points, and Alpha7 is still not out of this.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just hugging it for the most part in the water and stuff like that. Rose of War getting the knocks on the NRG spec, I think actually getting eliminated. So I like this idea of the bridge play, but Fate wasn't able to do enough in my eyes to really reap the rewards. And now NRG forced to make the play on the bridge. But if he can connect the shots, Fate, you got him 1 HP in the buggy, just hit the shots. Not going to connect. NRG missing a crucial opportunity here, Jukes.
That is critical. And then losing players like Spec, you know, so tough. I mean, NRG seem to always put themselves in. Oh, yeah, Colgoat hopping in the water. And he might just try to make this cross.
Yeah, I mean, he can even spot Fate if he tries to make the play on the Erangel. Malaz is the focus point right now. I mean, if you can call it the frag grenade out, you're just a free knock for the most part on the run-up. But a lot of pressure coming down. Team Liquid on that east side, we could see spreading out heavily. I mean, that's what happens when you start clearing teams on your side of zone. NRG, unfortunately, not able to do that themselves.
Malaz, see if he's got that arm. Can he throw it across the pond? Oh, it pieces up Erangel really good. Malaz is going to go ahead and just pop all. He should pop all his drinks right now. Get a little extra run speed because he's going to need it. He tries another nade. Can he hit that one? Just a little off the mark. So NRG are not out of this just yet. This is a very tough zone to hold. And unfortunately, they're so split up. You can just see, like, look at Team Liquid, right? These guys, even though they're so down and out, their 2 teammates always play so tight together.
Yeah. I mean, that's just kind of that team cohesiveness. These teams right now, they understand that everyone's either in the water or they're across the water being gate kept. So Team Liquid really just flexing this sort of uphill advantage. Mythic actually making sure that they don't get wrapped on. And we see the zone shift. NRG and Rose of War will be the focus. All these other swimmers and stuff like that, they'll be able to live a little bit longer. But I'm expecting Team Liquid to really start farming some of these squads.
Oh, yeah, and here they go. Mythic and Cardosen putting in work. They both have a tree to hug, and they are holding it tight. Oh, McGrellin pulling off some shenanigans in the water.
I mean, I like the idea, but iNCO, that was one of the swimmers unfortunately getting eliminated. 5th place, I mean, if you're in that sort of top 8 players remaining, you think maybe you get more placements, but that's not going to be the case. NRG now to just Fate, Rose of War. I'm liking this idea from Catgoat that he's actually going to be swimming onto Fate. Erangel could just shoot his teammate essentially in the water to get it, but here's Mythic behind him. The nade pool is starting to come out, and you're at Rose of War. You're really hoping you don't get knocked. You hear it bounce next to you, and I mean, you're almost on the back foot here now.
Fate almost drowning, trying to pull off something. He now pops out.
Oh.
Not able to get his weapon out in time. So that's going to be it for NRG. Great position. It's the execution, I think, that they're still trying to figure out. Meanwhile, the consistent team of Rose of War still up. Team Liquid in the mix. And you got Alpha7. I don't know how they do it, but somehow still survive all the way up into the final zone.
He came out!
And he comes out, and he takes down Mythic.
I mean,
You can see the frustration. Look at that. Instant head scratch. Just like, oh, how could we let this happen?
yeah, and I mean, you honestly just wish that the swimmer was on maybe the other side of the river where Fate was at so long ago. McGrellin, though, he actually gets back in the water. He understands that, you know, they're knowing that he's going to be on that rock or tree where Mythic was at. And for Team Liquid, now you're just playing towards the zone. This is the last shift juke, so it's going to shrink into nothingness. Really interested to see which squad comes out on top.
McGrellin did pop out. Erangel was waiting for him. So now it's just Cardosen versus the duo from Royals of War. That nade looks pretty good. Is he going to hit the mark? Nope, just a little short. Oh, now he's got one of his own. But that was just short as well. Yeah, Cardosen, nothing he can do.
No.
On fire. Royals of War win match number 1. Beautifully done.
Yeah, and they were the team that was on that western side. They had to fight through Team Liquid and Alpha7 on the north side. They had to work through NRG's split on Sanhok. Beautiful execution out of the team. Really enjoyed seeing that last duo mindset coming into play.
I mean, man, look at that. Their logo proven true. Just right by the riverbanks, putting in some work. I love it. I mean, Taylor, you were the one that said you're going to see a big week from Royals of War, right?
Hey.
I mean, what do you want?
Speaking into existence, baby. Royals of War. It's hard to say who's my favorite, right? Because, I mean, after all, I am not biased on the desk, NA on top. But Royals of War is definitely a team that, man, I've been so excited to watch them play and their growth throughout the weeks, or I should say throughout the days, right? It kind of seems like a long time, but it also seems like a short time. It's weird how time is going when it comes to this series. But Royals of War, incredible job. And Enigma, you know, let's start off again. Royals of War, I want to elaborate a bit more. You made a great point. They had such a tough route going through Team Liquid and countless other teams, yet they made it happen. Talk to me about their routes right from the start to the finish.
I mean, they had that sort of positioning on the north. They were playing edge. A lot of teams opted to rotate around it. They didn't play center like NRG did and stuff like that. And they had to fight through Team Liquid, I believe, picking up 1 or 2 elims. They fought through Alpha7 elbow to elbow with them. And the big key play was them actually sending it all the way down to the river, forcing NRG's hand to really take the fight and ultimately coming out on top to give them the best positioning in that zone.
Love it. Royals of War looking solid. And honestly, Hot Jukes, I felt this day, or at least map number 1 Erangel this Wednesday, was reminiscent of last Wednesday. You know, off the rip, stage 1, stage 2, we were losing not teams necessarily, but we were losing a lot of individuals. In fact, we lost our first team, which was a 9Z taking down SLR with a flawless win. Obviously not the result SLR wanted, but aggression. The 2 days off had these teams wanting to get back in and fight it out.
They were ready to sink their teeth at some PUBG Mobile action, and that's exactly what we saw here in match number 1. And I mean, you could definitely see that same mindset in 2 teams, Team Liquid and Alpha7, because those guys were in tough spots, but just refused to go down, no matter what the situation looked like.
Dude, that's so reminiscent of Alpha7, though. We can pull up at least 3 replays that come to mind of Alpha7 alone being in situations where they should not win, and yet they win, right? It's just, that's the tenacity of not only they, it is wild, not only they have, but also Team Liquid. Second and third place for Team Liquid Alpha7. That's the consistency we were talking about, and that's why they are leading as far as they are. Shout out to Royals of War for the victory. Can they consistently do that? That's the question. They're going to have to if they want to try to overtake first or second place. NRG Galaxy, though, great job from them. We saw a bit of an interview a little bit earlier talking about their recovery and what they were they're up to, but 7 points, not bad whatsoever. And also 9Z, again, a team that started off strong and, you know, finished with 5 points. We'll take that, especially on not double points. But Hot Chicks, be bold. Be bold, right? 9 points. I felt that could have been a lot higher, especially from what I was seeing from them. They were taking teams down left and right.
Yeah, they started off so strong, just weren't able to get into that end zone. And you know what? I can't blame them because that was a very difficult last circle to hold. You know, you have to find the right position, and usually those teams that were already there are going to have the big benefit. So I got to give Be Bold big props to start off so strong.
Rose of War in 3rd place. They will jump up a spot. Enigma, good on them for doing so, overtaking the position. Death Wolves was just stat. Granted, that point spread from 3rd to 8th, right? We talked about it. It's not that big. It does grow a bit the further you go down, but for 1st and 2nd, no changes. Team Liquid still in 1st, Alpha7 in 2nd.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, and I mean, they had an amazing game and stuff like that. Obviously, we've seen Team Queso dropping down the leaderboard a bit. I think they just lost players, you know, a little bit too early on in those zones on rotation and stuff like that. But these teams in the top 8, a lot of them were showing promises in that first game. FURIA, unfortunately, you know, falling a bit off the ball. But Influence Rage, I really enjoyed their positioning on that north side. Unfortunately, kind of just falling apart. And the 9 through 16 rankings, I mean, it doesn't really change too much here, unfortunately, Taylor. But with Hyper, I liked what I saw in that first match. Really wish it just equated to that end game, maybe that top 5 placement coming out of it.
Yeah, I know that's what they definitely wanted. They need that if they want to break into the top 8. No changes, no shifting. 9 through 16, all will stay the same. Obviously, some points, though, coming here and there. Definitely want to see some shifts when it comes to 9 through 16. But top 8, a lot of shifting around outside of 1 and 2, which is still Team Liquid and Alpha7. But I'm excited for the 5 remaining games because Hotchix, again, that aggression was incredible. Zone, though, let's quickly touch on that. It was a pretty standard zone. You mentioned, obviously, that split with the river, which ended up, you know, kind of playing a bit of a role all the way through to stage 8 and then ultimately the ending. But that zone being so standard, do you think that kind of aided in the aggression from almost every single roster on the battlefield?
I mean, they had to. They had no choice. I mean, I would have liked to see NRG just focus up as a team rather than playing the split stuff. I mean, they had a good position, just weren't able to utilize it. Everybody else, though, was forced to battle it out, and they definitely did.
Definitely did. 16 teams battled. 1 ended up at the top. Royals of War, shout out to you for taking the victory. Obviously, Alpha7 Team Liquid still doing what they do best, right? Finishing up there in the top 3 consistently. Well, that's map number 1 done. That's Erangel. We still have 5 more maps to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be hopping into map number 2, Miramar. Don't go anywhere. PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. Map number 1 has concluded. That was Erangel, and we see Royals of War taking a tremendous victory. Team Liquid, as well as Alpha7, though, finishing up in the top 3, 2nd, and 3rd, respectively. And now we head into map number 2, Miramar. Enigma, you've been doing some math behind the scenes, kind of thinking about, spreads between A7, of course, Team Liquid. What are you kind of coming to the conclusion of?
Well, I'm wanting to see, if Revo's going to have that dominant performance from week 1 coming into week 2, because we just saw Team Liquid, even though when they were down to a duo, really being able to soak up those elimination points. And there's a reason why TL, even though they didn't have the top player, the next 3 players for top MVP elims and stuff like that were Team Liquid. So I'm really kind of to see if each of these teams are able to keep that sort of path from first week going into week 2, or if we're going to see some new competition coming forward.
Well, from what we do know, at least posted just a second ago, Mythic did have 4 eliminations, which is great for him. Mythic, again, Hot Chicks, we mentioned, right? Mythic was a guy that could potentially overtake as MVP. Obviously, Revo held that down, but, Mythic is a guy that plenty of assists, plenty of eliminations, could honestly be considered one of the best players in the lobby.
Oh, he is. He is 100%. I mean, he has the double eyebrow slit as well. And I think that, again, I mean, there's too many coincidences. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
that's right.
For it to have to be a reality. So I just think maybe he got them after Revo did. That's why Revo got MVP for week 1.
Right.
But it's only a matter of time, especially with him starting like that. He wants it for sure.
At least as of right now, I believe Mythic is our top leader when it comes to eliminations so far, sitting at 4. Obviously, Enigma, you brought up Revo, who I believe had 2 eliminations from game number 1. We'll see how far they continue to go. But Enigma, Wancho had you guys screaming, right? Especially with his eliminations, I believe, on AGG, if I'm not mistaken. Man, Wancho, Titan Gaming, they don't get the best finish, right? But Wancho did show some wonderful life.
Yeah, I mean, they were taking that 4v4 against Death Wolves, and then AGG came around the back, and I thought they were done for sure. Thankfully, though, Wancho, peeking through the smoke, beaming the player out of the vehicle. I believe another player from Death Wolves shooting out the off angle that originally knocked, one of the Titan Gaming squads. So we would have liked to see them at least stay as maybe a duo, if not a 3-man into the next zone, but really liked what I saw out of the squad compared to the first week.
All right, well, Miramar, map number 2. Yesterday on map 2, or excuse me, I should say Sunday, my apologies, on map number 2, Be Bold, as well as Royals of War, 2nd and 3rd place, respectively. Going back into Miramar as map number 2, I really hope we see a strong performance from them, because Hot Jukes, map 1 was actually really good, right, from Be Bold as well as Royals of War. So Miramar, can it also be another strong performance today for those 2 rosters? I hope so. Royals of War, after all, is the best chance currently when it comes to standings to overtake either Alpha7 or Team Liquid's position. It's still a long hill to climb. Don't get me wrong. Will it be done today? I highly doubt it. But at least they can get close enough to strike on their double points day. It's not going to be tomorrow, by the way, but at least further on. Well, let's head into it. Map number 2. It's going to be Miramar. Hot Jukes Enigma. Take it away.
Let's get it. That's an interesting point there from Taylor. I wonder if it's actually gonna happen, because Royals of War 18 points in match number 1, Enigma. Now imagine this.
Okay.
Team Liquid only 5 points less than that. Okay. Now at the start of the day, you were 95 points behind them.
Okay.
Right. How does it feel to put an 18-point game up and only gain 5 points of ground?
I think you got to just go game by game. You can't be staring at that scoreboard too long, or else it's just going to be, it's depressing if you're really going to be staring at it. Like, I'll say it honestly. These teams, if you look at it, you got to go week by week, maybe focus. Yeah, we played well this week. We got good bonus points and stuff like that. Royals of War, obviously, like Taylor said, they played tremendously well on day 4 and 5 and stuff like that. Today, they started off strong. They're the people in my eyes that could really start closing that gap, even with it not being a bonus point day to day, if they can start stringing a few games together and not just have a one-hit wonder.
All right, well, first zone goes up here for Miramar, and it is all the way towards that east side,
man.
northern east side. So yeah, when it's so far away from the playing path, I think you're going to see a lot of teams just try to hunt down some vehicles and just get going into zone. El Hazar is wide open. I mean, all these places are just up for the taking.
Yeah, I would have liked to see NRG almost just instantly rotate to the north side. We know they like eating blue zone and stuff like that. They don't mind taking the damage, but if you got a zone like this, like you got to at least get in and then maybe loot on the prime spots. Obviously, we see AGG around that center part of the map, but these teams, for the most part, you've really got to kind of wonder how other teams are going to rotate. I think we're going to see a lot of teams wait in blue zone and then make the full send play, kind of like we saw AGG in that first game.
Okay.
But it's got to be more, you know, you got to find the right timing. You got to get the right knocks. And at the end of it all, you got to hit your shots.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that play again from the AGG was just not a great one regardless, because you take that fight, you know you're going out timing-wise. So yeah, timing is huge. And you can see Alpha7. I think Alpha7 are the kings of timing. They really are. If you look at their play style, it's just so crazy. They know when to fight. And then they also have the ability to go full-fledged turtle passive within like half a second, if that's what it calls for. So it's so difficult to do as 4 players. I cannot stress it enough, right? 1 player, you can see do that. But at this level, if 1 player makes 1 second of a delay and of realization, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over, right? And yeah, like if you're playing Edge and you have to turtle and 1 player takes a shot, that gives away your whole team's position and you're donezo.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hit the shots. You got to get that opening knock. And I think that's why we saw a lot of teams when it came to the interviews in that first week talking about just individual errors. Because at the end of the day, all it takes is 1 person to put your team in a really horrible spot, especially if you're a team like NRG, if you're a team like Alpha7 even though they were finishing, you know, top 2 on the first week. Revo even said, you know, we got to work on individual mistakes, but for the most part, they're feeling solid. You're looking at NRG, there's a lot more individual mistakes going on compared to the top 2 teams. So really just kind of up in the air for if these teams maybe are able to work on that through the tournament, or maybe it's just going to be a bit too much pressure for them currently.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what ends up happening here. There's still a ton of games left, guys. I mean, anything could happen. I mean, it's so difficult to gain ground on these top 2 squads when no matter what, they're putting up crazy points. Even when games that they're supposed to lose, like Alpha7 should have been out of that game like circle 4. You know, it's just they refuse to go down. And it's something that a lot of teams try to replicate but just don't even come close. And you can see, look at that.
Wow.
Quick shots. I mean, they spot you out for even a second and you're just gone.
I think we've seen this too in the week 1 competition. Titan Gaming they were fighting Alpha7 at this compound, I'm assuming just for the car spawns, and now essentially with the 1v1 trade, but Grellin having the sort of vehicle play, and Active's got to get active on this.
Yeah, and let's see if he can, but where's the rest of the team? Like, look at the difference, right? And Active is there to help, but the rest of Alpha7 are ready to go. And look at that, they finally get there, but just that little tiny delay makes all the difference in the world. Alpha7 are going to be ready to go. It's really up to Juancho, I think, on this off angle to hit a big knock for Titan Gaming.
Yeah, he's got to look at Mafioso here. He does see him, but shoots a little early. Maybe didn't know he was hugging the backside of the building. Now they're starting to work that eastern wall towards Juancho, and it's still kind of a dodgeball battle for the most part with these frag shoots, but these teams got to start getting connections, and Inactive going to be the first player gone for Titan Gaming. Now we're going to see the aggression of Alpha7.
Yeah, here they come. Mafioso does get pieced up a little bit there. Juancho in a battle on that edge. Oh, gets taken out from the back from Grellin. Uh-oh, here comes FURIA. They heard these shots. They say, hey, we want some of this action. Revo goes and takes out the rest of Titan Gaming, and now he has to turn his head towards FURIA. They know who's fighting here. And honestly, if you're FURIA, you want to take out Alpha7. You don't want them putting more points on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, they had 2 opening knocks. Now they're taking the 1v1. Revo does get 1, but he has the DBS there. Maybe it makes wonders. Unfortunately, just 1 out of the pump. Alpha7, they got the reset on McGrone, but still a 2v4 situation. I think you got to kind of just cut Mafioso and play for the fight. But FURIA still having the upper hand in this fight.
Yeah, Adrian just got to be careful going out by himself right now. If he gets knocked, that is going to just totally destroy this push. So yeah, just keep applying that pressure. Mafioso does go down. So now they know it's a 4v2. Kayovsky needs to get over here with his team, work it out, and Alpha7, yeah, there's no way they should win this.
Yeah, and I was really worried. Kayowski moving really late, but I think he's going to make it just in time. Got to work the outside. FURIA staying on the outside of the building, playing for their strengths, but Alpha7, they got the prime nade. Almost knocks a FURIA player. Now they're starting to have to make moves. Carrillo with the first knock of the DBS, making this somewhat of a fight here, Jukes. A lot of these people going for the pre-fires.
Carrillo especially. He's going to throw a molly right there for his teammate. He knows that it's coming. Oh, is he going to give up that angle? Yeah, I think he realized that Kayowski is up there. But now, because of that, they know it's a 2v2. Since one of their players is up on the hill, they can push this. Oh, barely missing that shot. If that connected, that would have been brutal for FURIA.
Yeah, I really feel bad because if Alpha7 has the frag grenade there, maybe they can bounce it off the window, but only Molotovs to their name couldn't loot any of Titan Gaming. And now,
oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
They're making the push, but FURIA just crumbling in the smokes.
No
That's
way.
2 knocks, 2v2 situation now. And the pre-fire again, almost getting Augusta, but FURIA now kind of questioning this push here in the building.
Oh, the nade from Kayowski finally comes on down. Hits a clutch one. It's all up to Carrillo. He knows what he has to do. He's got to push this. He has a couple of first aids, but the clock is ticking. He has to go. No choice.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for the reset, but DBS in hand, the 8K, I mean, you know you can't be holding that peak. A little bit of damage going down, but if he gets the opening, needs to.
Get caught!
I mean, the TPP angle's hard, peeking that left side, just a little bit too much shoulder showing. FURIA, unfortunately, I believe, losing a player, but nice play from them for the most part.
I mean, that was way too close for comfort. I mean, honestly, you saw, and I think they ended up finishing. Yeah, they got one of the players from FURIA, so they did take another point. That's 5 eliminations for Alpha7. You know it's bad whenever Alpha7 went out, and you saw the look on the player's face, and they smiled. You know? Like, they weren't even mad, because they shouldn't have even gotten that far. It was way too close for comfort. Oh, it looks like SLR said, okay, Alpha7, you couldn't take him out? We'll finish him off for you.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, SLR actively went out of their way to kind of just hawk up on the mountains and stuff like that. They're full sending in. Can they make it in time before the reset? Mollies are coming out. A little bit of a missed nade. Now it's going to be 2 players up, but he gets the connections. Is Kayowski even going to get this first aid off? A little bit of pre-fire, but 1v1 situation. Both players come in. Wait, he's whiffing a bit. Okay. I thought we were going to have a repeat again, but SLR being able to keep all 4 players alive. We also saw that zone shift, Jukes, going more central on that northern side of the zone. So this team, I mean, SLR, they got the marathon to run.
Yeah, I will say that was a beautiful push there from SLR. I mean, yeah, just you go into it the same exact time, and no matter what happens, you're going to make sure you get that confirmation. So, yeah, beautiful push, and hopefully a little bit of a, a sign of life there from them. I think all 3 of those eliminations were on the side of one player, though, right?
Yeah,
and
they were.
Yeah, it was all Koi, man. Koi has been stepping up for this team big time.
Yeah, he was kind of maybe a little bit irritated that first game, getting knocked first zone on rotation, He's like, let's just go to wherever these people are fighting and try to just get some points on the board. And thankfully for them, they were able to pick up, I believe, 2, if not 3 of those eliminations onto FURIA. So nice work from them. But unfortunately, the game isn't played outside of zone. There's a lot of people still moving on the inside. So, and Hyper, oh, excuse me, never mind. We're fighting in blue zone again, Jukes, and Hyper versus iNCO.
Oh, man, this is all the way down south. So this is not in the zone at all. It's stage 2, so you can't afford to eat a little blue, but this fight's just not helping out anybody. It may be worth it just to give it up, focus on position.
Yeah, I was talking about these teams wanting to just stay in blue zone at the start of Miramar, but if you're making these pushes, 2 knocks actually from 7 on the pull-up, so big win for iNCO on the back foot. I believe they might be able to get a reset off onto Vitali, and Hyper, they had the opening knock here, Jigs, just crumbling under the pushes.
Yeah, I mean, they have to... And Hyper are always looking for that advantage. And there's sometimes, or not even sometimes, a lot of times at this level, you just got to commit. You got to take the risk, right? You have the man advantage. You got to just depend on your gun skill, full send it, and make the play. If not, you're going to lose players. And we're seeing that happen right now for Hyper.
Yeah, and we're seeing kind of the difference between these 2 squads. We'll be seeing the push now from iNCO Gaming probably onto Star here. If not, I mean, they have the pickings to choose from, actually turning their eyes to FSS maybe. And I mean, with iNCO Gaming, when they were getting pushed, Nenabete was in the back with Overwatch, but now Starlight's not going to be able to make that sort of same impact. FSS now all alone on the back of the building.
Oh boy,
Man.
let's see what happens here. Yeah, it's 7 still trying to make something happen, and they're just punishing and Hyper. This is like one of those situations where it's just like a very needless battle, you know, from both sides. Like, and what a shot. That is N Hyper eliminated, and that one went with the lesson right there.
Yeah, don't be holding us in blue zone. We are not trying to deal with this. They didn't even lose a player on that altercation, which is kind of scary for N Hyper. That's a big kind of mental blow where you don't even finish someone. Like, you're going with 0 out of Miramar, and this is the longest match. You're sitting there on stage for, what is it, 30, 40 minutes, just thinking of all the errors that went wrong. So unfortunate to see. We're seeing Influence Rage now. They're on this northeastern side of zone here, Jukes, having to work their way in. A lot of these teams starting to kind of start eyeing each other for the next position.
Yes, they are. Let's see. All Glory Gaming keeping an eye out for sure. Deathwolf's on the move. There's NRG. Spec all by his lonesome. NRG rocking the 4-man split once again. And the thing is this, right? Splits, I will say, are okay in situations like this, right? Because you want to be able to get a little bit of the lay of the land. You want to be able to get some, some info. But they're too split apart. Yeah. They're so split that if one gets a knock or if one gets pulled up on, they do not have the ability to help. Did Deathwolves just recognize that he is by himself?
It looks like it a bit. Maybe they're just kind of repositioned. Maybe they just clown stack the car. It's like they're going to rotate more into zone. I mean, the zone shift is happening, so maybe they were able to scout a spot in. And for the most part, I thought NRG was going to be taking the city like this, but Deathwolves recognizing the city's free. This is one of the prime real estates in the zone. Free rotation for him.
Look at this. Federal and Influence Rage are starting to pull up on Spec. Oh, Spec was able to hop in the vehicle and leave just in time. And honestly, it was good that he did. He had no business being that far away from his team.
Yeah, you can't be playing chicken at this point. Influence Rage is a team where this is the spot and zone we're playing. If there's a solo, we're just going to absolutely steamroll you. So Spec coming down there. He actually opted to go, I believe, below the church in Cruz de Val. So NRG having a nice spot now in zone, but a lot of these teams opting to stay around the edge of zone, not sending it in just yet.
All right, you are. And let's look at the top teams in the lobby. Let's see what they're up to, right? What is their strategy going into this? And the top one's going to be Team Liquid. And what are they doing? All 4 so close together, literally right next to each other.
Oh, there they are.
Dead center in the map. And look at that. Yeah, could they split right now? Absolutely. But they know that at this level, why do the coin toss? Yeah, they get blessed with this circle. Now it's time to just shoot at anything that moves.
Yeah, and my only interesting point is kind of what does NRG choose to do? Because you just kind of kowtowed to Influence Rage on the north side. Are you going to have to do the same thing again? Or are you going to go into Cruz? And oh, wait a second. Oh, not like this, please. Don't do Spec like this.
Well, Spec's on top of the church. He is looking around. Oh, he's so wide in the open.
Man.
Chief is just waiting. And now, they 1-2-3'd him. They 1-2-3'd him. Yeah, so you could see Team Liquid. What they did was they all spotted him and they said 1, 2, 3, shoot. And barely missed him. And I guarantee you, if they got that knock, he was getting thirsted.
Oh yeah,
100%.
No. He's on the roof. I mean, he almost fell off the church onto their sort of sight line. So thankfully for him, they weren't able to connect too many shots. But that kind of goes back to game 1. I'm kind of just wondering, if he had an M4 there, maybe he hits those shots. That is the prime gun that all competitive players use for those types of sprays. It's just a matter if you find it. These teams, I was talking about it earlier, Influence Rage now aggressing onto the NRG squad once again.
Oh boy. Let's see how this goes down. Federal on the move. Barely making it downhill. His vehicle got beat up in the process. Trying to gain a little bit of momentum. Okay, now they're starting to head that way. Spec is at the church by himself. And it's one of those positions that, you have a high sight line, but the risk of getting pulled up on is so high. So we'll see what happens. This little boy gets a nice shot, but Deathwolf's right there to step on him.
Yeah, they had an opening knock on the law on the outside, and they're like, hey, we're just going to completely ditch the city sort of compound we had for free. Let's just go for the elimination points. Team Queso, though, they were able to hear this sort of aggression going on, now pulling up themselves. This is one of those sleeper teams, Jukes, in that middle of the pack, a little bit of a more quiet start to week 1. I'm interested to see if Team Queso can start putting things together.
Let's see if they can. Silence looking to get loud here with those nades. He's starting to throw them down range. But after that, he's going to back off because NRG is in the mix here. Oh, now Royals of War getting punished. Tonka goes down. Colgoat is in the smoke on the run as iNCO, All Glory Gaming just waiting for him. Royals of War getting picked apart.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's just you're in this ditch. iNCO has those sort of nade ranges from the other side of the road. It's all just a matter of waiting the smokes out. At some point, you are going to run out of that backpack utility. It's more just if AGG maybe oversteps a bit, missing the run over, you can't be worrying about this player too much because iNCO Gaming might just peek over and shoot you.
Yes, they can. Let's see what happens. We're seeing teams get eliminated like crazy. Now there's 10 squads remaining. Vicdex getting caught from the edge. Yeah, not much he could do for the rest of his squad. Eragod's on the way by this rock, getting shot by iNCO, man. And he is not leaving that rock alive.
Yeah, I mean, AGG will spot him eventually. iNCO Gaming's holding down the other side. And the issue is he has the bus, but you can shoot underneath it, especially if you're at that sort of eye level. It's only a matter of time. And yeah, there he goes. Unfortunately, Royals of War, they had a decent spot. Maybe just got there a little bit too early, allowing other teams to rotate around you. But the zone shift's about to happen any second. And it goes right up to NRG. Unfortunately, there's still a lot of squads around them to deal with.
Yeah, there's a lot of squads, but that's also a lot of opportunity, right? I mean, this could be your big chance to put up some big points. Do not squander it. You don't get zones like this very often. So All Glory Gaming, iNCO Gaming are going to be outside of the circle. Those are the two teams that are going to need to push in from here. Team Liquid, the top team in the lobby. No eliminations yet, and they don't mind it. They're all about that positioning, baby. They are holding it down in that compound right there, just waiting for the zone to come to them.
Yeah, same thing as game 1. Even if the zone shifts off them after this, they have a prime enough real estate position, they can work into the next zone. I'm not too worried about that squad whatsoever. I'm more worried about for the other teams, if you allow them to kind of keep that 4-man up, what kind of havoc they can reap on the lobby. But Team Queso now looks like they're actually down to a solo from this early aggression, trying to third-party that fight early on. And NRG, unfortunately, they lost another player early on, down to just 3. No eliminations from the squad.
Oh, boy. Let's see what happens here. As Cardi C goes down in a close quarters fight with SLR. Maybe this could be a little bit of that life SLR has been waiting to breathe into here, since that's 4 eliminations, 3 players up. White Eldigi's down, but what can they do as a 3-man?
Yeah, I mean, they
need every point they can get.
Yeah, they have a nice spot in zone. My only issue is influence rages across the road. If Team Liquid turns their eyes on you, they're across the street. You're looking at maybe even 11, 12 players shooting your vehicle. So it's going to be a matter of if they can actually make it into this next zone shift, or if they're going to get stuck in the city.
Man, Team Liquid a problem in these buildings. Ayala getting some nice knocks with that mini, getting some confirmations as well. So, almost got the confirmation, but wasn't able to. So you can see Team Liquid just playing keep away. There's J7 against Potro, able to get the finish. So that is Team Queso eliminated. NRG starting to wake up. Fate is done for in this match. But there's still 3 remaining players, all split once again.
Yeah, and I'd been told that from the squad NRG, they actually like having J7 make a few calls as well. Another experienced player, maybe making some late game IGL calls. With Fate, though, I'm really wanting to see this sort of positioning come through for NRG a lot tighter, because at some point, Fate's got to open up that map and say, hey, we're allowing way too many things to go down. We're just soloing, ISOing ourselves out. And in these late zones, everyone's going to be gunning for that first knock.
They're the only team right now that is playing as 3 solos.
Jeez.
That is it. Every other team is playing together, making pushes together, or holding a position together. They're the only ones that are just by themselves, just trying to make plays solo. And that used to work so well.
Yeah.
Back in, season 2, season 3. But the meta has changed to where if a team realizes that you're that split, they're setting the whole squad against you.
Yeah, and we're seeing squads make moves right now. 9Z, this is a team that Dave thought was going to really pop off on that day 5. Unfortunately, wasn't the case. Now they're getting aggressed on by iNCO. They're getting pushed up by Entity 7 of all teams, really gatekeeping you. And now we're seeing it. the teams that make those splits late in the game, Team Liquid starting to accumulate a lot of this zone.
Oh, yes, they
man.
are. There's Ayala with that mini. It's just, that's the weapon to have here in Miramar. They are putting in work, and you can see him instantly just getting that quick point. Say, all right, back to home base.
Yeah. Oh, wait. A little bit of a
never
taxi
mind.
trip.
You need some loot, buddy? I got you. I got some right over here.
I think they're going to look to 2-2 split it. They know that iNCO Gaming's down to a trio, so if iNCO Gaming pulls up, someone's going to be driving the vehicle. It's a matter if he can get those shots down when they start pulling up. And this is the team, I mean, full level 3 gear. None of it's even touched, Juke. So you're knowing that they were just sitting in those buildings, only taking shots when someone's not looking at them.
They feel so untouched right now. That is for sure. They're feeling very good. On top of the leaderboards by a massive lead. The next team alive next to them is, I think, over 100 points behind. So they can just have their way with the lobby. Yeah, 2-2 splitting here. That just shows confidence. When you are... Because normally I don't think they would have made this play. And you can see them getting punished for it right now. Mythic's going to try to hold it down by himself, though. Maybe he's trying to get some more points. And, oh, wow. Look at that. I mean, wow. Now, all the way from downtown, the assist. And Mythic getting that confirmation. He wants that MVP. That's what it is.
Yeah, the scary thing, I really feel bad for iNCO because an AGG player actually drove in and shot one of the iNCO players on the push. Thankfully for them, they were able to get the trade, but Team Liquid really kind of getting a bone thrown to him unless Nenabete just beams you with the mini. Now he's having to make the run in, but if you're Team Liquid, you already got someone on the move to support you. Great play out of the squad, and for iNCO, I like the idea. It's just you're never expecting a solo to stop and shoot you.
I mean, it's just Team Liquid. They're just having fun. Literally, you can just see the play style. They're playing so loose. If they were really wanted this bad, they would have set the whole team way earlier. But instead, they're just having fun with it. Yeah, the next team is Influence Rage, and that is a, what is that, 127-point difference?
Wow.
That is insane. SLR, a good solid 250 points away. And they're starting to put in the work on Influence Rage. Here they go, busting out the mollies. Ferral barely able to hang on there. He's going to start throwing some smokes just to try to maybe make things a little bit more difficult for SLR. Who's going to win this battle? This is all the way on the north side. Oh, beautiful pre-fire. Predicted. Calculated play there from Ferral.
Yeah, I mean, 2v2 situation now. INF does not have any sort of eliminations, but outplay of the century. Little window angle peek. I mean, for the most part, 1v2 doesn't matter. Amazing stuff out of the squad.
Brutal.
Pre-fires, window hops, 2v1s. I mean, it's just textbook plays. And I was going to say, I'm liking SLR spot with their early eliminations. They're already warmed up, but unfortunately making the oversteps. Now 9Z taking the fight with Entity 7 with NRG looking down on
There you go. 9Z collecting some free points down there. Very, very nice. Now they're going to have to battle against NRG. NRG on the edge of the zone. They got to start pushing here. They have 40 seconds on the clock. They have the man advantage. They need to just push, secure this location, and get into zone.
Yeah, the problem is J7's too far split. I don't know if they're able to keep track of 9Z being a solo, and I mean, we're taking pod shots across the zone. We gotta be looking in. We gotta start going in.
Oh, that's one of the worst things you could do is you don't want to bring any attention to yourself when you're so far out of zone.
Yeah.
You know, like you're just telling everybody, hey, shoot over here. There's no way I'm going to get in zone. Now, J7 has a good position, but if the rest of the team was here, they could put in some work. But by himself, he's going to have to be careful.
Yeah, Influence Rage, I mean, they could run up the hill and possibly fight J7. We're looking at, I believe one of the NRG players was maybe thinking of challenging Ayala on that center zone. But if you're the squad, I know you got 4 eliminations and stuff like that, but you really got to keep playing textbook level PUBG Mobile, or else you're going to start falling apart.
It's back. Get to your team.
Get in there.
Get in there.
Drive.
Come on. Get to the squad. Survive. There goes Diego on the drive. Getting knocked out by J7. Beautiful shots. Federal is stuck, and they know it. So, yeah, if Spec is able to make it to their team, they will have a 3-man, very well set up. Federal should not even be able to make it into this next zone.
Yeah, I mean, he maybe has a bit of breathing room, but as soon as that zone closes, you really expect NRG to kind of just drive down as a duo. Maybe J7 overwatches and get that early elimination, because if you get this elimination onto the player right now, you'd have this full western side you'd be able to wrap around. But every second you give, it allows Team Liquid to set themselves up. And I mean, for the most part, they control 90% of the zone right now.
I think Team Liquid's just having fun at this point. They're not even stressed in it. They're like, yeah, we did enough for this game. We're going to continue to be in first place. So, yeah, you can see them start to keep an eye on Simple. Simple goes out, so now they have the entire south side to themselves. NRG is waiting so long to just take out Federal that, yeah, it is letting Team Liquid have fun with this. They can't afford even a single knock, and it does not happen. So, J7 gets that elimination, and now Spec, again, sending it off by his lonesome. He's going to start trying to get a little bit of intel for his squad. But NRG, I think, just too split for comfort. They're going to have to hit some shots. They can win this, even as a split, but they have to get some crucial knocks.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is just Team Liquid already holds that sort of crown position in the middle, Sis stage 8. So as soon as this closes, even if you have these off angles, as long as Ayala doesn't get knocked, you're going to have trouble as soon as that blue zone starts touching your back. So NRG, definitely the ones on the back foot. With it being a 3v3, though, it's going to come down to who hits those shots and who's able to get the knocks.
I mean, if the whole team was there with J7, they could just push down together, you know?
Yeah.
Spec on this off angle was crazy. It's a little bit tough. There goes J7 with some shots onto Chief with the 3x, but I think Chief did... Oh, look at the ammo.
Oh,
13.
man.
13, 5.56 round. That is gotta hurt. He needs some support. The squad is gonna have to group up here because with what he has left in the bank, he's gonna have to get into some CQC action.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, as soon as you said that, I was thinking,
set up?
He's got it set up, but the issue is the setup really worth anything? If J7's got no ammo, I'd honestly want to make the play onto Ayala, and maybe Spec's doing that right now, but all these, I mean, we're kind of looking for the information game, and Team Liquid's just vibing. They're watching you kind of look like chickens with your head cut off or stuff like that. Maybe there's an idea of the mastermind behind it for NRG, but I mean, we see it right now. I'm loving Team Liquid spot a lot more than NRG's right now.
Yeah, I mean, if NRG had that vehicle and they were able to crest that hill, they could try to push and do a little bit of a 1v1 or a 3v1, and then they'll be just in a big advantage. It's just going to be hard to pull off, though, because Team Liquid are so good, and they are just keeping an eye on every single position. If they even see a slight move, they're going to take shots. And look at that. Ayala, the trigger discipline, right? He is just trying to give NRG a little bit of false confidence, hoping that they peek out. And then he's going to take those shots. But Milaz is now going to push down the buggy. This is what I was talking about. The whole team can push. Whoa, going down the middle. Very interesting.
Yeah, but
that could work out.
It's just him, and Chief's got the low angle. Ayala kept one frag grenade. He's going to be the main focus, and it doesn't matter if you're in zone, Jigs, if you're just going to get knocked. Now it's down to just J7 and Spec, and look at this. Team Liquid doesn't have to move a single step, still holding the spots they had in the last zone. NRG now forced to start hitting shots.
Yeah, you can just see the cohesion, right? I mean, Team Liquid are just set up, working together. NRG looking like they're kind of playing like 3 solos, you know?
Yeah.
Every single one with different ideas, trying to make something happen by themselves. And it's so hard to beat a team that is just focusing and playing as a unit. Now you got Cardozo leading the way, but even then, he's not going to risk it. He throws a molly, burns Spec. He's going to start peeking now, pre-fire a little bit.
Oh!
And, he says, you know what? I'll just win this game by myself. Don't even worry, guys. Easy chicken dinner there for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, they wrap around the zone. They keep Ayala right in the middle. And for the most part, Chief just hits the first opening knock onto the NRG squad. So really just shows the level of confidence that this team has as a team, even as a 3-man. Now, you know it's a 3v3 situation at the end, but this squad is just levels above everyone else.
Oh, just too good. Too good. Taylor, right? Team Liquid really needed to win that game.
Yeah, they needed it desperately. Without that, they probably wouldn't be in first place. They could have dropped down to 5. No, really, Team Liquid, their composure is unreal. They're sitting in that final zone. Even before they were in the 1v1 against NRG Galaxy, you could tell how comfortable they felt in the position that they were in. They really weren't too concerned with anything that was going around them. They're calm and composed, which is total opposite of what NRG Galaxy was, I feel. They were trying to open doors that didn't necessarily need to be open. You kind of questioned those pop shots from a distance onto one of the Team Liquid members, I believe Mythic at the time. where Team Liquid, they're out, or excuse me, they're already in zone. Energy Galaxy needs to get into zone, but they're still doing those pop shots that aren't going to amount to anything. Ultimately, J7 runs out of ammunition, right? It gets down to like 16 bullets. It's just mistakes like that that don't make sense to me. And then also Malaz pushing with the car to center zone, and then pauses and runs back and forth literally between Team Liquid members. It just comes to show to me that I don't think Energy Galaxy really knows and understands certain positions where they're currently at. So like if they're in that final zone 1v1, it's like, do they really have a game plan? Is there communication taking place? Is the IGL really directing the troops? But I do take a step back. Second place is still something to be celebrated, and 6 eliminations is very solid. Going all the way to the beginning, though, Enigma, we had these third parties taking place, man. It was Titan Gaming, Alpha7, then FURIA rolls up, and then SLR finishes off FURIA. Walk me through that series of events.
Hey, I mean, for the most part, it looked like maybe just a contest for the compound or the vehicle, and then it turned to a 4v4, and then FURIA almost butchered the 4v2 onto Alpha7.
Right? Almost.
And then afterwards, what I really enjoy is that the last two teams, FURIA and SLR, they look like they played that textbook perfection. FURIA, they did the homework. They knew where that fighting would happen. They came in for it. SLR, though, already thinking that as well, choosing to just hop around the whole entire compound, being able to get 2 opening knocks, and for them, being able to pick up early eliminations. Now, unfortunately, though, I know, Chicks, we saw it on stream. I need to ask you again, what the heck happened at that fight by the church? Influence, Rage, SLR, 3v2, and they just absolutely butcher it.
They're just better. They're just better. What can I say, right? I mean, I think SLR is kind of in the same boat. They're just kind of playing as solos rather than really playing as a unit. And that's a hard thing to get a hold of, you know, and hopefully they get it, you know, in this tournament. But just hopefully sooner rather than later, right?
Yeah, there's that Malaz. But like you push, and then you put yourself between Chief and Ayala. Like, it just didn't make sense to me. Like, I know he wants to get positioning, but like, did he really know what positioning he wanted Cardozen though? And that play was just like, oh my lord. Whether it's Alpha7 or Team Liquid, I mean, they really are in a league of their own. Like, and that's apparent in multiple fights and positioning as well. All Glory Gaming though, down there in 8th place. Shout out to them for 10 points as a whole, 9 eliminations. I mean, you talk about a stellar game. SLR, despite maybe some mistakes, still pick up 6 elims, getting a total of 8 points. And iNCO Gaming also a team that we pointed out like could potentially do very well alongside that of Royals of War, who don't, but iNCO Gaming still walking away with 7. So, you know, you can make the argument that teams that we've been talking about are doing fairly well and still consistently getting enough points. But again, that Team Liquid, I mean, Alpha7, like, they're just in a league of their own and doing good jobs. I mean, for goodness sakes, 15th place for Alpha7, but still picking up 5 points, right? I mean, that's, you know, Hot Chicks, we talk about it, like 5 points is still better than a lot of other teams are doing in higher placings.
Yeah, and even Royals of War is trying to catch these guys. I mean, when you put a 1-point game up and Alpha7 goes out early, right? And they still put up 5, then that kind of negates that last game that you did. So it's just crazy to see. I mean, look at the leaderboards. It's just getting crazy.
And for the first time, we don't have any movers 1 through 8, right? Everything stays the same, minus the points, obviously. You know, some teams increasing, but the placements themselves will stay put where they currently are. At point spread, though, from 3rd place down to 5th, still very, very close, and even closer from 6th to 8th. So definitely some moving around to be done in the remaining 4 games. 1st and 2nd stays the same. We take a look at 9 through 16. However, do we have any movers on this page? We don't.
None.
So game number 2 doesn't change anything on the overall rankings. Game 3 might be a different story, but still a fun game to watch nonetheless. But it does raise a lot of questions. And one team we didn't talk about, Hot Chicks and Hyper, trying to hold iNCO in blue, they lose miserably. In Hyper, what could they have done better in that position against iNCO?
You just avoid that fight, baby.
Completely.
You don't even take it. Yeah, you just avoid it. I mean, there's a big understanding of, like, there's a higher level of understanding from these top squads, you know?
Right.
And especially as you get towards the global championships, there's teams that realize it's just not worth fighting. It really isn't. Like, they will make a handshake agreement. Literally, they'll look at each other and be like, yeah, why are we fighting right now?
Right.
Even if I win and take you out without anybody, I'm going to go out immediately after. Like, hey, let's work together to get into zone. Even if they both teams focus on the edge teams together as an 8-man, get into zone, and then fight each other. It makes sense, right? So it's not teaming, it's just smart. You got to do what you got to do to win.
You know, great example is Team Liquid in that final zone, you know, just playing cool, calm, and collected, not firing shots, good trigger discipline. Sometimes not taking the fight is the best fight to take. In that moment, in Hyper, unfortunately, just too aggressive, took the engagement on iNCO, and ultimately ended up paying the price for it. 4 more games to go, 2 are down. Erangel and Miramar have been played. We will revisit those maps. In fact, we're going to be hopping into map number 3. We're going back to Erangel, where Royals of War started off very strong with 8 eliminations and the winner chicken dinner. Will we get a repeat of that? We'll find out when we come back from the break.
Hello everybody, I'm White Allergy. I'm from SLR and we are here to ready start the second week. Let's cheer for us. Thank you guys.
Who will be the champion of PMSL Americas?
PMSL, Alpha7. Alpha7. Alpha7.
Who will be the 4 teams that qualify to the PMWC?
Alpha7, 泰坦 in 我们
I'm probably going to say Alpha7, Titan Gaming, and maybe Team Liquid, and us.
Alpha7, Team League, NHP, Influence.
Who will be the best NA team?
NHP, 因为他们是受邀队伍，代表他们是一个很有经验的队伍。
So he said it's probably going to be NHP because he thinks they are the partner team. That means they are very experienced and have a lot of in-game knowledge. Personally, I think it will be Titan Gaming because they have proven themselves through the American qualifier in North America region. They went in the phase 1 and phase 2 back-to-back with a huge gap of the second place.
And Hyper? And Hyper.
Who will be the best LATAM team?
TQ.
I think it will be All Glory Gaming because they have super powerful gun skills. I like that team a lot.
TQ 吗 TQ?
TQ.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America's spring season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. 2 maps down, hopping into our map number 3. It's Erangel. We go back to where we started with Rules of War, dominating the competition with 8 eliminations and a winner-winner chicken dinner, but not far behind were the usual suspects, Team Liquid and Alpha7. Some more conversation on Erangel, which we're hopping into shortly. I want to focus now the conversation to utility usage and how well the top teams of Team Liquid and Alpha7 put themselves above the rest as far as I'm concerned. Enigma, we go back to this conversation of the initial. It's Titan Gaming, right, going against Alpha7. Alpha7, instead of egoing the fights and pushing forward onto Titan Gaming and trying to win that, mano-a-mano, gun versus gun, they utilize their nades and utility so well to the point it's now low risk, high reward, and dismantle Titan Gaming with nades alone.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's just a chain of events. You get the opening knock with the frag grenade because your team has spread around the compound. You're forcing that sort of Titan Gaming squad to hold these small angles, and then as soon as they got the opening knock, they wrap around, they get the knock on the Juancho, trying to salvage the situation. And at that point, we're talking Alpha7 in a 4v2 position, them inside a compound. No one's going to really be winning that fight.
Well, the only one who ended up winning it ultimately was SLR, right, with the third party ultimately. But man, at one point I thought Alpha7 was going to win that despite the 4v2. FURIA with the 4, Alpha7 with the 2. Hot Jukes, that was another moment where I was like, here we go. This is going to be moment number 4 throughout the 6 days where Alpha7 is in a losing position and still somehow win.
This is just getting stupid, to be honest. Like, it's just ridiculous. These guys refuse to go down. Like, if you see it, you have to take them all out on the first push. Otherwise, you're losing players. That's so crazy. I mean, FURIA should have not even lost a single player and won that. But, Carrillo, these guys making crazy shotgun plays. It's those little micro plays that just change the entire dynamic of this game. So, I don't know. I think if you realize if they're Alpha7, you have to almost turn up the aggression. But how do you do that when you lose games like that, or when you make it close? It's right. So scary. Every single team that realizes it's them at this point going forward, they're going to hesitate. And that hesitation only makes things harder.
And we're seeing that hesitation, Enigma. We're seeing that hesitation quite a bit. We go back again to the in-game Energy Galaxy versus, at certain point, Influence Rage. Federal still staying alive, but then ultimately Team Liquid. I feel like, specifically for our NA teams, Energy Galaxy, maybe in Hyper, you could throw Titan Gaming into the mix there. I do think if they could just let go of those preconceived notions of we're going against Alpha7 or Team Liquid, or be bold at certain points, who's been doing very well today, let go of that and just view them as their opponents, and they don't care who they go against. I think they can reach another level. I really do think the fear-mongering of, these teams that we're going against are so good, we have to be very cautious how we play them, and they let all that go, release the chains, they can reach another level. But maybe I'm wrong, Enigma.
No, I think you're completely right. You're completely right in that regard, because these teams, I mean, for the most part, we're talking you're in a vague elimination feed where you don't know that's the team maybe until the very end if you have someone hawking it. So NRG, they needed to make that push early on. We saw it. If they made that push maybe 10 seconds earlier, they could have had that position where Team Liquid is at. They could have made that aggression. Unfortunately, maybe just a lack of confidence from individual players.
I think it is that lack of confidence, Hot Jukes. Honestly, they're here for a reason. They've got the gun skill. Sure. They've got the utilization. I really do think confidence at this point is playing a major factor in why some teams just aren't performing well.
They need some of that Bugs Bunny secret stuff at this point. You know what I'm saying? They need to go to the locker room. I mean, I was hoping the Brazilian steak would have been that for NRG. But it wasn't, I mean, maybe it was, right? I mean, they did get second place. So let's think on the silver lining side, right?
That's silver lining
side. Yeah, I mean, great game, good momentum, right?
Right.
And the reason why we're being so critical on NRG is because of if this happened on a double points day, it would have been just a dagger in the heart, right? So we want to see them level up. I will try to give them the benefit of the doubt since this is that Wednesday, right? All right. We're seeing progress. Great. Let's continue to see that. Let's just continue to see that work going up, and we'll see that confidence build. As much as I would like to see that kind of happen in a Thanos snap, right? Just all of a sudden, boom, they're just going to go ahead and take on everybody. sometimes it just takes a little step-by-step, baby steps, right?
Yeah, it's a process. You know, it takes time. It doesn't happen from game to game. That's the realistic thing about it. Sometimes it can take an entire season. We might be at that point. But I do still hold faith that from game to game, we see this magical, like, whoa, here they are. This is the team we were hoping to see.
All right.
That very rarely happens. After all, we're not living in a movie. We're living in reality, and the reality is Team Liquid Alpha7 are absolutely the most dominant team. Well, we had 2 days off, and we heard from a couple of teams what they ended up doing. Oh, we're starting on. Hey, I'm ready for this.
Okay.
Hey, this is even better than an interview. We'll save that interview later about barbecue and haircuts and all that good stuff. Hey, chat, by the way, for all of you out there, the PMSL pass is active today to the 30th of June, and there's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and link. Redeem that code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Here we go, map number 3. We're going into Erangel, baby. Without further ado, Hot Jukes Enigma, take it away.
Let's get it. Here we go. I mean, yeah, I would like to see that instant snap, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great? But I think Taylor was right? Sometimes it does take, actually a lot of times, it takes a team an entire season, right? To really kind of get things going. And, you know, maybe Entity 7, maybe it takes 2 seasons. You know what I'm saying? It happens.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, but, you know, you and I both wish it didn't need to happen. And maybe just like 1 week sort of thing is the thing. And hey, who knows? I mean, it looks like they're performing pretty well. They had that top 5 in game 1. Game 2, obviously, they finished second. Unfortunately, you know, we are very critical in seeing individual mistakes, especially when you're on camera and stuff like that, like we've been seeing lately. But I mean, hey, if you're on camera, that means you're having some sort of action. And I mean, something's better than nothing in these games.
You know what I will say, though? Something that really just grinds my gears, Enigma.
What is it? Come on.
Is teams that realize, like, you have to have a head on your shoulders at some point, right? You gotta realize, hey, guys, this ain't our season. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, we just don't have what it takes right now. So then guess what? Let's do something different, right? Let's try something else. Like, let's use this as the ultimate form of a training arc.
Yeah.
Right? Because it really is. Like, you can't get this level of training in scrims.
No, you can't
get that experience. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, hey, all right, guys, our entire gameplay is not working. Everything we did to get up to this point, it's not going to cut it. We need to level up. We need a time skip, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do different, right? How do you utilize that training arc? I'll tell you how you don't. You keep doing the same thing.
Yeah, you can't.
Right?
You can't be, I mean, a broken record only plays the same thing, you know? And SLR, stuff like that, we're seeing kind of, you know, a few, like, glimpses, but this isn't a 3-day event. This is 15 plus days of competition, 90 games. Even if you have one solid day, we're seeing a lot of the teams on the leaderboard, especially in that bottom 8, like Hyper, Titan Gaming, NRG, they have one solid day, but the other 4 days are pretty trash in my eyes. That's why the likes of Alpha7, like Team Liquid, like you said at the start of the broadcast, Jukes, they have a solid bonus points day, and then every other day they do tremendously well.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that's the thing, is the consistency, right? Like, Team Liquid Alpha7, you could just tell the difference, right? It's just a massive difference from the rest. You know, Roles of War, all the way down to, I'll say, Influence Rage, right?
Yeah, okay.
They're one step below, you know?
Yeah.
They're one step below where it's like, all right, you know what? Just a couple little tweaks, and they're there, you know? I would say FURIA on down, probably some major tweaks need to happen.
Yeah.
You know, like, hey, let's do something totally different. Let's utilize this time to put in work. I mean, the hard part about it is even FURIA on down, they could still make 3rd place, right?
Yeah.
So you got to still play the same game. And Hyper on down, oh, that's some changes need to be made for sure, unless it's your double points day. If it's your double points day, do everything you can to go all out. Find something that works, right?
Yeah, I mean, Hyper, they've got roughly a 25-point gap, if I'm reading this correctly. And then we're looking at NRG, that next drop off, 13th place, almost 30 points back from 12th. So these teams right down at the bottom, unfortunately, a lot of NA names we're seeing and stuff like that, a few Latam and Brazilian teams. It's just, at some point, you've really got to start having a realization of, like, what are we doing here, guys? Like, let's lock in. Let's start getting the coach in there. Obviously, Titan Gaming has Juancho and stuff like that. Now we've seen, in my eyes, a pretty good change on that first Erangel match, but it's got to be more than one game. It's got to be the whole week of change. And it's just a matter of if these teams can have that sort of marathon mindset instead of a sprint.
Yeah, even if you're a team like SLR, like if you're a team like SLR, I mean, big bummer that Kindness is not here. Right?
Yeah, that's
a big loss. Let's be honest, right?
Yeah,
but if you're SLR, you can't just hope that Kindness is going to show up. You know?
Yeah,
I know we're hoping that he's able to travel, get there, and we'll see him one day in this tournament. But I mean, if not, still, right? Utilize this time. Be like, all right, we didn't expect this to happen. We don't have our, one of our major players. But how do we get on without him, right?
Yeah.
And, okay, this crazy split looting, losing players early on, taking those risks, it's not working. Let's not risk it.
Yeah, it's
right?
not.
Let's decide to loot together. Yeah, it crushes our timing. It puts us behind. But isn't that better, to go into zone just a little later as a 4-man than as a 2-man?
Yeah, and I mean, it comes down to, I think, just their level of confidence in the game right now. It's really just lacking from them for the most part. SLR, obviously, they have Koi, who's been able to have his pop-off moments, but I think without having Kindness there, he said it the best. It's just too big of a mental blow. Maybe they're not comfortable with their sub and stuff like that, which that's another thing that we haven't really talked about much, is the direness of the team being cohesive even with a substitute. We've seen already teams like from Latam, like South America and stuff like that, where they've already changed their rosters every once in a while. And yeah, maybe it didn't work, but they're still putting up decent numbers compared to us.
Yeah, yes, they are. Oh boy. Well, you can see level 2 helmet busted up, buys into your name. SLR definitely going to have to loot up. I do like to see them looting a little bit closer together, though. This is good. If they had one single player here, that would have been rough. So you can see Juan holding this spot. Maybe just trying to catch All Glory Gaming on a rotation. But even this is not a good fight to have. This is not a good fight to have at all this early. So SLR, just keep looting and moving. This is not, yeah, I'm not too sure. What do you think about this?
I mean, I like their spot, but I don't think you've really realized it yet, Jukes. Koi is like all the way up on Potato Hill. He's not even with his team. Like, if AGG was really to kind of read the room of it, they're like, oh, they came from that north side. What's the chance that there's someone still up there? Luckily, we talked about it, giving away your position early on. Koi, I don't think is shot yet. But with it being so early on, these teams, they have a little bit of wiggle room. I'm seeing on the map feed. I'm seeing on the map feed and stuff. Like Team Liquid, no one's holding them. I'd honestly would like to see NRG maybe hit a bridge camp on Team Liquid one of these games, but for the most part, that kind of comes back to, are you confident taking a 4v4 against this team? Because if you give the opening knock, you're going to be in for a world of hurt from this team.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand, like, SLR, what they're doing right now, period. And I'm going to be up frank. And the reason why is because, like, this is zone 1. You have so much time to be able to pick your spot. Yeah, I think Potato Hill's a lot better of a position than that building. Yeah. That's for sure. Especially if the zone starts even going in this direction. Koi knows it's free, right? So the rest of the team, you need to find a way to get there, right? And you could easily cross through so many different sides. Yeah. Now you got Koi trying to find another location. I just don't understand where their mindset is.
It's just, I think maybe they're just grasping for straws at this point. They're kind of just like, let's just try this out. There's no real, like, in-depth
split. That's like,
on where do you even say that? South of farm, towards kind of shark fin, I guess you could say, almost to the west of that.
Is he expecting the zone to go down to Sosnovka? Like, I just don't even know what you're doing in that position at all.
I mean, if it does go towards farm, they have a great position, but I mean, it could also go towards Rozhok. It could go towards Mount Everest even on the north side, but for them, it does. Okay.
Never mind. I know nothing.
Yeah, we know nothing. We're just
I know nothing. I mean, that was a beautiful, beautiful rotation. And now he's leaving it to go back to his team because guess what? They're not there.
Yeah, they're not. And then you got to worry. We saw Team Queso move immediately from Pichinki Hill on the south side. We're looking at Team Liquid coming in, and Hyper's now full sending it in towards this sort of docks compound on the center spot of zone. And all these teams, I mean, it's the great migration right now going on.
Yeah, here they go. So SLR are going to hold that compound down. Team Liquid are going to take that spot. that we saw Hao Xuan hold himself, and now 9Z is pressing SLR once again. So they're gonna battle it out in this compound. Koi late to the party, right? I mean, he was coming all the way from Potato Hill, and we're gonna Dragon with a nice swing. There's a big 1v2 there. Goes for the thirst. Can he get another? Oh, if that DPS was out, that would have been huge. But he's gonna get eliminated. Koi is now just gonna try to throw a smoke and keep his team up.
Yeah, no ammo in each gun. You really hate to see it, but I mean, for the most part, it was just Koi was too far away. Huozan maybe got caught on the rotation as well, forced to kind of play the outside. And 9Z just full slamming it as a 4-man. If you're not ready, that's a free elimination. And now we're seeing another team kind of turn their eyes towards it. I really expect, yeah, here we go. 9Z is not going to stop on just those 2 eliminations.
That was a shot from Koi. I'll tell you that right there. Double knock, time to push. And let's see how they decide to do that. Koi running out the back door. Gonna be chasing down Choco. I mean, this is all Koi show at this point. I mean, Koi is by himself trying to put this team together. And with no first aids, he is forced to stay here.
It's tough. And Huozan, he's not pushing with them. Koi's in a 1v1 here, Jukes, on just little stairs here. Oh, man.
Can he do anything from this roof? A headshot. Koi can do this. Koi, all by his little lonesome, is just trying to hold SLR together here. And is he going to spot this? Oh, never mind. Jump shot comes out. Simple cannot hit the shotty. No way.
I mean, it's 1v1, but he hasn't healed yet. No first aids on him either, Juke. So Huozan forcing this 1v1. But you just saw your teammate get kind of fade-awayed with a pump shotgun. You're kind of really hoping not to push Huozan, though. He's now going for it. He heard him move back. Koi's got to be given all this information, and they got to be doing this fast.
Thirsts. Yep, thirst it. Oh! He runs! He survived? Wow. No way!
I think that was Furia.
For how long?
I think that was Furia third party.
That's what happens. That is what happens. The longer this fight goes, the third parties are coming.
Oh, man. And the zone shift, Jukes, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but Team Liquid, they're center zone right now.
Dude, imagine if all of SLR committed to that position. Yeah. You know? They would have had to defend it against Team Liquid, but Team Liquid wouldn't have been able to drive up for free. Yeah. You know?
They would have been stuck at those 1 stories on the west. We could see the map, but SLR, though, the fight's just about to be ending. 9Z, 1 HP. Huozan, he's forcing the sort of fight, but you got to get in the building. You're giving him a little bit too much wiggle room to maybe rat you out the pump.
Huozan, let's see what he could do against Simple. Is he going to go for the res on Koi? No way.
Wow.
No way.
1 frag.
No way. Simple. Oh, I thought he was going to pull it off. He waits. And Koi is going to get the res. Or he's going to get res. For how long? Oh, no, he doesn't. He canceled it.
Oh, no. That's a butcher right there. You never want to be doing that in a fight. Thankfully for them, Furia hasn't made the move just yet, but Simple, he got a first aid. Now he's fully healed. It's just a matter if he can hit the 1 pump. And he's got the 3 gear, but he's actually taking the fight to the SLR solo. Now just pre-fires, but someone's got to win it in the jump shot. SLR wins it, but you could have been 2
No way. Don't do it. Don't do it.
He was about to stand up and look at him, bro.
Hey, let him know. Let him know who's better. Let him know who's better in last place. Let's see. Juancho getting beat up. That is going to be a little bit tough. Trying to get the heal off. This is right on the edge of zone. Team Liquid, they knew. They knew this was the best spot to hold. And they had the entire lay of the land. And here comes NRG. Malah's going to try. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the pickup on Spec. Man. Instead, drives around. And now they're getting bodied by not Entity 7.
That's a solo in zone. If he picks them up, 2 of them make it out, and maybe they don't recognize Fate stays there. But, I mean, the DP spray is just too deadly. Now NRG, they're on the back foot. While that was going on, too, it looks like Hyper's down to a solo on the south side. So, a lot of our NA teams, unfortunately, losing a lot of these early game fights.
Oh, yeah, NA just getting decimated right now. Titan Gaming still up. They're going to be the hope right now for North America in this game on the edge of zone. But they're going to have to hold it down against Death Wolves because Death Wolves are coming.
Big nade!
Oh, so close.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's inactive as well, being the first knock and thirst from the Death Wolves fight. Redox, they're hitting some nice damage, but unfortunately, no one going down just yet. You also got to worry about, though, with Oh, they got the solo, actually, of Hyper. So, nice play from Titan Gaming. But you got to worry about Team Liquid. You got to worry about AGG starting to move on you, because this isn't just a 3v3 fight anymore.
Yeah, if you notice that AGG is on the lookout, just delay the fight. At this point, both these teams need to focus on AGG.
Yeah.
Wait it out. Because, you know, if you fight, you're getting thirsted. Oh, the zone does hard shift onto Team Liquid away from AGG, but it's not necessarily a hard shift. It's dead center. Alpha7 and Team Liquid, the two top teams, looking very good. Deathwolves now starting to get this battle going against Titan Gaming, and they definitely need to.
Yeah, and the scary thing is just there's a lot of water in play, and for the most part, if you choose to play on the land, it's mostly just flat ground, or else you're going to be playing right underneath both of the top two teams in the lobby. So Titan Gaming, they got to not only worry about this fight with Deathwolves, with the fight with AGG, they somehow got to still get into the next zone.
And let's see how they decide to do so. If you're Titan Gaming, you either have to push Deathwolves or push Deathwolves. You have no choice at this point, literally. Yeah, you run out in the open, Team Liquid's going to pick you apart.
Oh, and look at this. Since they're fighting, they couldn't even take the spot in zone. They were holding for FURIA, opting to go in, but Influence Rage, little boy. I think, is he going to low toss that? Oh, man, if he didn't get that stuck. Oh, here we go.
High low toss.
Here we go. Oh.
Jingle Bells, try to get the bounce. Can't do it. Little boy is still holding that rock position. He's got that S12K ready to go. He's saying, hey, don't you even think about crossing this way. Melgar is making it more difficult from All Glory Gaming. Never mind, Adrian. Yeah, down to 1 HP. Barely getting that elimination. That's Influence Rage out.
Yeah, the big thing was he waited for his teammate to get healed. Kayowski ran up and peeked over the top. So that idea of the two teams, or the two players kind of peeking at the same time, reaping rewards. FURIA, though, now they're starting to get rained down. AGG actually opted to go down the roadside and focus on FURIA. It's a matter of Kayowski's able to give support or not here.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Is All Glory Gaming going to be throwing those long nades? The door's open now for Titan Gaming to push in this area. They can. Team Liquid does no longer has the open sight lines as they once did.
Yeah, and I mean,
due to all the action that's happening, and you can see Pedrino looking to be a thorn in the side of so many players. Got to give it up to Melgar. 5 eliminations so far by himself. His man's putting in work.
Yeah, I mean, 8 for the squad, and this team, I mean, they're able to find these spots in zone. Hopefully, they're able to keep the vehicles alive. That's kind of going to be your saving grace into this next zone. I know just to the west of Team Liquid, there's a few dips you can maybe play, but we've seen it time and time again with these Brazilian squads, Jukes. The utility usage is on point. So you're wanting to make sure that if you get into one of those kind of nook and cranny spots, that you're not going to be just rained down from the Goliaths.
All right. Well, Deathwolves decided to push it to the water, so they avoided the fight with Titan Gaming.
Wow.
And now Titan Gaming has a route inwards, but now the eyes are focused on them. Ayala has shifted his way to this area, and he's going to be popping some shots right at door, and bop, 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 goodbye.
Thank you. I mean, that wasn't even Ayala getting. That's 2 players scoping you down. You're never making it. I do love the play from Deathwolves, though. They opted, we're just going to swim. No one's even looking at him. Yeah, and now with Titan Gaming, obviously Juancho and Redox made it in, but if you're a duo in this spot, you're forced to use the vehicle. You're only going to have 1 gun shooting at this point. Is it really even worth to be in the spot?
Nah, they had no choice. They really did, unless they decided to go for a water play. And the next zone does pop. Yeah, it centers up even further. Team Liquid now doing a very, very bold split, but they have so much coverage on this ridge line, and it's all open field, so they can afford to do this split. Meanwhile, let's see. Deathwolves! Sneaky, found a way on up. And now Team Liquid in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh, yeah, that's a
lot of trouble.
This is an amazing play from Deathwolves. A little bit of Kobe's coming out, too. A little bit too far, but Deathwolves, they made the swim play. They were able to get up, and now FURIA, I think, has recognized that, starting to peak from their side. Mythic's in for a world of hurt right here.
Oh, done. Yeah, so that 2-2, even then, even if you're Team Liquid, right, these splits could still cost you.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this. No support either. Chief is just way too far. I think they were trying to accumulate as many points as possible. Maybe they thought people would make those kind of do or die sends into the water, but everyone decided to just swim it.
That split was so good, considering that This is all open area.
Yeah.
It would have worked, but they just did not expect Death Wolves to be able to get up from that position. Well, I'll tell you what, they learned that one right there. I think a lot of teams are going to pick up that strategy because that was a strong play from Death Wolves.
Yeah, and the scary thing is Team Queso, while that was going on, they hold those north compounds. That dip I was talking about, this is where they're at. They allowed another team to come in, take the spots with their vehicles, and then just absolutely rain terror with the frag. So really like the idea from Team Queso, getting more cover out of other teams' vehicles. And now we're starting to see these other teams like FURIA, they got to start working in the zone. This ridge is not going to be enough for you to play.
No, it is not. Let's see what Team Queso can do. They're forced to play these little dips right here. This is so little coverage. And yeah, you need some vehicle walls.
That's
you need
a lot.
whole lot to make this work. Yeah, and they're barely able to do so. You can see Potro looking at that crate coming down, just wishing it was falling on him, but it is not. You go. Gonna take down Ayala right there for Team Liquid. That's that Thirst finally popping up. 375 points on the name of Team Liquid. That is insane. They're not out yet. Chief started to put in some work against Carrillo. Gets that initial knock. And there's still quite a few teams still alive here. Melaz decided to drive all the way to the other side towards Sanhok and start swimming in from that area. So Melaz, the swim play, coming out for some good placement points.
I mean, it's good for the most part. It's at least better than nothing, but we're still talking top 8 teams in the lobby. FURIA, now it's really a tough spot for them. They've got Death Wolves and Team Queso looking at them. And if you're a Team Liquid fan, you really wish that he had gotten the Thirst onto the Alpha7 player, because that's the other team in the lobby with 4 players up. It's them and Team Queso looking like they might be the ones to take this. But with it being stage 5 near the water, this is almost like a stage 7 zone. Everyone is so close together, Hot Jukes, that it's just you got to really hit the utility when it matters most.
Oh, yeah. Who can hit it? And I'll tell you what, Team Liquid and Alpha7 are on top when it comes to utility usage. Team Queso aren't in a bad spot here. They're in the open field. It's very difficult to navigate through, but they're holding it down.
Oh, look at
as
that.
a 4-man. Oh, another zone. And it's going to go away, even further away from Alpha7.
Yeah, I mean, but look, they already have Revo, the star player of Week 1, or MVP of Week 1, actually, that we were showcasing, being that kind of spearhead. The rest of his team, I'm hoping they actually make this a drive and not a walk around. Yeah, it looks like it, but Death Wolves now, they're getting active. This was the spot that they climbed up on FURIA, just kind of funneling themselves into this spot. Now Team Queso coming from the back, so FURIA in the same spot as Team Liquid 2 zones ago.
Team Queso trying to utilize this to their advantage, but I like the fact that they're not trying to make too much noise here. They know that they're not in the best spot. Silence finally able to get to his teammate, and this is barely in zone. Oh, he's going to see those. He saw Carrillo driving by, and he was trying to make those shots happen. Alpha7 working together as a squad, pushing up little by little. This is what you do, right? You don't just blind drive on into the middle and get taken out immediately. No. Pop out, push together as a team, and that's pretty much the only chance you got. Oh, but Team Queso was too close for comfort. Team Liquid's in big trouble.
Yeah, I mean, 6 frag grenades of the squad. Now he's getting beamed in the back, but he actually stays alive. Cooks it in the molly. Doing work from the Team Queso squad. Mafioso as well, getting finished on the side. Team Liquid. Oh, man, here we go. Now it's the solo, and is he going to get knocked? Not yet. Down is just Chief for the squad.
Let's see, Chief. Popping that first aid. Oh, and FURIA going to be the next team eliminated. Now we're finally going to get some placement points from here on out. Top 7 here. SLR with 1, or 3 teams with 1. Alpha7 and Team Queso going to have the most players on the board. Very, very interesting. Don't count Death Wolves out as well. Even though they have a duo, they're in a really good spot here. Yeah. It is anyone's game.
Yeah, I really like Death Wolves' spot because even though they're a duo, they're spread out enough with enough cover where I don't mind it, them playing solos. They're going for those sort of elimination plays, but you got someone like Revo staring at you, I wouldn't be too comfortable for the most part, but he might be able to spot it. It looks like he does. And for the most part, I think it's just kind of a waiting game now.
Don't shoot. Yeah, don't shoot. Just wait. Because even if you get that knock, a Thirst is going to be very difficult.
Yeah.
Just don't even try to give any info. And it's kind of crazy. There's so much chaos at this level that if you don't shoot, teams almost forget about you, even though they know they're there, right? They just like, there's so much going on. Your brain can only handle so much information coming on in. And if they don't hear shots there, the focus will switch. And if they forget about you, you have a huge opportunity to make a crazy sneaky play.
Yeah, I mean, sneaky plays are kind of the name of the game right now because this nice overhead view, thank you, the observers, for showing that there's 4 solos basically either in the water, Jukes, or just hugging you right underneath the cliff. So if you saw what happened with Team Liquid, they dropped down, everyone started shooting them immediately. And for the most part, you're not wanting to get stuck. The zone isn't going to finish in the water. It's going to be on land. And if you got to worry about even your back, kind of like what happened with game 1 for Team Liquid, I think that's why they're kind of looking at the water so much. A little bit of PTSD going on, but the zone shift goes. It goes to the right side there, Jukes. Team Queso with all the room in the world.
Hey, it's time to start focusing towards the center, buddy. You got to start swimming. There's 38 seconds on the clock. You can't be playing this edge.
Yeah, no.
Papa Blue's going to start punishing you.
Well, it might be slow enough he could go in, but the issue is
no, he can't.
When you start swimming, people are going to be able to see you a lot easier if you're near the blue zone, so.
He has to start swimming. He's not going to be able to make it. The blue zone will catch up. Trust me. Papa Blue runs in quick. He is on the thick side of the zone. That zone is going to be rushing past him. Okay, now he's starting to move, and he's starting to realize that, oh, you know what? I don't got a lot of time here. So he's starting to make that swim, but I think it's a little bit too little too late.
Yeah.
For Entity 7 there. So let's see if he's actually able to make it into the zone. What do you think? Do you think Papa Blue's going to catch him?
I think he'll make it. It's just a matter if he actually makes it in from blue zone or if maybe Death Wolf spots him in the water. I'm seeing him kind of look. I don't think so. I'm seeing him look back and forth, Jukes. I think someone's going to shoot him before he reaches it, but Team Queso now, they're starting to rain terror. Alpha7's the team that has to work in here, Jukes, and it looks like a monumental task right now for the squad.
Oh, yeah. But, you know, Alpha7, this is what they do best. They love playing under pressure. Even if it's wide out in the open, they make cover for themselves. So let's see what happens here as the zone is starting to close. Those solos putting in work. There. Oh, Potro getting caught from the back finally, but then Carrillo saves him. There, and back and forth happening. Oh, it's actually just Carrillo left for Alpha7. And he's going to start going for these reses. Those smokes perfectly placed, but one nade could rule them all.
Yeah,
M2M for 3. The back! Goodbye, Alpha7!
Wow. And I mean, for the most part, McGrillen had a knock, but 4 players just staring at you is way too much for Alpha7 to handle. Getting dismembered by the Team Queso squad. Now we see, I believe it's, Entity 7 getting eliminated as well. And if you're these teams, you're looking at how do we get 6th place? There's still so many solos left in the lobby, Jukes. Team Queso might just start picking everyone like they're berries.
Oh, they're going for it. I think they're the only team on top now. They're big chilling. All these other players forced to just kind of survive here. I mean, SLR is still even in the mix. All the way at last place, Milaz gets taken out by Rado Boy. That is going to be it. So yeah, up on top, it's just Team Queso and the Death Wolves. So you got to be careful there, Team Queso. I know you're trying to focus inwards, but you still got to worry about this team up on top.
Yeah, I'm worried about if the north player of Team Queso kind of gets spotted out. He's playing, I think, just that sort of snake angle. It's close enough in this late game where you don't de-render the grass and make it easy to spot players. These teams right now, I mean, I like the idea of looking down, but I'd honestly be focusing my sights still on the Death Wolves because if you eliminate them now, you're able to pick up the solos immediately after.
Exactly.
You don't have to worry about these kind of weird off angles getting you, but to be honest, I'm kind of wanting to see Chief take the 1v1 here. It's SLR.
I mean, I want to see Team Queso just full send it. I mean, you have to know that they're low if you're keeping any track, but sometimes, like I said, your focus can be so much. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they think there's still a 4-man up here. That's why they're being so careful. But if they did realize they're in a 4v2, they should just, focus up Death Wolves, take them out, and it's an automatic chicken dinner.
Oh, but look at this. Oh, here we go. Now we're going to see.
This is dangerous.
Oh, the spray through. Doesn't matter, but do they know there's another solo down there, Jukes? That's the question.
And it's Team Liquid, of course, right? The last remaining solo.
Oh.
It's got to be Chief. Chief on the run now. He's shimmying. He's popping some shots.
Oh.
He got a knock. No way. I'm telling you, it's dangerous. Potro. Now on the lookup. Can Chief survive? He makes it. No way.
Can he move, though?
Oh.
Oh, no.
The molly?
Throw everything.
And now he's gone.
You got to use everything on the man. But if you're Death Wolves, you got to push now on this. And oh, no. One of them fell. How are you doing that? Oh, no.
Use your claws, buddy. You're a Death Wolf. Use your claws. Howl towards the moon. Never mind. Obscure said I'm coming down with you. We are out of here. And now Self Molly, second place, secure the placement.
I mean, great play, Team Queso. They have that northern compound. Nice winner chicken dinner from them. Being able to really apply pressure with how much kind of zone space they were given from Alpha7 and Team Liquid. But, I mean, is it really a shocker for us, Jukes, at this point to say, you know, Team Liquid makes it into the top 3 yet again?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a shocker at all. It's just so crazy to see the consistency from these squads. They've been putting in work all day long, and that's something I really like to see.
Yeah, and I mean, the consistency is all about it for the most part, but we got to really be asking Taylor the question right now. Were you really thinking Team Queso was going to show up today?
Team Queso always has a chance to show up. They're a team that's been in conversation since, really, I think, day 2, right? Team Cheese.
Yeah.
They're the roster that makes things happen. Team Queso, very impressed with their performance in game number 3 on Erangel. I mean, after all, winner, chicken dinner, but also 10 eliminations, which I believe is close to the top. Actually is the top eliminations for today. So well done from them. And they did so by taking I thought, the competitive end of the final stages. Honestly, I thought Deathwolves was going to have a great opportunity at a certain point, given the fact that they took over position right before Team Liquid, but also that they had the edge of the mountain, which was kind of like the dead end of the zone. So I thought they were going to get really nice pop shots onto the teams trying to rotate in, maybe an opportunity for third parties, but Deathwolves would ultimately fall into second place. So they did at least a little bit of something, which I was happy to see. But overall, great game, I think, for a multitude of teams. Hot Jukes, a rare stat. Every single team had at least one elimination.
Let's go, right? I love to see that. Everybody putting in work, everybody sinking their teeth into the game. There's no worse feeling than going out so early, right? No eliminations and just having to sit for over half an hour and just wait in order to get your hands warm again, you know? So the fact that every single team was able to get at least one elim is a good sighting, right? I think we're starting to see some teams warm up. I think we still saw a lot of obvious mistakes, Taylor, right? That's for sure. Which one do you think really stood out to you the most?
Obvious mistakes, I think, leaving Team Liquid alive as long as they did. You got to take them down whenever you possibly can. Mythic staying alive as long as he did was actually truly impressive. But I do think there was a wasted opportunity from Deathwolves to capitalize on that back end when they were going against Team Liquid. I would like to see them maybe pursue a little bit. I don't know. Enigma, what were you thinking?
I mean, for the most part, it's just some of these plays, you know, we get to see all the angles from our side because we're the casters and stuff like that, but in their mind, I don't see it too much as too big of an error. My main error was kind of that Titan Gaming situation on the east. They let Deathwolves get all the way around them. They let AGG get into the zone. It was too much of a cluster in my eyes on that eastern part of zone.
So AGG, where did they finish off? All Glory Gaming, 8 eliminations. In my opinion, a very good game from them, capitalizing off the mistakes you said. Deathwolves, though, Self Molly dropping themselves. Let's talk about that. Smart play. Should they have fought Sadiam? What are you thinking, Hot Jukes?
Oh, man. I mean, I think they definitely should have. It's so crazy to see that regardless, right? Deathwolves putting up 14 points is a solid performance, right? We got to talk about those baby steps, right? And I mean, at the end of the day, I think they're still the team that has the most elimination performance in this tournament, right? They had 19, right? Yeah, so we know that they can pop off, right? To see them come back here on Wednesday is a great sign, right? Because now these teams, they understand what's at stake. They understand the value of the double points days. So to have, you know, all cylinders firing on Wednesday is just great.
Sure, and 15 eliminations for the day as well, which is great. You know, placement points, obviously getting first place here was the highest they've gone today. Outside of that, Team Queso finished off in 11th on map 1, and then 9th place, just missing out on map number 2. But the eliminations are still there, and that's an important note to take note of. Team Queso looking pretty solid as they typically do. We take a look at the overall rankings. Team Queso, for their good effort, will jump up a little bit, at least to 6th place, making that 4th through 6th very competitive. We're talking 268 to 252. So Team Queso, always on my watch list. Nick, I know you asked me that. So, hey, look, they're a team that I'm going to constantly be looking out for, but a bit of a shake-up. Deathwolves from their 2nd place, and they will overtake Royals of War once again. That back and forth from 3rd to 4th, it's pretty competitive.
Yeah, I'm liking that for the most part, but I'm really wanting to see iNCO Gaming start to get involved with that. I don't want there to be a gap between 4th place and 5th place. It's starting to kind of form 3rd place as well. We're talking roughly 20 points between them and iNCO Gaming. And unfortunately, FURIA, Influence, Rage, they get bumped down after that Team Queso performance. So these teams, even though it's the normal day, there's no bonus points and stuff like that going on, I'm wanting to have them see games like games from All Glory Gaming. 8 eliminations, even with 0 placements, I'd be taking that any day of the week.
Oh, watch out. 9 through 16 gets a bit of a shakeup for the first time, I believe, in 4 games, if I'm not mistaken. SLR will move up a spot. E7 will drop down. Still, only 1 point will separate the two, and then a bit of a gap before they start hopping up above Titan Gaming and ultimately NRG Galaxy. The drop-off is actually very severe. E7, 125, the 215 over in 9th place before they even start to reach 1 through 8, right? That top page. A lot of work to be done, and we are starting to run out of time, as we talked about at the top of the show, right? There's, only 42, something, 60, 59, 58 games, something like that left, right? Math is hard. I'll keep going. I think 58 games, so not a lot, and it's only going to continue to get a bit more competitive from here, but I wish them the best of luck, especially E7 down there, who shows life every once in a while and then starts to fall off once again. Sanhok is going to be map number 4. We're going into the odd map out, but could be a difference maker depending. I am very excited, though, going into map 4, specifically for Death Wolves. Will they be able to continue their path towards top 2? The potential is there. After all, they got 2nd place 7 elims on Sunday from Sanhok. Can they repeat that success? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be moving into map 4, Sanhok.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, to Day 6 of the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. 3 games down. Map number 4 about to come your way. We're hopping into Sanhok. We'll be watching it for the 6th time so far throughout the competition. Meanwhile, there's been plenty of Erangel and Miramar, but Sanhok not as much. And had a chance, Hot Jukes, to go through and look at the standings, or at least top 3 standings from Sanhok throughout the 6 days, or I should say 5 days of competition. Death Wolves have finished in the top 3 out of the 5 times. So they're looking to go 4 out of 6 today. That consistency, though, is not shared from any other roster out of all 16. Death Wolves, they stand in a league of their own, at least when it comes to Sanhok.
Yeah, and the Sanhok games have been a little bit crazy when it comes to zones. We've seen a lot of them go up to that eastern island. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry, that western island, right? And so for Death Wolves to be so consistent considering that, it's pretty insane. So I really liked them this last game. I think they had the highest IQ play of doing that beautiful swim, understanding that, hey, you know what, Team Liquid's probably split here. Let's just go ahead and climb up that mountain and take a game. And they did exactly that. So, I mean, I think right now, especially today, Death Wolves, highest potential of any team I've seen so far.
I think so. Death Wolves, and it's reflected in the standings. I mean, after all, they do overtake Rules of War now, put themselves in 3rd place. Still a large gap, right, to go from 3rd to 2nd. We talked about that. And even now, 2nd from 1st, Team Liquid's lead continues to grow, which is quite impressive, given their consistency today. Alpha7, they've been consistent when it comes to eliminations, but not necessarily the placings. TL, by far the most consistent roster we have seen today. Really impressive stuff from Death Wolves. I can't wait to see what they're going to bring here. In Hyper's also had pretty good success on Sanhok. They have, in fact, got a winner chicken dinner in the past, taking one of those, Sanhok maps away from Death Wolves, which is not easy to do given the history of them. But I hope in Hyper can actually show some life here. They need to. They absolutely need to, because we haven't seen too much. We haven't seen too much from them yet. Enigma, quick prediction, very quick prediction. Who you going with for map number 3?
I'm going with Death Wolves.
Okay, what about you, Hot Jukes?
And Hyper, baby. Ruins. We can see it right there.
Yes.
Let's go.
Ruins, okay. And Hyper versus E7, maybe making a comeback. I know they led close to each other. E7's been taking the outskirts, and Hyper's been taking the Ruins. Me, I'm going Death Wolves. I think they're going to be just fine. Let's see if they can stay consistent to history. Let's hop into map number 4, Sanhok, Hot Jukes, Enigma.
Let's go. Let's go. We can already see people popping out the planes. They're ready to go. It's match numero 4, number 4. And we're dropping into some Sanhok. I've been waiting for this map right here. Things are about to get spicy.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just surprising me. Taylor had noted about it. 3 out of 5 of the games Death Wolves plays. Well, this is the most chaotic map, and they're the most consistent team on it. And even though, unfortunately for them, maybe it's not played as much as they'd like it to, it's still something to show for that this team does have their feel of certain maps. Maybe it's just the zones going their way a little bit, but I was really hoping we'd see the hot drop on Hyper, because I really wish that you ate your words. I really wanted it to be like Hyper loses a player, and then it does go to Ruins, and then they have to go through this whole conundrum of, they get toned, but they lost the 4v4, or they lost the player. Not something I want to see.
Alrighty, well, let's see what happens here, because we're seeing some very interesting drops. As a matter of fact, Spec very close to one of the members of Entity 7 here. So it looks like we're not seeing that hot drop that we've seen so many times before that NRG's done.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, I think it's just you get fed up with your spot and you're like, let's change it. But you're not the only team that's changing it. Entity 7's looking for it. And I actually see Hyper spread out a bit on drop towards the north side, so they might honestly be hunting as well if they see this elimination feed start to light up. And unfortunately for Entity 7, the worst player from NRG I'd want to be in a 1v1 with is Spec.
Dude, Spec, when he really gets in a 1v1, he's almost unbeatable. The dude is really serious. The problem is he's such a good gunner in a 1v1, but this game has changed, right? The meta is now 4v4. You have to work together. You very rarely get 1v1 opportunities. You can see him. He's trying to send it on, but the bite coming on in makes things a little bit difficult. Oh, but look at that. Pieces up this player. Gets the knock. This is what we're talking about, folks. But hey, this is what I'm talking about, right? You can get that 1v1, but the rest of the team's got to be there, and they are. No. Milaz with a gun switch. Gets another knock. And that is how you do it. That's how you take out Entity 7.
Yeah, but NRG, they pulled up just a little bit too far on the other side of the compound. Spec actually got thirsted in that altercation. So Entity 7 getting 1 point to their name. But, I mean, Franco, you're completely across the map. Like, what are you going to do? And I like the NRG play. They obviously get the better end of that stick. But you really wish you still kept 4 players up at the end of the day.
I mean, what can I say, right? This is NRG's problem right here, right? They're so good 1v1. It's just not like that no more, right? And that was just proof in the pudding, right? Spec wins the 1v1, but the rest of it, how does Entity 7 beat you, right?
Yeah.
In that scenario, that is just a hard pill to swallow. And yeah, it's great that you got 3 players, but you're so far down on the leaderboards. You need every game you can get, and losing a player early on gotta hurt. And again, that's another example right there, right? Death Wolves, solo player, got the initial knock, but you can't do that against a squad of Influence Rage.
Yeah, and I mean, everyone else just kept pushing through the door. What's the chance that you're going to one-clip 3 players that are getting shots into you as well? So INF really kind of just making matters work with their number advantage. And rest of Death Wolves off in Narnia to, what is that, the east side? So these teams, they're really getting exposed right now on Sanhok, of all maps, being the ones where you're getting caught off early. You're getting caught in solo compounds. The vehicle plays from these teams are something that needs to be noted a lot more, I think.
Yeah, they definitely do here. The next zone does pop on up, and it's all the way up to that northeastern side. So this is the first time we've seen this circle.
Okay.
Whose position do you like so far?
Well, for the most part, I'm liking iNCO just because they landed in Paradise. They haven't really moved too much. They have a bit of a split, which might be a little bit too much for them to be able to chew on, I guess you could say. But there's a lot of teams. It really just depends on where the zone condenses down. And I'm kind of thinking it's going to go south. I want it to really switch up. These teams moved early on the north side, and I'm wanting them kind of almost eat their words of making this decision.
Okay, well, let's see if they're going to be, if that's what's going to happen here. We got SLR locked up and ready to go. And where is SLR? I'm looking at the map. Okay, they're all the way down south, right next to 9Z. Okay. Yeah, so they have still quite a big trip to make up north. But with a zone like this, it's going to be pretty open, and you know it. Yeah, you just got to try to avoid. Never mind. You see an open player at 9Z, you got to take this fight.
Yeah, this is amazing plays out of the squad. And SLR, they didn't even lose a player on the pull-up. I think they were just doing a normal rotation, and if you're 9Z, you really got to kind of expect that SLR is going to make this wrap or make a play. And if you're 9Z, yeah, I mean, you got to just leave immediately. You're not winning this fight. SLR is getting the better end of the stick with it all. And, oh, man, I'm not liking this play from Elite whatsoever.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? SLR are going to be taking this fight, but they got to do it quickly, right? Because they need to prioritize zone in Sanhok. Other maps, you could afford to maybe take this fight, but not Sanhok. You want to get as central as you can as fast as possible. So they're on the hunt for some more eliminations. Yeah, and then that's about the time you need to utilize right there. Yeah. Once you see that you can't find them, take off.
Yeah, and I mean, NRG J7 was holding the spot for Spec to drive up, and oh, wait a second, they're driving right into NRG, but Faith doesn't even have a weapon out. Completely knocked, but the spread might work in NRG's favor. 2 players almost getting knocked. J7's got to go big for the squad.
Oh, can he find the rest, though? I think SLR are going to take that player sacrifice and take off. Yeah, there they go. And Koi... actually, is he going to try and pull up? He does. So he goes for the 1v1 situation. It's because they know who they're facing now. And Milaz gets the better end of Koi. Koi, at this point, I think he's just starting to frag out by himself.
Yeah,
I think he realizes that, you know what? We're so low on the leaderboards. I'm just going to try to make some plays.
Yeah, but the issue with that is if you play alone, you just get exposed like this. If you lose that 1v1, the rest of your team is so far that you're not going to be able to make a play. And one thing that was really scary for me, actually, was Milaz was taking that 1v1 with no helmet. So it's like if he had taken 1 bullet to the head, he would have been instantly knocked. Unfortunately for them, that wasn't the case, but NRG now putting more shots in SLR, and we could see the vehicle HP in the bottom left. I mean, basically just 2 or 3 bullets, and that would have been a kill for him.
Yup. I mean, that vehicle. Oh, one missed drive, and you're gone.
Let's go a little bit
one missed drive, you're gone. You better slow down. Yep.
I feel like they're gonna blow up. They're gonna hit a rock.
They're gonna
or
blow
something.
up.
Oh,
they're gonna blow up.
That's it.
Oh, that was so close.
Yeah.
Hey, that's why you get them upgraded brakes, baby. That's how you do it.
While that was going on, of course, Chooks. Zone shift does go more to the east side.
Oh
and
my goodness.
Alpha7, Team Liquid, they've got kind of everything free in the front side of them. And I don't know what's going on this west side, but Hyper is completely out of zone again.
I mean, when the healing strat was a thing, it was good, right?
Yeah.
But right now, it is not. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, right? Maybe we've been proven wrong before, right? I mean, we saw Aljuan be able to hold down a great spot in that Erangel match.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the biggest mistakes, I think that was the biggest mistake last match. You know, the SLR had their pick of the litter of where to hold, and they just decided to opt to go for a worse spot than all these other teams. Meanwhile, All Glory Gaming pushing up on a Titan. What's going to happen here? Inactive got that DBS. Oh, missed. He didn't see the player. He was wide out in the open, but didn't see him. Juancho goes down as well, and Titan Gaming picked apart here by All Glory Gaming.
Yeah, and I mean, you getting knocked to a player vaulting in is no good feeling. That's definitely just kind of that PUBG mobile timing. You look away, and we've talked about it, that on-stage presence when you're playing and stuff like that. I think he honestly just didn't hear the player to his right. He's focused too much on that player on the building, and unfortunately really just let pieces fall apart one after another. Titan Gaming not even getting an elimination of their name.
That's the worst case scenario there, and so they're gonna have to, you know, just continue to try and figure things out. Hopefully they're able to, because they are losing some pretty tough fights here. It's always difficult to hold a building like that. I would say, you know, All Glory Gaming definitely had the big advantage out of that fight, and they utilized it. You know, they used that utility, got a couple initial knocks, and Active tried to make a play. He just didn't spot that player on the run, got caught, and that's all it took.
Man, I think that's now, what, 3 games from Titan Gaming where Inactive is in one of those kind of pinpoint spots and unfortunately just gets overpowered. So the rest of these teams, Team Queso, this is going to be center zone at Camp Bravo. Death Wolves sharing it as well. I'm not sure if Team Queso knows it's already occupied. Looks like they might. There's already smokes going down, but this is the squad, Death Wolves, that has been starting to put on a bit of performance for the day. Hoping we can see it on Sanhok still.
Let's see if it's gonna happen as stage 2 starting to close. 57 seconds on the clock. You can see FURIA just trying to find a better position here. Oh, almost getting shot up. He's like, yep, this is taken. But they do end up getting a knock on Nemesis. Oh, another drive up. He actually might get the runner. He barely misses it. Now he will be pulling up on the other side. Oh, Vitali holding it down. Does get one knock. It's a back and forth right here. Who's going to win it? As iNCO Gaming, we have not heard about or heard from them in a while now. Nunez actually is on the run, so it is going to be FURIA going to win this fight.
Yeah, the big key takeaway was Nenebete. He had that roof angle. The drive-by spotted him out, and it was an immediate trade onto him. So FURIA, even though they were losing players, if you're right next to him on a rock, that's as good as a revive as you're ever going to get. So FURIA really playing as a team there. iNCO maybe should have shot a bit earlier in my eyes, maybe getting that knock, that damage, and at least hold the compound and let them rotate around you. But ultimately letting them get a bit too close and unfortunately losing those gunfights.
Uh-oh, it's a battle in the blue zone, and this is stage 3. No. Papa Blue's going to start chunking you, and NRG looking to take this fight. It's a pretty tough one to take because no matter what, you are putting your team severely behind.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Be Bold there, but Team Liquid, I mean, they're right next to you.
They're going to go out to blue zone if they don't move. Like, NRG... Oh, NRG has 7 eliminations.
What?
You shouldn't be trying to take this fight at all. Try to get some placement now. Focus up on getting to endgame. That should be the priority. Or maybe you're just thinking there's no way we're going to do it, so you're trying to just put up some points on the board. Not sure what their strategy is, but they got to start moving here. Yeah, Be Bold realized it, even with the solo player. He's like, I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, solo, but it's a matter of where you're going to kind of stop. You don't really realize that INF might just beam you out of the vehicle here. There goes one tire. The back tire, though, is what you want. No one going to be able to connect, though. Going to be living a little bit longer in this zone.
Going for tires. That's the play on the buggy. If he caught a back tire, that thing was spinning out 100%. But Dragon goes down there, and that's SLR eliminated. So getting pinch and taken out. I want to see how NRG is going to get into the zone, if they're going to be able to. They're going in super late. So they're going to have to kind of blindly fight a team on the edge. That's very risky. But let's see if they can do it together as a squad. Fate, again, just a little too separated from the team. I know he's trying to get intel, but you kind of want the team to be at least a little bit closer. But the blue zone is chunking. So he did find a way into this zone, but it's closing.
Yeah, I mean,
it's closing.
I wanted this done, honestly, 10 seconds sooner from the squad. Oh, you can't be flipping here. Ooh. The damage from the buggy, if you're scuffing it on the driving, is not going to be pretty. And unfortunately, since Alpha7 had gotten that early team liquid elimination, they were actually choosing to gatekeep this outside of zone. And
where'd they hop out?
With everyone else, I think maybe going for heal. Maybe they saw the 9Z player. Are they going to chase him?
No way. Or yes way. Maybe they're actually going to go hunt that down. See if they can get that extra point. But that's just more noise you're making from the outside of zone. So even taking a shot here, all eyes are going to be on you.
Well, the nice thing, though, is if you allow him to go forward, maybe you have enough of a reaction time to let him kind of be that scout, that sacrificial lamb, I guess you could say, to get in, but no gas?
Running out of gas?
Oh, it's got to be no gas. Yep.
Yeah, it had to be. That's the only way he was running out.
This is embarrassing, because if this is 10 seconds sooner, you wouldn't be eating blue zone. You have one first aid to your name. I don't even know if he's got bandages on him, Jukes. Like, this is just...
No way he's actually
They're
going
working
here.
with scraps. Oh, no.
my gosh. Wow, what a push-up. NRG onto the back of Death Wolves. And this is going to be tough. I mean, if the zone switches, they want to avoid this fight completely. It does.
Man.
So it goes even more central. You had to know that something like that was going to happen. So now you're NRG. You got to figure out a way to get away from this, but it's not going to happen. I think you're just going to have to battle it out, try to get some points on the board.
Yeah, I honestly would have liked to see him just jump back in that buggy, kind of just send it in. But with J7, he only had one first aid to his name, getting just pieced up. Fate actually just left him, going across to the other side where Team Queso is at. Team Queso leaving immediately, understanding the direness of getting into this next zone. Malaz, though, he was the player that was running in Jukes. Maybe they can kind of scrap away at the Death Wolves squad, but it's all going to be a matter if he can get into that next zone.
Yeah, it's over. NRG done for. It's just a matter of when at this point. So some tough plays. You know, Death Wolves, you can see still playing so tight together. And that's the meta. You know, that is the meta right now. I would have rather seen NRG just push as a 3-man, and if they go out, they go out.
Yeah.
You know? But if they do win a fight, then they get some elimination, some loot, and they would have been set up. But they do have 7 eliminations. They had 7. Yeah, it's just the easy pickings right there. So Fate gonna try and run in from blue. We'll see what happens here. It's only a matter of time. But the next zone does go on up, and it is Central. FURIA are gonna be holding a big compound, and Hyper is holding a big compound as well in this zone. So this could be a big game for them.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, the southern side, he's getting congested for the most part. But Fate got last bullet, I think. Last bullet on that. Let's finish him. Let's get in the building. Let's relax a bit.
The crate? Or he didn't want to pick it up. Yeah, I guess he didn't want to loot him.
Maybe he's worried about Alpha7. I mean, they're on the hillside. His teammates, his teammates actually from the Death Wolves team fighting Alpha7. So Fate, he should be able to get into the next zone here if he goes unspotted.
Oh, nice shots there from Guizao. Oh, that nade looked a little good, but it was just a little off the mark. Guizao.
Oh, flash.
Gonna throw one. Oh, stun. Oh, actually, Alpha7's in big trouble here. Let's see what he could do. Yeah, get these thirsts. You don't want them telling their teammates exactly where you are. So Guizao. Revo going down's hurt is huge. Can he get at this initial knock though? Look at how well spread Alpha7 is. I mean, what do? You have to either go look right. They peek the hill at the same time.
The main issue too is you're worrying about blue zone. I think it's just Alpha7's used to thinking of so many different things that could happen. With Death Wolves maybe only thinking about 1 or 2 things. So now, I mean, we're talking Mafioso in zone. He's actually pushing out for it. He had damage down on it and outclassed in every way possible.
Literally, that's the best way to put it. That was beautiful, folks. That's all I could say. That was beautiful. That's how you do it. And that's what I'm talking about. The synergy is so high I mean, what do? They peek the mountain at the exact same second. You're forced to, like, where do I go, right or left? And then boom, you're done for. And even as a 2-man, Alpha7 are still a threat because of their playstyle.
Yeah, and with that fight early on with Team Liquid, where they got an early elimination, with that fight with Death Wolves, where even though they lost 2 players early on, they salvage it enough where now we could see them making a free rotation in the zone. All they have to do is make sure no one comes from their backside, and that's virtually all cleared from this team's, I guess, presence on the Sanhok match. And a lot of these teams need to take a play out of their book of just what you should be doing.
Look at that. Look, Mafioso got knocked, almost thirsted, instant smoke.
Yeah.
Instant smoke by McGrellin, and he gets the pickup. So, and then Team Liquid goes out.
Wow.
That little micro play right there makes all the difference in the world, right? It gives you some more points and possibly even takes you a little bit above Team Liquid. There's Mafioso, right? Instantly, smoke out, throws it down. He's gonna go ahead and wait it out. He's just gonna back up just a little bit, cover his back. All right, he's gonna wait to see if a nade's gonna come this way. Oh, that's close.
That's deep. Does tag him, but...
And he's backing up because you know that one hit him right behind him. Oh. Another one he eats.
They're throwing it deep, though. That's the issue. Oh, he got around. No first aids, though. He's got to bandage this HP back.
But the plays, I mean, this dude's still refusing to go down. It's just insanity. But Influence Rage, this could be a big opportunity for them, right? Influence Rage, but kind of quiet this tournament. Middle of the pack when it comes to the leaderboards. This is a big chance for them to be able to make some moves here. Let's see if they can do it. Okay, Mafioso finally going out, and that is Alpha7 eliminated. Next zone pops, and it's Team Queso gonna get the blessing here. And Hyper gonna have to move. Influence Rage. Uh-oh, Rolls of War shot. That just gave away their position. And they're going to have a hard time rotating in now.
Yeah, and I think Rolls of War is doing this a little too early. And Hyper has the possibility of taking their spot on the mountain and then ultimately maybe clearing out Royals of War and then turning their sights on Influence Rage. But Influence Rage, they hold the compound in zone, Jukes. They could easily just start holding that down and allowing Hyper's kind of fight to play out with pickings afterwards.
Like you said, timing is everything, and I do agree. I think that was just a little hair too early, and that opens up Hyper for the push. But if Tonka can get that knock, he doesn't. That was so close. Here comes Baton. Oh! Not able to hit it. Oh, actually catches Kolgo, but he gets caught himself and insta-thirsted. The rest of the team now starting to push out, but don't push out 1v1. Cunha has to start focusing on this area first.
Yeah, but Star's pulling up, at least giving FSS some sort of cover, but the rest of the squad, they need to start getting damage, and I'm not liking just only use utility, just start shooting the gun on him, but the frag's coming out. It's a 1v1. The DBS is the gun to do it. No damage, and he gets Starlight.
My goodness.
Way too many knocks going down this late in the game.
That took too long. That took way too long, especially like you mentioned, this late. I mean, now they're crippled. One nade, and that could have them all gone, and they're going to sacrifice Stars. They're going to back up. Yeah, and just most likely just throw it to the wind. He might be able to crawl and get saved because Diego got knocked. Very fortunate for them. If he didn't, they would have been in big trouble.
Yeah, but they got to go onto the face of the hill. FURIA still has an option. iNCO Gaming as well, just down the hill. So if Hyper doesn't really get in the zone fast enough, they could get caught, but that could be their saving grace, Jukes.
And Stars does get finished by FURIA. So little mistakes here and there, making things so much more difficult. Cunha gets a knock on to Nunez. FS gets caught. So I believe it's just Cunha up left. If he gets this res, we'll see. If you're Hyper, you know you're not winning this game. You know that FURIA is winning it. So at this point, it's all about just trying to survive.
Yeah, I think honestly, if I'm Hyper, I'd be looking at rotating honestly into Influence Rage. You know they're going to try to get out early to make sure Team Queso doesn't hold them. We can actually see a bit Law making the move, but Cunha, he's trying to get in. It's just a matter if he can actually get the heal off. And oh man,
he does.
Sick. Oh, and he
try to steal some points. Yeah, just try to steal some points off the blue. Don't even sacrifice it. Yep, that is it. So Hyper, we're starting to see some progress. They're starting to make it into late game. You know, little by little. We'll see what happens with them though. As FURIA, this is their game to win. They were blessed with the zone. How are you going to utilize it though? 5 eliminations. There's a whole lot more still available. You got to hunt them down.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Queso, for the most part, they're holding the compound. Unfortunately, that wasn't in that zone. Now down to a solo, but Influence Rage, they almost got the thirst. That actually would have been massive for the squad, but now with them getting the reset, I mean, it's a battle for a second at this place, and 2MV knows that for the most part. He just needs to find the one player. Can't do it. FURIA essentially just gifted the game, Jukes. Lovely stuff from them.
Beautifully done. I mean, Hank, this we talk about luck, right? And sometimes you do get that fortunate zone.
Yeah.
And when you get it, you have to maximize it. Now, FURIA, towards the end, they were able to get a solid 8 eliminations with that chicken dinner. So, I mean, 18 points, definitely going to help them out on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and the key component for them winning that game was that early game fight. They won the 4v4 at the compound. Luckily for them, it ended in that sort of part of the zone. But Taylor, I got to get your kind of idea of it. Do you feel like Team Queso maybe left that compound a little bit too late?
Potentially, especially with the ending result, right? Team Queso probably not happy with the third place, when in reality they might have got first place. After all, third place is still impressive, given Team Queso just in the game previously did in fact get first place. But whether they left early or not, third place is still respectable. I mean, 6 eliminations too. You got to give them that. Influence rage as well. Getting 6 is great. But FURIA, want to highlight them, and the reason why, that is back-to-back weeks they went on Sanhok. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. So right now they are the reigning champions of Sanhok until somebody dethrones them. I know I gave a lot of credit to Death Wolves. I was expecting them to be a lot heavy hitting, or a little bit more heavy hitting than they were. Unfortunately, finishing off in 10th place. Granted, having some great moments, especially early on when they had to go and finish off ultimately NRG Galaxy, who ended up rotating into them. But FURIA, you got to give them credit where credit is due. That is a big game from them, and hopefully they can be a bit more consistent. But now Team Queso, they've been consistent today, and I've got to say I'm impressed with them. NRG, though, let's highlight them, Hot Jukes, because they get into a couple of different battles. Ultimately, they end up running into, I believe it was Death Wolves. As I said, they end up losing out. But talk to me about their start, and what disappointed you about their finish.
I mean, it's the same thing over and over again. You know, I just think that NRG, gun skill wise, are so strong in 1v1s. It's just not playing cohesively as a unit. Like, you see Alpha7, it's like Alpha7 as a 2-man can beat.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. They can beat all of NRG because guess what? They don't 1v1. They 2v1. And if you're so split up as NRG, you're going to get 2v1'd over and over and over until you're done with. So if NRG could get that synergy going, I think we'll see it happen, but it takes time. I mean, Alpha7 have been living together, playing together for years, you know? So it's going to take some time. Hopefully we see it sooner than later.
Well, and going back to, because you made a great point very early on when you're watching NRG Galaxy in their first fight against E7, they win the fight, but you're still very critical about them winning the fight, saying NRG Galaxy is incredible at individual fights, but not at team fights. Why is that?
I mean, I think it just has to do again with just them just trying to build that trust between each other. I mean, it's hard. It's hard. The call outs have to be perfect. The brain has to be the same. You have to see the play. You have to focus on trying to cover your teammate rather than just get the elimination yourself. And that little timing, if it's off by even a second, it's over. And that's what happened, right? Spec won his 1v1, got knocked, and yeah, they won the fight, but he got thirsted. And now you have to deal with a 3-man in Sanhok, and that's just brutal.
Got another point about that in just a little bit, Enigma. I'll pass that point over to you in just a second. But looking at the match rankings, we move over to 9 through 16. Titan Gaming, big hype around them, right? They're playing with Wancho today. The coach who comes in, best in NA, so they call him, replaces Alim, and Titan Gaming have had, I think, a decent day comparative to their past, but not the day that they were probably expecting with the King Wancho coming into play. We take a look at our standings to see our overall team. Liquid should still be leading, and they are still maintaining that lead over Alpha7, given the fact that their consistency, I think, is a little bit better today than Alpha7, although Alpha7 does get a better scoring on map number 4. Going down the list, we do see some shifts. Team Queso will move up to 5th place, getting dangerously close to potentially moving up into 3rd over Royals of War and Death Wolves. And then FURIA also moving up. Good on them for doing so. They'll be tied there with Influence Rage, which... Enigma, actually, funny enough, that's how they started the day. They started tied at 225 points. They're now tied again at 255.
Yeah, I mean, they're just best friends at this point. Let them hold hands and do all that sort of stuff. But my eyes, for the most part, I got to go back to it, is the Team Queso squad. 5th place. They're moving up. I believe they're around that 8th rank still coming into the first day, but I've been really enjoying seeing what this squad's able to do. They're getting a lot into that top 3 placements and stuff like that. I'm wanting to see, hopefully they're able to carry that into their bonus point days.
Surprisingly, no changes again on the second page. We've only had one shift from one game. That was the last game that we saw, and that was literally 15 and 16. Outside of that, nobody else will shift up or down, showing that consistently the 9 through 16 teams are doing a little bit on the battlefield, but not enough to shift their position, which should indicate all of these rosters, all 8 of them, need to make a significant shift if they want to better themselves. Enigma, I'm going to go to that point now that I was talking about, that I said I was going to bring up, and asking you, previous competitor, obviously, on wonderful teams and a very successful competitive career. Now you get a chance to kind of watch over as an analyst, as a cast, or whatever position you are at that time. Man, so again, going back to this individual fight, specifically for NRG Galaxy, strong individual fights, individual plays, but not a good team effort. Do you think maybe the players could potentially be losing themselves in the ego where they're like, I've got to make an impact, I want to be the star-studded player in this moment, I'm going to make the push, as opposed to maybe taking a back seat, pulling a bit of an Alpha7 and using utility, maybe playing a bit slower and playing the team effort instead of the individual highlight role?
Well, I think Spec, for the most part, that's going to be the key player we got to focus on in that fight, because he is the one that forced that initial 1v1, but he is the player where he comes in and he's calling his teammates, we need to pull up. His 2 teammates pull up, but they pull up too far away from the compound to really aggress. When we look at Death Wolves, when they pulled up, they had 2 players immediately on the building, resulting in Spec getting thirsted. And for the most part, I think that comes down to the individual players themselves. In that moment when you're knocked, we need to aggress on this. You need to be almost screaming the call outs at your teammates. And unfortunately, it just seems like maybe they're a little bit too quiet in those comms.
Like they get lost in the moments, and just kind of in their heads, as opposed to being vocal about what has to happen, right? And communication is key. If you don't have communication, you can only go so far at the top level. But that's game number 4 done. Sanhok is finished. We won't see it again until tomorrow, so I know you all miss out on it. We're about to head back into Miramar, but I actually want to talk to a team after their Miramar performance. We've got Sarpatch there on the scene talking to NRG Galaxy's J7. Let's hear what he had to say.
So close. So close. Second place for NRG. J7 here with us. Jay, tell us about the match.
Just the first 2 matches, I think we got really good zones. And I think we should have won both games. But, we're still learning, we're still growing. So it's a good learning experience that we're still, making it towards the end. But, we got to finish those games, especially when we get zone. I mean,
it's just the second match of the second week. Do you feel there's already improvement from last week to now?
Definitely some improvement. Communication is better, so that's always good. And the emphasis of clearing our back is better so far. But we just got to do a better job. We got to win those games.
Hoping for that, man. It was so close. I thought it was coming. I really thought we were getting it, but maybe next time. All right, let's go.
Yep.
Heads up. Let's go, N8.
Everything alright?
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflection Snowboard, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma, and we have game number 5 about to be underway. That's going to be back on Miramar before we head into the final game of the day, back into Erangel. Miramar, an exciting game. Enigma, you actually had a chance to listen to that interview just a second ago with J7 from NRG Galaxy. That was after their Miramar performance. Any key takeaways from that interview?
Well, the main thing is just the errors Jukes and I are pointing out. He spoke about every single one of them. Clearing your back, getting the aggression, under control, and actually having communication. Because for the most part, in my mind, I feel like that squad's almost too quiet when it comes to some of these situations. Maybe they're not talking enough. So if he's able to admit those mistakes and stuff like that, at that point, it's in their hands whether they choose to change or not.
Yeah, it was a big thing, Hot Jukes, talking about them being too quiet, maybe not communicating enough. You guys on the same page?
I think so. I mean, that's the kind of crazy thing is that once you play this game for so long, just by looking at the gameplay, you can kind of get a feel for what could have happened. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I got to agree. I mean, you can just kind of see them. They're either all over the place. So it's either one or two things. One, it's too quiet and they're not talking to each other, or it's too crazy, right? Like there's so much going on that they can't really understand what each other is seeing. And that's the hardest part about this game. Is how do I get the quickest communication to get the rest of my team to understand exactly what I see, Sure. And it's a lot easier said than done.
Well, I think a good example of that miscommunication, maybe even what he was referencing to J7 in that interview with NRG Galaxy, was that moment where Malaz ended up pushing into center zone, right? Trying to be aggressive, maybe whether he was trying to be bait or whether he was trying to make a play on the final members of Team Liquid. He put himself in between two Team Liquid members and then ran back and forth, and then ultimately ended up getting finished off by nades without even shooting his weapon off. So what should have been, I think, either an incredible play where he finishes off one, giving his team the man advantage to finish off Team Liquid, ultimately get the winner chicken dinner on map number 2, Miramar. That ultimately turned into him dying early on, or it could have been a play for him going out in just the blaze of glory, and I would have been happy with that, but instead he stagnated, and that could have been due to miscommunication from the entire roster, but also hinting at the individualistic plays that Hot Jukes, you were mentioning just a little bit earlier from that roster. So things that need to be improved for sure. They go back into a map where they did get second place, so I give them credit where credit is due. Can they repeat it? They need to move up the leaderboard, and they have to start getting hungry and clawing their way up each and every map. It's to that very point, and honestly, I would even say, Hot Jukes, throw caution to the wind and really start sacrificing here. You're not gaining anything from finishing this season off 9 through 16. You're only going to gain something if you get up into the top 4. Now is the time to get desperate.
I agree. Just put it out all on the line, because why not, right? I do get that, hey, you can try to use this as a way, as like a stepping stone to build each other and a rebuild season, if I might go ahead and say it as. But at the same time, right, why not? Just throw caution to the wind, put in that work, and if you just so happen to get a good couple games on your belt, then you're like, hey, you know what? We actually can do this. And I'll say, now you have a better chance than ever, especially because of the double points weekends.
That's right. Double points are going to be impactful for sure. And I think this time even more so for Team Liquid and Alpha7, who have been having standout games. I mean, honestly, it's Wednesday. No double points today. And Team Liquid, Alpha7 continue to gain their lead. All right. And that is something that is something to consider for every roster going into their double points day. Chat, the PMSL pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Get involved, click the link. I want to see you guys getting your free 20 points. All right, well, here it is. Map number 5. Maybe an opportunity for NRG Galaxy to make an impact. Hot Jukes Enigma, let's see if they can do it.
Let's see, indeed. I want to see it. I know all of North America wants to see it. And, I think the reason why we're being so critical is because we know we can, right? We know that these players have what it takes. It's just getting everybody on the same page, Enigma, right? And it's hard when you see names like Fate, you see names like J7, Spec. These guys have been around for so long. They've been at the top stage on different teams. You know what I'm saying? And they have the gun skill. We saw Spec win a crazy 1v1 without even losing a single HP of health. So if they could work together, they could definitely make something happen, and we hope to see it. You know, I will say, right, silver lining.
Yeah.
I want to be a little bit less critical, right?
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, Alpha7, they've been playing together, the same house, different coaches for years.
Yeah.
You know, NRG, they've been doing it, but together, not so much. So I'm glad to see some progress, right?
Yeah, and I think the main thing is we know that each of these players, I mean, Fates played PMGO when he first competed and stuff like that. J7 and Spec have also played in those sorts of global tournaments like PMGC last year and stuff like that. Obviously, that was with a different roster, but they both have played together, and all these players, they have a namesake behind them. They have the resume, and they know what to do individually in some senses, but the issue is maybe their play doesn't line up with what another teammate wants them to do. And that's where we're starting to see this individualness where maybe it's not even an error, but just not everyone has the same idea of what they want to do, and that's where they're getting exploited.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing to get over, I will be honest. As a team, as an IGL, there's nothing more frustrating, right? Than you make it a call and other players have different ideas. That's fine. But once you make the final call, it's got to go through.
Yeah.
Like, you have to do that. And the hard part, though, is at this level, especially towards final zone, you don't have time to question.
Yeah.
Everybody has to be thinking the same thing, and yeah, so hopefully they can kind of develop that same brain to kind of understand each other's play style, movements, knowing when to push, when not to, when to tell another player, hey, stop pushing so I can catch up to you, things like that. And sometimes it just takes a while to kind of get that gel happening. You know what I'm saying? That gel.
The gel. Well, I mean, get it like the Jello. I like Jello.
Ooh, jiggly.
But it's all it's all the same thing. It's fluid. It's the same mindset throughout. And obviously, it's not just them that is having this issue. Obviously, we're looking at SLR. We're looking at even Entity 7. Any of the people on those bottom 8, I think that's their main flaw right now is being able to keep the gel together going into the late game.
Good point. Good point. Gotta be able to keep that gel together, especially at LAN. And LAN isn't, we haven't talked about it like crazy today, but LAN is like an extra twist.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? An extra twist of lime in the drink.
Well, you got to really know though, Jukes, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you got to really
go
know
ahead.
kind of how to deal with issues on stage, because for the most part, maybe someone's got just, a thorn in their side. They really just have something that's underlying that they're not speaking about. And I'd rather have someone tell it to me straight in terms of an error, stuff like that, or what they disapproved of, but also being able to bounce back and, going on here with the cars, but game, maybe a little mishap with the vehicles. But back to the main point of these teams need to really kind of understand that on stage, like, you're going to be right next to the person that maybe just threw your game. And you got to be able to bounce back from that and really keep a PMA, that positive mental attitude going into each game.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's that's the hard part, is getting people on the same page. And the big thing about this game too, and just humans in general, right?
Yeah.
Is you like to be told straight.
Mm-hmm.
That may not be the same for every person, Sometimes you have some people who are, and I have trouble with this personally, dealing with players that are like this, are people that are very timid, that you can't tell straight, because if you tell it to them straight, they almost like freak out. They just can't handle, any kind of pressure, or if, it even sounds slightly aggressive, they just lock up.
Yeah. You
know what I'm saying? And there's some people, especially in this game, you can deal with a lot of very passionate people that'll just like, come on, dude, like, what is happening? And if you tell that to a person like that, they'll just straight shut down.
Yeah. And I can even name people like that as well from back in the day. Like, we're talking, obviously the big one is Carnage, played on SSG and stuff like that. Omen Elite. Like, even when we played in North Carolina, he was in the room next to me, Hot Juice, when I was competing and stuff like that back in the very first PMPLs and stuff like that. And I thought this guy was going to be like the Kool-Aid man coming through the wall, him being so loud when they were eliminated, to the point where my teammates were asking me, is he like in your room with you? I'm like, no. He's just, you can hear him all the way in the room next to us because he's so passionate about the game. And that was when I think he was on like PK and stuff. And for the most part, every player, it's like he said, they deal with kind of criticism differently. But at the end of the day, you got to be able to take it.
Oh, yeah, man. I'll tell you what. You can hear Carnage scream, He's 1 HP from 2 miles away.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I got a chance to play with the guy. You would totally not mind us talking about this because
he
the
loves
dude's
it.
a straight legend. Yeah, he loves it, you know, and that's him, you know, and at the same time, I mean, I remember, you know, there was some teammates of his that couldn't handle that,
Yeah.
you know, that they just didn't understand it. They saw it as like, hey, this guy's just yelling in my ear while I'm trying to play.
Yeah.
You know? But then again, come LAN. And this is something that happens, you know, it may not be particularly at this event, but even at future LANs, you have to prepare for. Sometimes that crowd can get crazy.
Yeah.
You know?
And I mean, that.
Like we saw it at PMGO. The Brazilian crowd was nuts.
Yeah. I mean,
and
that's what I
sometimes
love
they get-
about Brazil is they're just
I love
so
it.
passionate about this stuff. And I mean, for the most part, even playing here, like even if you're an American team, like they're going to be rooting for you if you're in that top 3. Like, it's not like they're completely biased and stuff like that. And if you make an insane play on stage, you're going to hear a bit of it. Even with the headset on, it should be getting you fueled up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, is that, like, oh, man, you know, when that crowd gets you fueled up, the other thing is that they're so loud, you can't hear footsteps in the game. You cannot. And there's some players that, like, there's some players that are like, hey, quiet so I can hear. You know, but what do you do when the crowd's so loud you can't hear anything?
I think
you need your team to tell you he's in front of you. He's in front of you. I know where he's at.
Yeah.
You don't need to hear. I can tell you, you know? So things like that come into play for sure.
Yeah, I think the main thing at that point is you almost ask whoever the admin is on your stage of, you know, can you even turn up the sound on my headset? Because you're going to need every little bit of information you can get. Just a matter of if you're willing to make those sort of changes when it matters. Thankfully, getting a little bit back to the game. Entity 7, they almost lost the player, but a little bit of a saving grace, saving Private Ryan kind of mission. A lot of these teams are starting to center up towards that north side of Los Leones. That is where the circle is centered up. And we're not really seeing too many aggressive plays on teams.
Yeah, no, we're not. So, yeah, let's see what the play is going to be here towards the end. Right now, we're just seeing some good old rotations. Nothing like it, you know?
Yeah.
Everybody just kind of getting ready. Thank you guys for joining the Hot Jukes Enigma podcast at the start of this game, you know? That's going to end real quick here, though, with this zone. That's for sure. It's about to pop. You can see the congestion. I think we're starting to see teams like Titan Gaming, right? Recognize that, you know what? It's not fun playing on the edge. You know?
Yeah.
Let's just try to hunt down center zone. So I'm happy to see a team like Titan, you know, be a little bit more active this game.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, they got to start at some point. I'm also like an NRG spot because they're looking like they're going to be able to rotate in pretty freely, but unfortunately, that's not going to be the case for FURIA, losing one to, I believe, Hyper. So the NA teams, they're looking pretty promising this game, but it's kind of like every game we see, Jukes, we got to see it into the late game.
Yes, we do. All right. Well, so far, yeah, we saw a little knock there. Oh, Kowski got finished, so that's a tough one for FURIA right there. Losing these, and that's the hardest part about Miramar. You know, losing a player early on rotation. It's so easy to happen because there's so much land that you can't do the whole stop at a hill, scout, and then move forward. Stop.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you just gotta keep sending it, and when you do that, the chance of losing players is pretty high. That's why car distance while traveling. Enigma on rotation.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk a little bit about that? What do you feel about that?
Well, I know you're a real big fan of people staying together and stuff like that. In my mind, it's a lot of kind of piggybacking off players. You should be having someone when you get closer to that edge of zone, you want to be making sure that someone's stopping, maybe overwatching, and you keep kind of doing that over and over. And for the most part, we see teams really kind of just fall short of that, and they just start driving straight into squads. And right now, we might even be seeing an example of it. Entity 7 almost just drove straight up onto the Royals of War solo. Now it's going to start really figuring out who wins the 1v1, but Erangel winning it for the squad. Nice support from the team.
Yes, indeed. And you know what? I do agree. You know, like, that's the hardest part about driving together. It's a very underrated skill. We don't talk about it a lot. Oh, let's first watch this Vicdex on that shot. Oh, picks up one free point. How many more can Royals of War get?
Issue is Dublin is now next to his teammate. God is kind of pinned down a bit, but Vicdex, they get the heal off. Needs to kind of force this 1v1 after the frag grenade. He cannot wait, letting his teammates kind of force themselves into the 1v1. So big frag. Good damage. It's just a matter if he can hit the rest of the shots here.
Can Dublin hit this shot? Right now, Entity 7 in last place, trying not to be called free points. But you got to be able to hit those shots like that. And unfortunately, not able to do so. Now it's up to Hate. Oh, getting picked. And he's gone. Yeah, so nice points pickups there for Rolls of War. They found him. 4 to their name. They'll take that to the bank. But like I was saying, there's a certain distance you have to drive because you're too close together. Yeah. If you find a team, you're all getting taken out, you know? Yeah. And if you're too far apart, you don't have the ability to support your teammate in a case where it's viable, you know? Yeah. So there's that perfect distance that you got to find, and it's pretty difficult to do, especially when your back is against the wall and you got to kind of full send it really quickly.
Yeah, I think that kind of falls down on either the IGL, if he's the scout or stuff like that, or just if someone's not driving, he needs to be the one kind of staring at the map of like, yeah, you're 200 meters ahead. We need you to slow down. It should be 50, 60, maybe 100 meters, depending on how the terrain's like. But we see it time and time again, especially on maps like Miramar, where it's such big distances. People kind of get this false sense of safety because they're on a ridge and stuff like that, when in actuality, they're too far to really even do anything for their squad.
That's a good point there. That is a really good point. And Rolls of War, you know, one of the teams that's going to be kind of battling, at least for now, right, for that 3rd place position.
Yeah.
Top 2, just a little bit outside of the mark, especially with how they've been playing. As a matter of fact, just kind of want to bring it up in the chat, right? My boy Blue say, you know, Alpha7's doing horrible today, right?
Oh.
But then I saw, you know, Crucify, you know, or it's actually Raphael said Alpha7 doesn't really have to worry, to be honest, right? Yeah. But they could be doing a lot better. I think I'm going to go ahead and go with that one because that sounds about right. You know, Alpha7 are so far ahead that this is the great part about it, is that they can try something different. You know, they can kind of have fun with it as opposed to all the other teams that are just having to really grind out every point they can scavenge.
Yeah, I mean, they're not stressing too much. Obviously, they know there's issues that arise like any team, but if you're in 2nd place, you're already, 70 so points ahead from 3rd place. You're in the spot already where you're feeling comfortable about maybe having 1 or 2 bad games. These teams, though, like Team Queso, they're a little bit more in that bubble range, and this kind of driving's really sketching me out.
Oh, yes, it is. You can see M2M popping out some smokes just in case. Oh, now you don't need that smoke. How about that? Ayala throwing an absolute baseball through the window. And goodbye, Team Queso. Team Liquid, are you kidding me?
I mean, just Hail Mary through 2 windows, I think it was, on a double knock. And then the 3rd guy, thank you, a little bit bank off the window. So amazing play out of TL. But, you know, I feel like we're saying that a lot now of just, you know, Team Liquid. And I wish it was more in the negative in some respects. Don't get me wrong. I know the Brazilian fans maybe will hate me for saying that, but I'm wanting to see the competition really start getting close, not letting them run away with it like they are.
I mean, it's just, how do you do that, though? How do you do that when they're playing so on point, you know? Yeah. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. I love the fact that Team Liquid's not letting off the gas either. You know what I'm saying? They are putting in work, and they are running away with this. So it's a great thing, honestly, because even if they get such a lead that, hey, nobody can touch them, that's going to only give them more confidence, going to make the lobby harder. And for teams that are, you know, again, using this as a rebuild season, they need that, right? Yeah. They need a good example of what it's like to be at the top level, how to fight against them. And even if you lose, right, you're learning something. And that's something that that is very valuable.
Every game's valuable. It's a matter of hopefully these teams kind of start putting those pieces together and hopefully come strong coming into these bonus days after today. But a lot of these teams, I mean, we're seeing SLR again, kind of just losing players on rotation, really kind of struggling on finding spots in the zones 3 and 4 range, barely even making it into the late games on half of these.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's the hard part. If you're not able to make it into that late game, I mean, there's nothing going to be able to do on the leaderboards. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the best case scenario is you get, you know, some eliminations, but you need a combination of both. And Hyper, once again, stuck on the edge. You know what I'm saying? Stuck on the edge, trying to make something happen here. And, Rolls of War actually getting in a battle here with iNCO. And Colgoat got that nade, locked and loaded. Gonna pop out that door real fast. Not able to hit the mark there. But Colgold's got to be careful because those nades are going to be coming in his direction real quickly. Yep, and you can see Seven's got one locked and loaded. And yeah, what?
Where did that go?
That is the strongest bookshelf in all of Miramar. I'll say that right now.
Jeez. And I mean, if he gets a knock here with that frag, it could be a disaster, but unfortunately not the case. This is going to be a solo now of Rose of War. I think a duo on iNCO. Now actually one of them getting knocked. You're forced, yeah, into the 1v1. Someone's got to hit the shots here.
Gotta hit something. Oh, and it's 9Z. Actually, no, it was Team Liquid, right? Gotta say that name at least 20 times a match. That's for sure. So now Team Liquid 5 eliminations, and this is brutal because once they start like heating up, then they just start having fun.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately for iNCO and stuff like that, 9Z was hitting them with the third-party angles. They're coming into the compound actually right now, so these teams really got to worry about if they try to loot for stuff. Hopefully they don't get caught in the open. And Hyper, though, completely... Actually, I thought they'd be in the open. A little bit of a dip they found on the south side. To the east is NRG of them, kind of on that road, but... My issue is if it goes to Crater Field, I feel like Team Liquid's going to have a field day on this one.
Oh my gosh. The problem is that they're starting to play this tournament like it's a classic, you know?
Yeah.
They're just kind of just pushing, making shots, and just taking teams out like that. And when you start playing that loose, you are a problem on the battlefield. Because teams are like, no way, these guys are pushing. And then they just push and just 3v1, 2v1, you know, and just take you out bit by bit. So... Team Liquid are mighty comfortable, and that is going to be a problem for this lobby. You can see even SLR. They're like, nah, we're going to hold in this shack, baby. We're 2 players left. We got to do something.
Yeah, and I mean, no eliminations, just getting caught on rotation. It had to have been that, and they do get the zone shift, but it's a fact of the matter of, like, how long are you going to be able to stay here before Alpha7 starts nading out, before Titan Gaming maybe slams your compound? There's too many what-ifs for this team to really still be comfortable in this spot, and thankfully, I think for Team Liquid, yeah, they have a bit of the crater in zone with Be Bold. They know these teams on the outside. They got to gatekeep. I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to actually make it out of this bowl up towards Titan Gaming.
Oh my gosh. And even right now, like I'm watching Team Liquid Ayala taking shots there, and he's just poking away, you know? And I wouldn't be surprised if even if they got a knock like that, they're just like, yeah, like maybe we even might just push it up the mountain because why not? As ridiculous as it sounds, you know? When you're in that much in that ultra instinct state, you know, anything can happen.
Just the flow state. I mean, if someone's hot too, like you honestly got to just let them do their thing. If you're not feeling it and someone on your team's feeling it, I mean, throw your body in front of them. Let them take the 2, the 3K on stream. And for the most part, I mean, you did your job at the end of the day, as tough as it might sound to be. Not every player is going to be performing at their best as much as we'd like to see. Make sure you play towards your team's strengths.
Yeah, yes, sir, indeed. All right, well, let's see if, he goes. He's got his eyes locked and loaded. That nade looked good, but just a little bit undercooked. Yeah, now he's going to really wait to throw this one. No, again, a little undercooked. Never mind, actually perfectly cooked. Wow. Melgar didn't see coming, and the jump shot. Ego putting in some work on All Glory Gaming.
He's not stopping him. He even hit the 90 degree. Oh, man.
Peek that. Oh,
he's 1 HP. His foot maybe sticking out, but I mean, the play was kind of insane there. He had a little bit of a bank shot with the nade off the front of the ridge to kind of skid it into him, and then, I mean, jumping over the window almost with the hip fire.
That tiny rock saving Fran's life. His helmet is busted. One shot, all it takes. Oh, that could even blow up. He knows it. That's too close.
The zone. I mean, 3 first aids. You're as good as done here.
Yep. Pop first aid. Go out to blue zone with 0 points. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That's the worst case. It's like, yeah, I want to deny this point, but I mean, what does it matter? You know?
Yeah, we could see the frustration. I mean, like, you know, the hand on the head sort of thing, and just kind of waiting for the inevitable to happen. Another team that's having that situation is Be Bold. They were forced onto this outer side. They're out of zone as a solo, and Team Liquid now, they waited this long to start moving in. They're actually starting to leave this compound and spread towards both of these squads.
Here they go. Team Liquid now starting to spread their wings, so to say. The Lambo locked and loaded, ready to go. And And waiting to start the ignition. Never mind. Just gonna idle it for now. 10 seconds till the next circle is about to pop. 9Z. Actually, I'm surprised 9Z is not doing a little bit more to try to crest this hill, get some sights.
I think the issue is maybe they're worried about Hyper. Yeah, we could see him kind of actually turning that way. Both teams, if they choose to peek over, has a bit of sidelines, but we're seeing it now. Someone's got an angle. Elite, but I mean, if you're peeking and getting headshotted immediately, that's not really a good feeling either, especially with the one helmet.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so Choco is on the sights right now. And kind of wasting time. I hate to see players that are just kind of walking around just like they don't know what to do. Get some sight lines, do something, prepare a vehicle, you know? Just get ready for that next zone, because every second counts here. And you never know. You spot somebody on a move, that little intel can make or break your team. Now we see Titan Gaming towards the end. They're outside of this circle near La Bendita. They're going to have to start moving, and it looks like into Alpha7. Oh, inactive, losing a little bit of that armor there.
I mean, he's got full 3 gear, but for the most part, they got to worry about TL fighting for the same spot. I believe 9Z might try to look for it as well, because the edge of the crater is still kind of in, but it's a matter of actually getting up the hillside. And I mean, we saw it last game on Sanhok. Teams that move early are going to get wrapped on, and it's never a pretty sight to see. But right now, we're seeing Deathwolves actually forcing a fight with NRG at the only compound on the edge of zone.
Hey, gotta battle it out. Hugo tries to make another great play, but he's down to 1 HP. And there we go. Spec in another 1v1. This dude keeps on winning them. So I'm telling you, when NRG gets obvious plays, they get 1v1 opportunities, they can make it happen. But, you know, it's just, those are so far few in between these days. Ayala gets taken down there by Redox. Spec gonna throw that smoke out, getting ready to start moving. Even these shots right now are pretty sus. I mean, I wasn't even surprised he was even looking in this direction, but he actually hit those. All right.
I mean, any bit of damage is good, but I mean, that's not the main fight we're wanting to see. It's going to be the TL just kind of full send in the open. Titan Gaming gonna be the gatekeepers of their squad, but they're kind of worrying about Alpha7. I'm not liking this. Titan Gaming needs a full focus format.
Yes.
All a Team Liquid.
Always focus on clearing your back first. That is the priority. And Hyper in the mix now. FS is knocked. Now you see Cunha coming out with the UMP. Gonna have to make a play. He's going. He sees the opportunity. Now he starts to strike. Gets that instant thirst. And in Hyper with just 2 players up. FS is knocked. I don't see where he is. Stars. Gonna make a play.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a 4v4 anymore. I think Hyper had pulled up, of course, fighting INF, but NRG's duo coming around the side. Team Liquid even crested behind 9Z.
Knock.
So these teams now are they're going for an all-out bloodbath in the building.
Cool, even Carrillo's here. He is in the mix. He got a nice nade knock there. And Spec on the outside. He has the lay of the land. Stars gets caught on fire, but he's okay for now. Actually able to hop that. Wow. Gets across that broken wall. That's going to be huge.
Yeah, I mean, but Titan Gaming now, they figured out that TL is nowhere near, and they have all of the crater open, and it's going to be a matter of if these teams are actually able to disengage from this fight, because if it goes anywhere in the zone outside of this compound, they're going to be in for a world of hurt. 2 seconds left. We're going to see it, and the compound's not going to be injured, because this is almost for not being able to take this fight now.
Star says, give me that. He hops in the window. He's got his shotgun ready to load it. 1v1. Diego versus Stars. Who's going to win it in this house? He comes up. Oh, and Diego catches him. It's 2. Influence, Rage, Diego. Making it happen in the close quarters combat. Only 1 player up left for Hyper. That's how you get yourself out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, the shotgun, all it takes is 1, and he hit both of them on each player. FSS in the 2-story building next door, but INF, they've got to move forward. Thankfully for NRG, they have J7 all the way on the east side, kind of protecting their back, but, oh man, if any of them get knocked here, Jukes, it could be a 1v1 push on the hill, and you cannot give it to them. I thought Spec was going to be knocked for sure.
That looked pretty crazy. Diego's putting in work right now. Diego with 4 eliminations, 770 damage by himself. This man is a one-man army for Influence Rage here. Fate now on the move. Trying to find some angles, and Diego gets another. He takes down FS and takes out Hyper pretty much by himself.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just 1v1 after 1v1. He's got to try himself with Fate,
No way.
but oh, man. If Fate didn't get that headshot, that would have been really scary, but TL was able to snake their way in under Titan Gaming. Titan Gaming choosing to hold down Alpha7. I like this sort of play, but both of these teams, I mean, Team 1 and Team 2 on the leaderboard being next to you is not what you want.
Beautiful knock right there. Titan Gaming now poised to win this game. They have a lot of the sight lines. It's just about working together. Redox with that beautiful nade, taking out Mafioso. Doran's now starting to focus towards him. Juancho is in the mix too. But you can never count on Alpha7. Redox gets that second knock. Now, it is looking too good. It's just McGrellin up left. That nade really hit him hard. Titan Gaming need to close this fight though. Oh, never mind. Rato Boy from the side finishes off Alpha7, and they are finally eliminated.
I mean, he's got Rat in the name for a reason. Being the solo, he didn't get eliminated from that sort of, I guess, NRG fight early on, being able to pick up the elimination, and now he might be able to pick up 1 or 2 more if he stays out in zone for long enough, but it's going to come down to kind of how does TL get out of this situation. You got Titan Gaming next to you. You got NRG. Oh, man. This could be disaster.
Yes, it could. Cardoso, he has that nade locked and loaded. And the reason why he's throwing nades is because he doesn't want to give away his position. NRG's on the other side. He has that perfect little dip in that hill to survive. And Chief, oh, he's got his eyes locked on NRG. Team Liquid, still crazy that they're still up in this match, refusing to go down. And this next zone is going to be critical. Actually, this is stage 8. This zone right after this is going to go into absolutely nothing. So you can see that the center is going to be advantageous, but there's no cover there. So everyone is forced to play on the edge.
Yeah, I'm liking Titan Gaming's plan. They're going to wait for the Death Wolf solo to get eliminated and then try to fill space. You cannot rotate early. You cannot leave your back exposed to get thirsted. And look at this. I mean, everyone's just staring at him. They know he's out there.
Oh, yeah. Doran doing a little bit of pre-fire there. Yeah, Rato Boy going to go out to the blue zone. And he's done for. So that angle is now clear. And Juancho, he's still keeping an eye on it because he's not sure, but I think he realized the situation now. Yep. And now it's time to focus on it. This should be a Titan Gaming win by all means necessary. And it looks like we might see some NA dominance here in the second match of the day. The Team Liquid, the team on top, is just Cardoso up left, and he might go out to blue as well.
Yeah, I'm really hoping NRG turns their sights on a Titan Gaming. If Cardoso had gotten that knock, NRG might have had a chance, but they've already got center zone. NRG needs to try to make a play now off that damage, but you never know how it's going to be. It's only a matter of time before Titan Gaming takes this win.
Yeah, I mean, NRG, this is a good opportunity, right, for them to work as a duo. What can they do, right? How are they going to be able to work together? That's going to be hard. I mean, with J7 getting pieced up and taken out, it's only spec up. He can win some 1v1s, but 1v4s, no matter how good you are with your back to the blue zone, there's not much you can do. Look at that! Oh my gosh! Does he get the thirst?
Oh no, I don't think he did. Winner, though. Titan Gaming, Jukes. This is the team that, you know, had that sort of creator side, being able to push TL to the southern edge, ultimately coming out on top.
Titan Gaming win, one that they desperately needed. I think this is going to help them out dramatically, not just for, you know, them on the points, on the leaderboards, but just overall for their mental game, right? Now they know that it is possible, especially with such a big roster swap, Taylor.
Juancho's in, and it is Titan Gaming getting their first ever winner chicken dinner. It took 6 days to get here at a roster change, but they finally made it. And I gotta say, look, I would be lying, Enigma, if I still wasn't nervous for Titan Gaming despite them being in the final stage, and they were in 2 4v2s and 1 4v1. But I'm thinking to myself, Titan Gaming, I really hope they don't find a way to mess this winner chicken dinner up, and luckily they did not. Once they took that off angle, Rato Boy, I was looking at him, Enigma, and I'm thinking, oh, he's just gonna derail everything, man. He may be a solo, but he has that off angle. Things can get nasty. Team Liquid still has 2 up. We've seen what Team Liquid and Alpha7 can do with just 2 players, but nah, NA, they dominate first and second position, because let's not forget NRG Galaxy also, they're in number 2, their second place of the day. Hey, it was a good game, Enigma, for NA.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, roundabout applause for both of those teams because they had to work for a lot of it. Titan Gaming, they had to take that fight with Alpha7, and the key part was just Radaboy choosing to focus Alpha7 and not Titan Gaming, because if he chooses to shoot some of the Titan Gaming players, they might have been eliminated. Team Liquid could crest over the hill. There's a million things that could have gone wrong, and we see it all almost unfold. But thankfully that didn't happen, and 1 and 2 went to NA for this game.
NA, you love to see it. Now, Diego here, man, Hotchix, talk me through it, because, I mean, this guy went on a tear, finishes with 5 elims by himself.
Unbelievable. I mean, you just got to make those plays. You know what I'm saying? Back against the wall, and Hyper at the end of the day gave them the 1v1 opportunities. You know, you got to push together. If you go in one at a time, you open the door to be taken out, and Diego just took advantage of it.
Took advantage, man, and really made mincemeat out of so many players. There's a hero in all of us. That's the big thing to take away. Well done, Titan Gaming. So pleased to see them finally get a victory. It's got to feel good for them, and now raises the question, Enigma Wancho, does he stay on the roster, from the, at least moving forward, or I guess until a limb gets healed up?
I mean, you gotta at this point. After a game like that, the morale is gonna be good, but unfortunately, we're looking at the match rankings, and NA, we barely squeezed by with the most eliminations in that match. TL in third having 8. It's kind of like, it's a win. It's a win for NA, but it's like, is it really like
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. We're back, baby. North America is back. It's our time to shine. That's right, dude. This is the start. This is the start.
No bias either, by the way. Just want to point that out. We're just speaking facts. It's cold, hard facts.
They're just better.
They're just better. Simply better. I mean, that's just the way it is. We win every war, and this is going to be one of those wars we win. Okay, I'm just pointing that out there. Okay. 9Z, 6th place, or excuse me, 9th place, 6 total points, Royals of War, who been kind of quiet, right, since their tremendous win on Erangel to start off the day with 8 eliminations as well as a first place. They've kind of not really been in the picture, sadly, since then. iNCO Gaming as well, granted 5 points. That's still decent compared to who they're going against. Even on this top page, Royals of War will hold on to their 4th place position, but got to watch out. Influence Rage, though, they are moving on up, ladies and gentlemen. 264 points, closing the gap on Royals of War, and then maybe even Death Wolves in their line of sight a little bit later. Big talking point, though, Team Liquid, Hot Jukes. I think a 400 is right around the corner.
Let's see that 400. Let's see it. It's going to happen. It's got to be happening in this last game. I mean, that's the thing, is that Team Liquid and Alpha7, they have proven that not just having a good bonus points day, but also crazy consistency on the other days, right? It makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah, if you have consistency across like all 5 days, naturally that's going to encompass your double points day, right? So like I think, and you actually said it, Team Liquid refusing to let off the gas. Like it's all gas, no brakes. That's what we need. And that's what you need as a competitor. Hey, we got some shifting around though. 9 through 16, 9Z will move up a little bit, knocking B-Bold down actually because they're both tied at 180. So this next game might determine where they're going to finish the day off with. Still some gap to catch up to Hyper and All Glory Gaming. That's actually a large gap when you think about going from 9Z at 11 to All Glory Gaming at 9, who's at 225. So again, that gap from 1 to 8 just continues to grow. But Be Bold as consistent as they are today. 9Z might be just as consistent. Comes to show you, right? Even though they might not be a strong narrative throughout the commentary, they're still doing very well when it comes to the overall points and the standings at the end of the day. Good stuff, though. Titan Gaming, again, shout out to you. You got your temp replacement, which is Wancho, the best in NA, and it gets you a victory. And I hope it gives them a little bit more confidence moving forward, Hot Jukes. It comes to show you they can do anything if they put their mind to it.
Hey, the spark has now been is out. You know what I'm saying? The spark's out. The fire has started. We got some little embers, baby.
Hello, embers.
Got some little embers. We'll take it. I'll take that to the bank. Especially considering that it's Wednesday. Double points weekend is coming in tomorrow, and I want to see a bonfire.
Are we lighting the candle?
It's time to light the candle, baby.
Who's the candle for?
It's got to be for NRG, dude. It's got to be. They need it.
NRG?
NRG. I think they need it. It's their time, dude. It's their time.
So, chat, We're lighting the candle for NRG Galaxy. All right. If you're a Brazil, Latin American fan, doesn't matter, right? We're lighting the candle for NRG Galaxy, for NA to get a win, to finish off the day for back-to-back NA wins. Let's grab the pickle lighter and let's light this candle up.
Woo-wee! Let's go. Let's go. Oh.
NRG!
He's got the candle already.
That's what I'm talking about. First
NRG
flick.
Galaxy game number 6, baby. All day, every day.
Let's go.
Gotta
All
love
day,
it.
Hey,
every day. As
send
long
them
as
your
it's
energy.
day 6.
Send them your energy. They need it. They need it.
Send them your energy.
They need everything.
We're doing it, baby. NRG Galaxy's taking it. Hey, that is 5 games down and 1 more game to go to finish off strong. It's going to be going back to Erangel. Game number 6. Who is going to take it? The candle. Well, the candle says NRG Galaxy. Now, what do you say in chat? Who's taking the final game of the day? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, final game coming your way.
All right, we're with White Allergy here. 4th place, 4 kills.
Yeah.
A good match. How are you guys feeling?
We're feeling all right. We got caught like in some bad timing because we were like giving each other medicines and then a team just crashed in. So it's like super bad timing. But eventually we figured it out. Yeah.
You got stuck at the cliff there, but were able to get some position points too.
Yes, we actually aimed for the cliff because of the circle was half of the sea and the other half wasn't so much compound or any shacks. So we were aiming for the cliff actually.
Guys, I want you to see some. Check those shoes. Check those shoes. Check them out. Check them out. Fresh. Very nice. Bro, thank you very much. Best of luck. Let's go back.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
the day. To start off week 2, we're in Erangel. What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes here with Enigma. And man, it all comes down to this, baby. NA dominance starts now.
Yeah, I mean, NRG and Titan Gaming in the top 2. Titan Gaming, I really enjoyed seeing what they provided the last game, but I mean, you got to do it more than just one game, Jukes. Luckily, it is Erangel, map that everyone's comfortable with. The playing path, though, is a little rougher than maybe some teams would like to admit, but at the end of the day, we've seen some of these zones go to some really unfortunate spots, to say the least, and I'm excited to see where this zone might end.
Oh boy, let's see where it does go. Are we gonna get that military base zone? You know, Team Liquid wants it.
Oh, I mean, they're waiting on it. We've seen it kind of mess with people's heartstrings, going back and forth, and maybe another shelter game.
Ooh, a shelters game would work out. It'd work out for quite a few teams, actually. I mean, even Titan Gaming, this could be their chance to shine once again here, as we saw a really good match in the last one, right? I mean, they pull out the chicken dinner. That's going to be huge for their overall mental. And, you know, especially, like I said, being able to do that with a different player on the roster, you know, is so huge for their overall morale. How much of an impact do you think that made?
I think it does dividends. This squad, you know, they needed something to go right their way, because we've seen a lot of NA teams, even though we get top 3 and stuff like that, we have barely any wins out of our 4 squads competing here. So them being able to get a win, especially with someone like Quancho on the roster, it really shows that their mental's in the right place at the right times. We saw at the end of that Miramar, they weren't getting too over aggressive, but oh man, this is just, I mean, kick him while he's down.
That hurts.
No chance for survival.
Ooh, iNCO Gaming, a little quiet here lately. An Influence Rage, I mean, right next to them on the leaderboards. That's the team you're going to want to fight right there. So, Influence Rage, they're going to make a little bit of more of a gap onto iNCO going into tomorrow. That's not a bad idea for sure. Influence Rage, full sending it. That drive kind of stung a little bit, but nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you keep the players up, everyone should be good to go for the most part. Obviously, that's the only player that has been eliminated in this match, but we did see a lot of teams like FURIA and stuff earlier really close to actually getting caught out on drops, but thankfully kind of salvaging it and taking a little bit more time to rotate.
Alrighty then, yeah, Be Bold on their way. They're going to get to Yasnaya. They're going to start looting that up. Looking good, looking good. 9Z over here near Pachinki. I'm surprised, man. You remember back in the day where all the top teams always drop Pachinki? Remember that?
Well, I mean, for the most part, it was always kind of like Tempo Storm like to take it. Before that, I think, was the old Nova roster, like when it was Bayo and Kato. But these teams now, I think they kind of realize that it's all about the late game. Unless you're dropping center, where it used to be all about placement, positioning on the map doesn't really matter too much anymore. We see at TL, they drop Millie. We haven't really seen any zones go their way, but they're still obviously the first place team in the lobby. And a lot of that just comes down to they're the team that will fight when they need to. They're not afraid to do that, especially when it's just a 3v4, even a 2v4. And that's what's kind of separating them from the rest of the lobby, of they're not afraid to make these tough decisions.
Yeah, they're not. They're not. And the time to make tough decisions is now, obviously, you know, especially last game of the day. Put it all on the line. But you know what? Fatigue's a big thing, too. You know, you've already played 5 matches. You've been playing for a long time. Sometimes your mental's a little wore down. That's the time to rally. You know, you got to have that one player in there hyping you up, telling you, let's get it going here. Because every single point counts. I mean, too many times have we seen teams not qualify by just 1 point.
I mean, you gotta keep it to the end. And I'd like how you noted that it was a player usually people turn to, but I also think the coach could fall on that. Maybe even a mental coach. He doesn't provide that much insight on errors maybe or stuff like that. I remember even the Ghost Gaming roster where they had, I believe it was Microworks as their coach. He was more of a mental coach. He knew that Beowulf and Tensa and even Spec, you know, namesake players from NA, they knew how to address errors, but they needed to work on the team synergy and the communication. So I'm hoping that for the teams like Hyper, their coach is working on that with them. With Titan Gaming, even Quancho stepping in now, of course, but before, being able to keep your team like gel and keep it together for all 6 of the games.
Yes, sir, indeed. That gel needs to happen, and it's starting, right? It's starting.
Yeah.
We're starting to see that fire get lit in North America. We're starting to see some NA teams pull out some points, and I'll say what, you know, we saw some good progress from NRG overall on the day. Let me go ahead and take a double quick check here. They're currently in 13th with 168 points. Man,
Okay.
NRG had 124 at the start of the day. So, I mean, on a non-double points day to put up, you know, 44 points so far, that's a pretty decent average.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, hopefully they're able to have that on all the off days outside of their bonus week. Obviously, we all hope when it is their bonus day that they really do pop off more than they already have. But we're also looking at, you know, their gap between 8th and 13th. We're talking, you know, 60, 70 points. So you're really needing to start getting the gas going now, getting these 40, 50-point days. Obviously, the candle is lit for the most part, but I'm needing to see the candle kind of start shining brighter.
That's right. Yeah, it needs to. We need to see it start an inferno, baby. We need to see it. Oh, not that candle. You know what I'm saying? Candle,
Yeah.
just chill. But the you know, artificial, fictitious, imaginary candle. You know?
Yeah.
We need to see that go strong.
Strong's the key word. Now, to be honest, I'm not one that's too crazy, but some of these players, for the most part, I mean, they have been absolute demons on the battlefield. And, you know, like the one-man armies, Revo obviously is the named player of last week, dropping, you know, the same amount of eliminations as a whole squad. Hopefully we'll be able to, oh, and I don't know what's going on, Chooks, but Koi got team mollied. Oh, what the? And a finish. I'm not sure what was going on there. Unfortunate situation for the most part, but SLR now being forced to 3-man it. Hopefully the rest of the squad, they've had a rough day so far. Hopefully they're able to come back strong.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens. Yeah, losing a player so early on, it's gonna be tough. Well, we'll see if he's able to pop back in. What's gonna happen? But as of right now, I'm looking at the zone. I'm looking at teams that are central, right? Titan Gaming taking a very early position, all right by Prison.
Yeah.
Queso taking one of the best spots right now. They are very well spread out near Shelter. That's the place to be. And Rolls of War in a decent position, but Team Liquid are starting to make their rotation. So these teams in the center are gonna have to start keeping an eye out.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of always tricky going around this part of the map because when you see the same zones, you start really trying to get to different spots, and that's when rotations really start catching people off guard. I really like how you said, though, a game or two ago, that Titan Gaming's focusing more on the center. And now with them doing that, they're getting the shift towards Prison. They have the choice of the pickings of the litter, I guess you could say, of what they want to be taking in the zone. So hopefully we can see another strong game out of the Titan Gaming roster, and maybe even end Hyper for the most part.
Alrighty, well, yeah, we need to see it. We need to see it for sure. And it could happen. It could happen. We just saw a little bit of sign of life there in the last one. 9Z,
Yeah.
pretty interesting team as well. I mean, they're kind of in the same boat. We see some signs of life. Uh-oh, they're going up against Team Liquid. You know, Cheap is in the vehicle. Can Connor hit these shots? Oh, he gets a headshot and gets the knock.
Oh, but can he get thirsted? He's on the vehicle, 9Z. It looks like AGG's making a rotation as well. Another squad coming in just behind Team Liquid, Royals of War. And if you're 9Z, you know, you were happy with that first knock, but there's just too many heads around you.
Too many indeed. And so what's going to be the play? What are they going to do? Because 9Z are now split. Royals of War is near there. And if anybody realizes that 9Z is so weak, they can full send it on that compound. But that's a hard time to do so because your chances of getting third party are very, very high. So many teams are rotating through here.
Yeah, everyone just trying to make that sort of do or die send into these compounds. And you really hate to see it in a stage 2 zone like this. A lot of teams opting to take that center spot. And then, oh, Titan Gaming losing a player early on. Actually, too, looks like a full-blown fight from Death Wolves. So Titan Gaming, we like their center spot, but you've really got to be, you know, kind of coherent of where the rest of these teams are going to take. Now it's down to just Juancho.
Oh, boy. All right.
Oh, you got to drop him!
Oh, and Juancho gets run over! Oh.
What do you even say?
Hey, You know what? That's why I didn't say Titan Gaming for the candle. You know what I'm saying? The candle's still lit for NRG, baby. Let's go.
Hey, you knew that they had a good, game 5 and game 6 was a fall through, but you don't even hear Alpha7 just steamrolling Honda and Hyper. I don't even know what to say, but like they just ran up on you.
Peekaboo. I see you. Oh. And then Baton's out of here, dude. Run for your lives. It's Alpha7. Run! Run!
Oh, man. That's just tragic to see.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, let's see what ends up happening. The rest of Hyper are here. Alpha7's pushing this. I seriously don't... Dude, I don't see them not pushing this. With where they're at on the leaderboards, why not?
Yeah, I mean, if you get a knock... 2v4, it's Hyper already. We can actually see on the map Mafioso getting close to Influence Rage on the north side, so they might get a little too over aggressive, but that zone shift happens, Shukes. It actually goes back north of the road, actually, of Prison, so complete open field, and everyone's already full sending it for these spots.
Oh, boy. Oh, the candle's still lit! The candle's still lit! We're good! That's all I can say. There we go. The hope has been reinstilled in me. And here comes Remo on the spin. The hope for NA is still alive. Gunya, hey, and Hyper versus Alpha7. That is what I'm talking about. One finish. Instant. Gunya with another. Jump shot. Shut him down. Oh, he gets it, but it doesn't get the knock. And... they're gone. Oof, yeah, I mean, so close, though.
They got the thirst on Mafioso, but Influence Rage doesn't make the push. They get just one of the best compounds in zone for free as a trio, and we already know Alpha7, Team Liquid, they go hand in hand. If they're a 3-man, I mean, they can still absolutely wipe the floor with the whole squad.
Oh, yes, they can. So, let's see what happened. Alpha7 did lose that player over by Prison. That 4-stack. Oh, man, that was a very, very interesting fight. NRG, though, I'm looking. NRG on the south side, right near Death Wolves. That's good. Oh, and look, Team Liquid holding down Prison. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really see too many teams actually go down into Prison. They usually kind of stay on that east or west side with the cliffs. But, I mean, if no one's going to be shooting your vehicles out, why not go into the middle? You get a free rotation up. And if you're Team Liquid, I mean, they've been the team that if they stay together as a 4-man, they're making it that late game 9 times out of 10.
Let's see how this is going to play out with Victex now hopping in the buggy. He's on the move. Let's see where he decides to hold. I mean, just hold that right there. That's the place to do it right there. Yeah, just that particular hillside is the strongest part in Shelter. Even if you get shot from any direction, you could pretty much leave safely in so many different spots. So they need to secure one spot, group up together, and just play from there.
Yeah, a lot of these teams still opting to play this like edge, vehicle, spam, kind of do little donuts to get vision, because the real matter is going to be on this next zone shift. If it goes out into the field, I mean, you might slam onto SLR in the middle of nowhere. If it goes into Prison, maybe you fight Team Liquid. It's all going to be well, you don't want to be driving into teammates, but it's all going to be a matter of where this next zone shift happens to go.
Yes, indeed. And let's just see, where is he going to go? Okay, it does lock towards Prison. So Alpha7's in the mix, Team Liquid as well once again. NRG are going to have that entire eastern side to themselves. It's a little bit difficult to hold that spot, though, because it's all completely downhill. So we'll see how NRG decides to play it. Death Wolves could possibly be in their direction here soon. And Royals of War now on the move to get into zone.
Yeah, my only big issue is with the NRG squad. They got to deal with Death Wolves. They got to deal with iNCO Gaming rotating around them. If you're in the center spot, I mean, SLR's got to worry about people just full sending, like 4-stacking vehicles and stuff like that. A lot of the NA teams are going to really have to be tested of how they play these individual fights out.
Let's see right now is SLR trying to make something happen. In the middle of the open field. This is a terrible position. SLR's there. I gotta say that is probably the worst spot on this map right now.
I mean, at least they're in zone.
No, dude,
they're gonna stay. Oh, come on! You gotta give it to them. You gotta throw them a bone at some point, Juice. Come on.
You like that spot?
I don't hate it. I mean, you're alive. You know.
Hey, the candle's still lit, baby. I like it now. I think it's gonna happen, dude. I think that SLR is gonna pull something out. You got NRG. You know, they may have lost J7, but you don't need J7 for the last match. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just 3-man it. You know, who needs a full squad? That's overrated, anyways.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, J7 needs to leave the arena, head to a Brazilian steakhouse right now. You know, get started early. Get back to the team. You know, do your research, do your homework, and get ready for them double points days coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be all about the double points after this. And not only is it going to be you having to perform well, but you got to honestly be focusing each of those groups each day of making sure they don't pop off. Because we're talking 50, 60-point gap on this just to get in that top 8. And for them, it's a monumental task of even reaching that top 4. They got to have a tremendous pop-off week going into just to catch up and then have another week of securing it for that last final placement to have a chance at top 4.
Yeah, it's true. That is true. Let's see FURIA holding down the Prison Ridge line here. You can see the big rock right there in the middle of the map. Nobody taking that position just yet. That is a hard spot to hold. We got some free points over here just south of Prison, and Adrian has his eyes on him.
Yeah, it's just a lot of these teams really trying to take pod shots. AGG is starting to come into the mix as well from the west, and it seems like a lot of these teams, unless they're in the field, they have their spot already in zone. It's just if you're maybe going to get shot out pulling up to it, if you're really going to be able to stay alive. But someone that's still in prison, I know you see him there, and as much as you might hate it, but a solo of SLR split in prison in the main building. I guess just playing for placement at this point. I'm not too sure what the game plan is there.
Oh my gosh. What is the game plan indeed? NRG of Fate all by his lonesome. We need the candle right here now. I need to see it. I need to see it lit because the flame's dying. Fate is in trouble. He's down to 1 HP. Oh no.
Oh man.
Oh, that is not the position you want to see J7 in. He's throwing some smokes.
Yeah, and
Fate all by his lonesome. Oh, Vitaly got hurt. Fate's crawling, baby. Here we go. Army crawl all the way on up. He's got the nade. 1 second left. Oh, just short. And Vitaly said, you know what, dude? They got the candle lit. We're out of here.
Yeah, the scary thing, though, is iNCO can kind of just keep vibing on the hillside, but seeing on the map, too, just south of NRG, there's Death Wolves starting to rotate around. So if Fate isn't careful, he might get spotted from his own backside. Doesn't matter about spotting people. Team Queso forcing themselves on the 1v1. This is going to be against Be Bold. I mean, this fight, it's one of those where you got to do the handshake. You got to just start moving.
Oh, boy. Potro. Oh, just short of that nade. David, right behind that tree. Obvious position. Potro's just trying to throw smoke to get a little bit closer, and then he's going to nade that spot so easily. Oh! Fate! Putting in work! On to Nunez, Nenebet is the last one up. Spec, where are you? Spec, run!
He's held down.
They're weak. They're 1 HP. Oh, here comes the Fluid Rage! Oh, that is going to be it for Nenebet. And what is the rest of NRG going to do when it's just Spec all by his lonesome?
He's going to shack camp it. I mean, there's nothing else you can do. Death Wolves came behind. Fate was too isolated. The third player of NRG, it doesn't even... You didn't even have a chance.
Oh, look at J7.
Wow.
Oh. Oh, boy.
That's tough.
You hate to see it. And what about the candle, dude? What about... Oh, no.
Nah. The cam, it's already out.
You hate to see
it.
He
knew. He knew what was coming.
You hate to see it here, folks. Somehow, free point still up. 87, still in the mix. All four, man. These guys put themselves in a good position. It's just coming to the fights that they seem to struggle with. FURIA still looking at... Oh, Outglory Gaming actually pinching FURIA here. They know they're completely stuck. One good nade from Melgar. That should be it.
A little bounce.
Oh,
a little bit of
so
love,
close.
but not enough damage. It's not just him, though.
Wow. Melgar's like, how is this guy still alive? He could not throw a nade to save his life. They're so close every single time. Now he hits the deck. Throws a smoke out there because says, you know what, this will work. Augustus is just hanging on by a thread here at this point. He is in one of the worst spots, but that vehicle right there is saving him big time. 9 teams remaining. If you go out right now, 0 points.
Yeah, if AGG hits the knock, I mean, maybe they can clear out Furia, but now we've got Death Wolves moving in, ND7 starting to drive back into the thick of things, and this whole western side, I mean, we're talking, what, 5, 6 teams at least, just elbow to elbow. AGG, they're starting to realize that now Death Wolves is trying to make a move. You got to really make sure you've already got 5 eliminations on both of these squads. You don't want to be given the first knock.
Let's see. You do not want to give that first knock at all. Look at the zone now. I mean, man, we have almost a full-fledged prison zone.
Wow.
Just now we're going to have the mountain side of it. Alpha7 are going to have the best position. Oh, the points. Whoa, putting up a fight here. Deblim getting a nice knock. Team Queso, what are you going to do now? It's just you by yourself. And Franco.
Oh, he's butchering it.
Franco gets him down. Let's go. 4 points for Entity 7.
Yeah, but look at that. Team Liquid starting to try to weasel their way out of prison and fight this. Luckily, I think Entity 7's going to get the full reset, but Alpha 7's looking at you. We're talking about all these other teams realizing, hey, you know, as soon as we see that elimination feed light up, we got to start making moves.
Oh my gosh. You got to make moves quickly here. Influence Rage. Trying to throw some smokes, trying to get a little bit of a smoke wall going on here, trying to push up onto Death. Oh, that bounce was almost deadly. That hit like just the edge of that roof. And now Federal said, I'm in nade range now. How about you eat some of these, baby? How about some of this?
Oh!
And, oh, a little too close for Cobb. What? Oh, how did that happen? Guizal backed up away from the nade. That was crazy.
I thought that was going to stay on the hood of the car for a second.
Almost like a sticky nade. And Ego gets one on the Federal. And now here come the Death Wolves. Full sending it with the vehicles. These guys do not hesitate.
Yeah, I mean, he's stopping in the open, though, almost. You really got to be careful about these shots. Alpha 7 looking at you as well. And Influence Rage maybe driving a little bit too far from the squad. Now 1 HP. You're forced to just take this fight out of zone.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what happens. This little boy tries to throw some nades, but they're all going to be short. And the nades from Death Wolves are just on point right now. Law forced to send it in blind. And he's got nowhere to go here. Even this place is not going to be too safe. Oh, but it actually is going to be for now. Okay, so Law is going to survive for a few more minutes. As SLR, White Elegy down south. We got Team Liquid down near prison. Entity 7 holding it down. Maybe it's Entity 7's time to shine.
Yeah, I mean, the main issue is they're going to have to go against Alpha 7 at some point. They both have the best positions in zone. We're going to see Influence Rage get eliminated, unfortunately. And these teams now, I mean, these fights were not without cost. A lot of these teams losing 1, if not 2 players from all these engagements. But with 19 players left alive, we actually have quite a few players left in the lobby. So a lot of team fights about to happen. We're going to see who's really going to be the stronger team.
Oh boy, who's going to be the stronger team indeed? As Hate 99 on the move, trying to make something happen for Entity 7. They got 5 eliminations, baby. They have now passed up SLR, not last place. Meanwhile, White Elegy still alive. Still alive for the team. Alpha 7 taking down one of the last remaining members from Super Lazy Reflex. And All Glory Gaming in a good position as well. This could be an All Glory Gaming win. Oh, but don't count out Death Wolves either.
The zone shift, though, Jukes, it goes back to prison. What's the chance that TL can actually just stay down on, like, the bottom of the cliffside for the longest part and get another top 3 finish off ratting?
Okay, let's see what Cardi C is going to do. Cardi C now starting to look. All Glory Gaming looking to take this game into their own hands. And this is how you do it right here. When you have... Oh, they had to spot him. Did they spot him? Yes, they did. Okay, yeah. Rotate around. Focus on them first. Deal with everybody else later.
Yeah, I mean, if you see a vehicle on a tree, 9 times out of 10, they're going to be right on that thing, playing it for cover. But All Glory Gaming, you really got to be coherent of how many frag grenades and utilities you use, because when it gets later in the game, you're not going to have time to really loot these bodies for more utility. You got to kind of ration it and, I guess, save it for these later teams, because if you go against the likes of Alpha7 and stuff where they still have their utility, we've seen what they can do when it's in their hands.
Oh, yes, we can. I mean, you never want to count them out, that's for sure. 3-man up. Alpha7 with 7 eliminations. They're a problem. They are a problem. 97 now on the other side. Oh, you do not want to lose one of the players to Alpha7. Oh, Cardoso now taken out. It's just Ayala up left. And here they come with some drive-by nades.
I like it.
They're just having fun out here. Yeah. They're just having fun.
It's calculated fun, though.
Yep.
They're making it look great.
Trying to put some shots down range towards the Death Wolves. Driving in and out, and they get a crate. Very fortunate for them. And Death Wolves are eliminated, so now that angle's completely taken away. That opens things up big time here for Alpha7. Look at that. Nobody there, but you see something, you pre-fire. That's the way to do it.
I mean, they did lose a player, Mafioso, on that rotation, but I mean, a 3-man up still, you know this whole eastern side is yours for the taking. As long as AGG or Entity 7 don't make a play onto you, I think you're in a real prime spot coming into the Zone 8. But with it being Stage 7, these teams are really going to have to wonder where the heck the rest of the players are, because you need to start counting.
You really, really do. Oh, boy. 5 teams remaining. Who's going to win the last match of the day? Alpha7 with a 3-man. Never count them out. Oh, White Elegi. There's nowhere to go. It's going to be a 1v1 between him and Ayala here in a few minutes. Ayala. Oh, the floor is lava. Team Liquid still surviving. I'm telling you, still going to get some placement points. They don't go out with nothing. And now here comes Revo, the MVP of week 1, starting to frag out on everything. And then Entity 7 now realize it's Alpha7. They're on the run.
Yeah, I mean, they gave the opening knock, and then
look at Alpha7. They realize. They realize who it is. They're full sending it.
It's not just
Catch
them,
Melgar off guard.
It's a 3-way fight. Revo, he's got the spearhead. 8 eliminations as a squad. He's trying to actually smoke and slow down these fights. I think he realized it was 2 different teams pushing up, but with the squad, I mean, S12K in hand, he literally just needs to hit 1 shot on some of these players and they're going down. So, main fight though. 1v1 situation. White LG being able to pick up the points now might even be able to get another placement for the squad. I mean, I guess you're taking every point you can get, but with 1 elimination, it's going to be a little rough for you to be moving up.
It sure is. Okay. All right. I want your prediction right now.
Okay.
3v4. Alpha7 versus All Glory Gaming. Who's winning this?
Alpha7. I got to give the bias. They're second place.
Well, why didn't you hesitate? You should have hesitated just for a little bit.
I had a feeling you were going to maybe ask me, you know, we're getting down in that top 4, and it's just like, I mean, they're driving up, just destroying Entity 7 and other stuff, so I got to give it to them.
All right, well, they're down a man, so it's a 4v3 situation. This is Stage 9. The zone's about to close into nothing, and All Glory Gaming have the advantage. Hate takes out one of the players. Are you serious?
Oh, no. Oh,
and now here comes Revo.
I mean, they got everything in the open for him. No one's next to him, while Entity 7's just turtled up on the cliff. All Glory Gaming looks like they're going to get eliminated before Entity 7. Alpha7 now just driving up and around. Get the points yourselves. You didn't even have a chance to shoot him. That was just so sad to see.
They're frustrated. You can just see that. And now Alpha7 with their victory lap right here. 10 eliminations, about to try to get 3 more. So Alpha7 having fun. Oh, the turd, baby. Hate 99 getting his revenge. And it is sweet. Now.
I mean, I really thought he was going to get away with that for a second with how he was playing. Maybe got a little bit too hot in that setting. But Alpha7 now, they're going to have to run into zone. Entity 7, they're the 3-man. It's just a matter of who kind of hits the shots. Is it going to be the White LG getting second place? I don't really care too much about this because Alpha7, they're the ones making the mad dash.
E7 now in the open. Carrillo back up against the wall. Here come the Molly. That's the right play. That is the right play. Use your utility, you know. And now
right
Carrillo's on
rock.
fire. Forced to run out. No way he survives this. There's no way he gets his first aid off. How?
His teammate's knocked, though. I mean, it's just going to be Revo. Oh, he gets the one with the Groza, and he doesn't get the second. Entity 7 winning it, Jukes. I didn't think it was possible, but making me eat my words right now.
It's Entity 7's time to shine, baby. That's right. They are here. They are just better. They are just better. What a way to get it done towards the end. It's the aggression we've been begging to see for them.
Yeah.
The reason why I was memeing on them so hard is because we've seen them time and time again have the position and just fail to Alpha7. And it's about time they gave them the work, Taylor.
About time we have a new dominant team now on the standings, and that is E7, Alpha7. They're gone, baby. Who are they? They didn't even exist. There can only be 1 7 in existence, and it's E7 with their first ever winner chicken dinner, and they do it with 10 eliminations. But seriously, Enigma, what's going on, man? From the last game to this game, I mean, Titan Gaming, now E7? Have we reached a turning point in the series?
I mean, it's kind of hard to call it a turning point if the second place team or Team Liquid's still up there on the leaderboard finishing in the top 3.
I don't care. I'm creating a narrative, Enigma.
No. Come on, I gotta give it to you straight. I'm the voice of reason of,
Okay.
It's nice you're getting points, but it doesn't help if the top 2 teams are also matching you.
That's true. No, without a doubt. I mean, that is the reasonable answer, but still, I'm unreasonable at the moment. Hotchukes, that is a great job from E7. Seriously, man. Titan Gaming with Wancho, then E7 comes out of nowhere. And I actually know why this all happened, if you don't mind.
Okay, tell me. Tell me.
It happened because you called it too early, Hotchukes. You said, oh, man, look, dude, SLR, they take it over. They're above E7. They've retaken their spot, knocked E7 back down. E7 said, well... just wait a second, then E7 wins, bro, and now they undeniably move up, dude. That's where it all started with me, man. They just had to prove us wrong.
Hey, you know what?
At least
put
once.
it on Twitter. Yeah, put it on. That's how you do it. If you're at E7, you could officially say going into tomorrow that you were better than Alpha7.
I put it in the Twitter bio.
I beat him. I beat him right here, and yeah. Give it a big ups to All Glory Gaming, putting some points on the board, but
That's
I mean,
right.
obviously, big storyline. Talk about from first to last, right? Last place, putting in some work against one of the top teams.
Putting in work indeed. All Glory Gaming, always a conversation starter. And E7, yeah, dude, this was the push. They knew it. They were feeling it. Look at them bobbing and weaving. Hates going in. Carrillo can't stay up. E7 takes the victory. That's a feel-good moment. 20 points. All right, that's actually huge coming out from them and genuinely pumps me up. Again, the narrative from last week was, we always have a team each and every week or maybe even every day that surprises us and comes out of nowhere. E7 is that team for today. Titan Gaming was also in that narrative just a little bit ago. But even still, let's bring it down to reality as Enigma was doing, right? Alpha7 still gets second place with 16 total points, which is something they needed. Enigma, Team Liquid has been so consistent today. Dare I say this was their weakest game that they had all 6 games. So they will stay in first place, but it feels nice to see Alpha7 actually come to life when it matters most. The last game to kind of close that gap from 1 to 2 a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, for Alpha7, it's a lot of just, they were definitely having fun out there. They're driving around doing those sort of frags out of vehicles and stuff. Like, Groen's pulling up and just taking 1v3s almost, it seems like. But I'm still kind of seeing the same bottom 8 teams over and over on this. Luckily, with Worlds of War, they picked up those 6 eliminations on the game. But the issue is just, if you compare that to Alpha7, they're dropping 10, 12, and...
No way! No, how'd you say it? Say it, dude.
Oh, just 1 point shy,
That's
baby.
Crazy.
Look at that. T-Liquid, so close, yet so far.
Hey, they got something to look forward to tomorrow. All right. And every team now, their goal is to keep Team Liquid at $3.99, okay? Not the best sales price out there. The $3.99 special, that's it, dude. Alpha7 will finish 20 points below Team Liquid. No shifting, though, from 1 through 8. Well, let's take a look at 9 through 16. see if we had any shifting there, which surely we did with E7. They will move up.
Nice.
Now, they haven't caught up to Titan Gaming just yet, and actually Titan Gaming can thank their lucky stars for their Miramar win just a little bit ago, right? That was big for them. If they did not get that, E7 might have passed them. So that was a critical game for them to win, but as it stands, E7 is in 15th. SLR will drop back down to last place. Is it a potential, stepping stone for E7 to, I don't know, make it up and past, like, Be Bold, 9Z, in Hyper? Well, it's still too early to call. But it is still a tremendous victory nonetheless. And I give you your flowers, E7. That was a big victory to take home today. But lessons from today. Enigma, we'll start with you for your final words, man. You got to give it to, again, the consistency from Alpha7, the consistency from Team Liquid. I mean, without a doubt, they are the two front runners. But we do have competition heating up, 3 down to 8th place. There's a lot of shifting and a qualifying spot to World Cup, right? It's still up for grabs, and there's 2 teams fighting for that spot.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, a lot of these teams were showing consistency in that top 8, but I also got to give respects. I was harping on them a lot from last week and today, of course. It's got to be NRG. They finished in that top 3 a few of the games. Now, obviously, we saw a lot of errors coming out of them, but they were able to address that from the interview. And in my eyes, it looks like they're having a real turning point in the tournament for them to possibly come into their bonus point day and actually frag out.
All right, Energy Galaxy coming in, looking better than they've ever have. As far as I'm concerned, let's see if they can keep that energy up. After all, today, they didn't get a winner chicken dinner, but they were very consistently within top 3 throughout, I believe, 3 of the 6 games today. Hot Chooks, always great to be with you, brother. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Hey, you know what? The legendary chase, right? From E7 to catch Alpha7. It's been closed by 4 points, baby.
That's
you know
it.
What I'm saying? Hey, we got to start somewhere. Somewhere. It can happen.
Hey, it would be miraculous if it does. I mean, hey, we've got, I don't know how many games to go. Guys, I'm going to be honest. I was spot on with my math when we started the series, but I'm not spot on anymore because it's like 40-something, 50-something. But things are getting intense. I think 54, actually, if I'm not mistaken. 54 more games to go, and they are going to be an intense 54 games. Plenty of days left and an opportunity for your favorite teams and players to catch up and make an impact. And that comes to show you today with Titan Gaming E7, right? Anything is possible, and any team can lose to any team, depending on the map and depending on the day. Tomorrow starts double points once again. It's going to be for Group A. FURIA, iNCO Gaming, E7, and Hyper will have their chance at double points, and they're going to need it. Let's see how high they can go. Hyper is desperately trying to claw back into 1 through 8. Tomorrow is the day to do so. All that and more coming at 5 ET. Be here. We would love to have you once again. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. But for myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Hot Chooks, Enigma, production crew, and you in chat, thank you for being here. Tomorrow, 5 ET. We'd love to have you again.
It looks pretty good. Is he going to hit the mark? Nope, just a little short. Oh, now he's got one of his own. But that was just short as well. Yeah, Cardoza, nothing you can do.
No.
On fire. Rose of War win match number 1. Beautifully done. But even then, he's not going to risk it. He throws a molly, burn spec. He's going to start peeking now, pre-fire a little bit. And he says, you know what? I'll just win this game by myself. Don't even worry, guys. Easy chicken dinner there for Team Liquid. But even then, he's not going to risk it. He throws a molly, burn spec. He's going to start peeking now, pre-fire a little bit. And he says, you know what? I'll just win this game.
Oh, no.
Use your claws, buddy. You're a death wolf. Use your claws. Howl towards the moon. Never mind. Obscure said I'm coming down with you. We are out of here. And now self-molly, second place, secure the place.
2MV knows that for the most part. He just needs to find the one player. Can't do it. FURIA essentially just gifted the game, Jukes. Lovely stuff from that.
Diego versus Stars. Who's going to win it in this house? He comes up. And Diego catches him. It's 2. Influence, rage, Diego. 1v4s, no matter how good you are with your back to the blue zone, there's not much you can do. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Does he get the thirst?
Oh, wow. No, I don't think he did.
So chat, we're lighting the candle for NRG Galaxy. All right, if you're a Brazil, Latin American fan, doesn't matter, right? We're lighting the candle for NRG Galaxy, for NA to get a win, to finish off the day for back-to-back NA wins. Let's grab the pickle lighter and let's light this candle up.
Woo-wee! Let's go. Let's go. Oh.
NRG!
He's got the candle already.
That's what I'm talking about. First
NRG
click.
Galaxy game number 6, baby. All day, every day.
And Fate was too isolated. The third player of NRG, it doesn't even. You didn't even have a chance.
Oh, look
that
at
fight.
J7.
Wow.
Oh. And what about the candle, dude? What about? Oh no.
Nah. Cam, it's already out.
You hate to see
He
it.
knew. He knew what was coming.
You hate to see it here, folks. No way, he gets his first aid off. How?
His teammate's knocked, though. I mean, it's just going to be Revo. Oh, he gets the one with the Groza, and he doesn't get the second. Entity 7 winning it, Jukes. I didn't think it was possible, but making me eat my words right now.
It's Entity 7.